You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh yeah. He's making a list and checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. 'Cause I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh yeah. All right. Checking it twice. Naughty or nice. You know what? He sees when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Ow! Little tin horns and little toy drums, Rudy toot toots and rummy tom toms. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa
Test 1 2.
Claus is coming to town.
Test 1 2.
I can see him coming.
Test 1 2.
Way over here.
Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again if you won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if he really cares. 'Cause I can't give it all away if he won't be here next year. Feeling Christmas all around, and I'm trying to play it cool, but it's hard to focus when I see him walking across the room. Let it snow is blasting now, but I won't get in the mood. I'm avoiding every mistletoe until I know it's true love that he thinks of. So next Christmas, I'm not all alone, boy. Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again if he won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if he really cares. 'Cause I can't give it all away if he won't be here next year. I've been down this road before, fell in love on Christmas night, but on New Year's Day I woke up and you wasn't by my side. Now I need someone to hold, be my fire in the cold, but it's hard to tell if this is just a fling or if it's true love that he thinks of. So next Christmas, I'm not all alone, boy. Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again if he won't be here next year. Santa, tell me if he really
Check.
cares. 'Cause I can't give it all away if he won't be here next year.
Check. Check, yo.
Have him beside
Okay, what's the change? Oh, all right, we're live. Yeah, thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much for sharing space with us. Today is day 2 of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance Winter Water Conference, and we would like to say thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed their evening here in the beautiful Black Hills and got some food, had a good night's sleep, and then woke up to a little bit of wind. So it looks like some wind's coming in. And we know that when wind comes in, it brings a little bit of some weather. So it looks like we'll be getting out of here without hiccup this year. Thank you very much. A couple of years ago and in the past, we've always had this conference where hopefully the weather was good, and we've gotten snowed in a few times up at Deadwood, Syed, and he liked that though. He had to have a problem getting snowed in at a casino, so this year we didn't. But before we get started, we're gonna start with Wochekia. So if I can have our Makola Hawkeye come on up.
Just like to say good morning to the relatives, and I come with the open mind and willingness to learn, and I just want to offer a prayer. So I ask you all to help me.
Thank you, Hawkeye, for prayer. You know, every day we always like to. When growing up, I was told that prayer was the best part of the day before breakfast, and my grandfather, I used to wonder why he would, when I'd stay the night, he'd get up before all of us when the sun was just breaking, and he'd always be in the backyard looking east. And I used to ask Grandma, why is Grandpa always going out in the back looking to the east and for the sun comes up? Sometimes the dogs would be barking, and he says to feed the dogs. But actually what he was doing was he was praying to the east. So it's always good to have prayer for another son. So thank you for coming again. Today's going to be a good day. We're going to get through our agenda pretty smoothly because we got the NGOs, and they pretty much have their speeches down to the minute, I hope. Right, Doug? Yeah. Right, Doug? Yeah. None of this. So we put the NGOs we put our friends today so that they can get the information. And what I'd like to do, just for time's sake, if you could wait till after the presentation before the questions, so that we can get to the next presenters at a reasonable rate time. We did have a couple of changes on our agenda. I think Mr. Capicella was going to do a luncheon for the hour, so I think if we can bring our food in here. Yeah, so we grab our food and then come in here and eat while Mr. Capicella gives his presentation. Also, what I forgot to do yesterday is ask if there's any tribal leadership that is here that would like to come up and give say some words. That's always what we'd like to do. And yesterday there was a tribal councilman from Standing Rock that I didn't get a chance to mention. He's representative of South Dakota District of Wakpala. And he was here yesterday, and he's here today too, so I'm gonna put him on the spot and have him to come up and say a few words. And if there's any other tribal leaders or council people, if they'd like to come up and say a few words, but I'm gonna ask Jeff to come up and just say a few words from Standing Rock. He's a councilman. He didn't expect this, but I'm only gonna keep him to 20 minutes. No, I'm kidding. So he's just say a hello and who he is.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be down here. It's nice weather down here. Like he said, last year we were stuck in Deadwood during the blizzard, so it was much nicer today. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm really picking up a lot in this this conference right now. And I was appointed to the Select Committee on Water by the chairwoman of our tribe, so I'm trying to hit all these and find out, because we're affected back home by whatever happens to our water too. I live right on the water too, right next to the river. And I've had some bad experiences with the Corps of Engineers. Like right now, they're doing surveys on my land because it all caved off right up to my double wide house I got sitting there. It caved off, and now they don't know what's going to happen. They don't know what to do. And they're telling me, well, litigation, they don't want to litigate. So they're trying to figure out a way to try to correct that. But there's not really no way they can correct it. But that's what we're going through in Standing Rock. It's not at my place. It's way up in the North Dakota side. We've got another guy up there that's going through the same thing. But it's all the way along the river. But it's good to be here, and I'll be attending all the meetings to learn more. So thank you guys very much.
Mitake piyuha chote wastea na peo chuspa pelo. Yushkian wachio kapi. It's really good to see you this morning. I just wanted to share some good news we received last night. The Ocheti Shakoi, the Teton branch, has been working on the Pactola Reservoir Visitor Center project. And last night we received information that the MOU has been fully signed. It's fully executed. It's in full force at this time. A little quick background. I believe we've been meeting with the USDA Forestry since 2019 trying to get that facility. It's a 3.5-acre site. So what we envision for this is to create a place where the Oceti, Shakoi, and other tribes, not just us, our relatives can come and tell their stories at this place and tell the meaning of the Black Hills, the Chesapa, to the world, to tell the world our stories, to talk about our treaty rights, and to teach the world about the Fort Laramie treaties, about all the tribes in the region, what their stories are, but remembering that we'll be careful that we don't disclose any secret information from there. So what we are going to be doing in the next step is we are currently working on a feasibility study for that project, where we had a brainstorm session there. We're going to throw out ideas. One of them is a camping area next to it, some expanded areas. We want to expand that 3-acre to something larger around that area. So I want to put some bronze statues of our chiefs there, the ones that have been part of the treaty signing. It's our time now to tell our story. So with that, I want to thank all of the Teton members that have been participating at these meetings. We're ready to move forward. Pilama Apilo. It's good to have good news once in a while. So, Wastilo, Pilama.
Thank you. Also, yeah. Also, we're going to add Black Hills Protecting the Black Hills, the Alliance. Lilius, we'll have you say some words, not right now, but we're going to add you to the agenda for a few minutes too. So I just wanted to make sure that's on. Faith, did you have some announcement? Quick? No, I'm just kidding. Faith said, don't look at me and say quick.
Him asking me if I have an announcement points out why I need to come up here, because I'm 75 years old, wana oma tanka, hana, been here a long time, but I represent, it reminds me of that movie, The Last of the Dogmen, where the real people, the people in the camps, and that's who I represent. So I am a senior member of a old-time Okorakicha Braveheart Society, and those are the societies, like everybody always quotes Kunshi Deloria. She's my relative, and they would say that if you didn't belong to a society, you were no one in the camp. So nowadays, we have been acclimated to only represent or recognize tribal chairmen because they told us that our governments were not good enough. So the Kunshis that belong to Braveheart, and I'm also chair of the Hangtuan Treaty Committee, our presence is not just to make announcements, it's to remind you who we are. And so the movement that Mini Wizipa Wakan that we have at Yankton was started by grassroots. Because as soon as we came home from Standing Rock, we saw some of the conflict and strife, and it's because we're all in a captivity and we've forgotten our original roles of knowing 100% what is on the Missouri River, what is on Mini Shoshe. So when we got home, we decided we're gonna remember everything, and it's not Standing Rock or anybody's fault. It's just that we were in captivity and we've forgotten what is on the river from a natural viewpoint. I was really excited about Joni's presentation yesterday, because that's who we are. That's what we represent of what all the relatives that live on the river. So we have gotten friends and partners who funded us well, and we're trying our best to work with our tribe. But as you know, it's a complete decolonization process because our role is not always recognized in returning. And we got inspiration in our research. We found out that at Yankton, of course, we're non-IRA, and people really fought for that. In fact, there were families that were chased out of Yankton because they didn't want IRA. They were exiled. So it was a long fight, but I also found out, my daughter in the research, she said that we had a Wabdenicha Okorakicha. And that was the society of headsmen and women who refused to give into the U.S. form of government. So the Wabdenicha Okorakicha tried to tell the people, don't give up your government. Try to retain the wisdom of those Okorakicha that you all read, that Tui and Kunshi Ella Deloria preserved. Now we have institutes on her. So I always have to have the e-tanka and come up and say, don't forget us. We play a big role. We led KXL, we led DAPL. The children came forth, and it was the people from the last of the dogmen, those camps. So that's part of the decolonization process, to recognize the parts of your people that are still here. And it's eroding because the younger people don't. It's our fault that we didn't get all those teachings to them, so they will only adhere to what the government says that is important and recognized. And slowly our tribe is coming along. I really like what the Oglalas do. Whenever they have a meeting, they'll have a treaty person, they'll have the chairman, which you have to have, which is good, and then they'll have the grassroots people. So if we could continue to do that, that's part of the realization process, that we're still hanging on to our traditional form of government. So I just want to always, I don't want to be a pest, but I just don't want you to forget, because that is so important in teaching our young people. And they have a craving, they're really lonesome for that type of involvement. And so when you saw that video yesterday, and that young Wakanja, that Tokoja, was crying because one of their members died, he was very young, and he came down to Braveheart, and he asked us to adopt him as a grandson because they weren't supporting him. And the circumstances, of course, are questionable about how he died. But I think when we ask these young people to get involved, it's very painful for them, because we're kind of mean to each other, and they're not prepared for the violence in our systems, and it's scary for them. So when we ask for youth involvement, we ask for the decolonization. If we start doing that, we have to protect them. And we have to stand up here and say that is an important part of our Oyate. So I just want to greet you as a Kushi and say that we're all still here. And it's exciting because the outer world is recognizing it with funding, with invites. When I was at Standing Rock, I was totally shocked. I got a call from the Los Angeles Times, and they said, we want to interview you because you were given a vote for the President of the United States at the Electoral College. So I said, is this fake news? And they said, no, the Seattle Times said that you were a made-up person. And so I told my son that. I said, they're saying that Faith Spotted Eagle's made up. And he said, well, the kind of things that you do, it is kind of fictional. And so he said, it seems like it. But I think the outer world recognized that there was a constituency that was speaking, and it was through Standing Rock. And when that happened, I got calls from all over the country, and they said, if we would have known that you were going to be nominated, we would have given you our votes. That was kind of scary, because if you get 270 votes, you can be run for president. So I'm glad they didn't hear about me. But so when the voices get out there, and it's based on truth, inspiration, identity, and who we are, and like Chase mentioned yesterday, this is a different era. People are listening. Some of them will never listen, but those are the ones that, we just have to get them out of the way. And the last thing, I want to thank Shicheshi Phil for them leading the way on the Pactola thing, because we're doing that on Pipestone. We're going for co-management, we're going for Missouri River, and we're going for Lake Andes. So we're going after 3 of them, but, and I understand, Phil, it's not too late for Yankton to sign on. So I appreciate you leading the way. So we're coming. Don't leave us in the dust, because our emphasis is the Missouri River. So we'll try not to leave you behind either. Pidama.
Is mic hot? Let me turn the timer off. When I speak, I just turn the timer off. Nah, just kidding. Hihani lakjis. Yuha. Mitakiapi. It's really good to be here. Thank you for Hawkeye, and thank you for the people for giving your time and your energy. There's always a lot of work to do, but we are in a different potentiality. We're in a different time where things are coming together, and there's a lot of trauma. What Faith Spotted Eagle is talking about is for real. We are our own worst enemies. The Ocheti Shakoi. We're the harshest and most vicious with ourselves, with each other. And maybe it's like this in other reservations too. I think it's a symptom and an expression of forced dependency and colonial thinking. It's a plan of the colony. Even blood quantum, it's probably about a 220-year plan to cause the extinction of indigenous nationhood. Not only do they deny our nationhood today, but they have a planned extinction that is operating a lot quicker than I thought. I remember being in my 20s, or even as a teenager, and learning about all of these things. And I also remember being completely open-minded, and then I never thought I'd get to an age where internally you're thinking about how your people are going to, whether or not they're going to receive your initiatives, your ideas, and the potential to collaborate with your own people is not a complete given like it was when I was young, and it's because of some of what Faith is talking about. Sometimes we take public opportunities just to express our trauma or something that's been bothering us for a long time. And the white people in the room are probably like, what the hell is going on here? But have some grace. Colonization is very, very real. The level of kind of self-degradation, self-hate, and everything else that comes with the colonial imposition of their cultural mythology or their symbolism is very difficult to deal with. But our young people, I've had to graduate a lot because I have children who are no longer children. They're young adults, we are now, we chasha techa. And ever since they were little, they asked the hardest questions you could ever imagine. And so I've had to kind of graduate, a forced graduation, and attain a level of workability. It's not mastery, but with our own metaphysics, with our own Ocheti Shakoi Lakota views on reality. And we're all seeking those. We're all, philosophical in that sense, late at night. We're all asking ourselves the big questions. Anyhow, I just wanted to spend a minute on it because I appreciate you guys, what you do, how you show up. Even if sometimes I might misstep, I might take a step where you're like, what is this young guy doing? It doesn't make sense to me. We have to have grace with each other because we're going to make mistakes. But I just wanted to make a quick announcement that because this is live stream, and like Joni yesterday, what she was willing to share with us is very special, very privileged to be able to hear some of that stuff. Maybe she didn't want that live stream. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessary that we live stream everything, but it makes a very easy archive. Just like when we picked up the gun, and then we chose to pick up the pen, and now we're choosing to pick up the camera. Those are our tools. That's our equipment, and how we show up and assert and defend ourselves against colonialism. Not just the native people, the white people. The white people never existed until about 400 years ago. Then white people were invented. Before that, they were European, sometimes indigenous, but they were not yet colonized in the sense that, we think of colonization as white colonizing something non-white, a brown or a black or whatever. it's in all of our minds. And so we need to be as sharp and aware as we possibly can, because we are in the challenge of our lifetime. What we're facing just with water, I was talking to Wes Martell this morning, and the work that we're able to pick up, like Doug, can't believe Doug's been director at Standing Rock for 10 years now. That's insane to me, because I remember when he and I were shooting a weird little movie video film. This was before Indigenous peoples blew up, so like, imagine me and Doug in leather vests with no shirts on underneath, headbands, chokers. This is for real. This is not, we actually filmed this thing. And we were THPO rangers, right? We were rangers, and we caught these foreigners looting some of our resources. So me and Doug went and jacked them up, and we filmed this whole thing. It never made it to Netflix yet, but we're working on it. We never got paid for that. So Chuck and Noel, the people who are with all this machinery over here, they got the live stream going. I just wanted to mention the live stream. That's what I came up here for. And if you could whip out your phones and just share the live stream. We want to do a little test on organic media. We're sharing the stream, and yes, it's getting thousands of views or whatever it is, because we have multiple platforms doing that. All native platforms, you know what I mean? It's pretty amazing. But we want to do it with where we have you guys share it as well. So if you go to Tribal Water Alliance on Facebook or YouTube, or if you could share it on Facebook, that'd be the easiest. But when you get time, I just wanted to make that announcement. Thank you very much, and good morning. I don't know where it's at. I will find them. We will find them.
Oh, hello. Okay. Okay. Why isn't it showing? What should I do if I see it on mine? Do I need to drag it over? Here, which one of these? Duplicate? Yes. Cool. Keep changes. Okay. Looks great. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. I have 6 minutes. All right, so for the presenters this morning, they'll have a little bit less than 15 minutes. We wanted to do questions later or give space to have questions? Probably right after. I'll set it like a 12-minute timer for the 15-minute presenters. And my phone will be right here, and it'll go off at 12 minutes. But for me, I'll do a little bit shorter. It's okay. I think that's all I needed to let you guys know. Okay, so I'll get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Kinzer Wawasik. I am a member of the Kickapoo tribe in Kansas, and my family also comes from Shoshone and Sac and Fox tribes. I work as the tribal and I come from Lawrence, Kansas. Also, I want to mention that. And I went to Haskell. Any Haskell Rascals out there? So I work as the Tribal Climate Resilience Liaison with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. I feel like I'm too tall for this. You want to hold the mic? Okay. Oh, like this. Thank you. Okay. Is this working? Okay, so And I wanted to show the tribal resource managers that are here today how I can help you and support you. The Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance hosts the BIA TCR grant, which is for the Tribal Climate Resilience Liaisons. And how I can support tribal climate resilience managers, and this could be water managers, land managers, anybody that is responding to climate change. And I can help you access data, information, connect you to researchers, scientists, and I'll show you the network I work across. Oh, wanted to mention 4 of the tribal the member tribes in the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance has these drought plans, and you can access them on the website, which is tribalwateralliance.org, and they highlight their drought vulnerabilities and future drought mitigation strategies. Something else liaisons like myself have done in the past is support the Rosebud Sioux Tribe with their climate adaptation plan. And so that was through the grant writing process and helping navigate the planning process. Okay, so you could see I'm right there in the middle. And I work with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, which hosts the liaison position. And ideally, there are 2 of us. Right now, there is 1 of me, but we're hiring a second one. And then we work with federally recognized tribes. And I'll show a map next to show you who all those are, but we work across a big 7-state region. And then this is in collaboration with the North Central Climate Adaptation Science Center, which is hosted at the University of Colorado Boulder, so CU Boulder for short. And we have someone here from there today too. James Rattling Leaf works with them as well. And so that's another entity that I can connect you with. There are CU Boulder scientists that work there, and then the federal partners like USGS, there are scientists that also work with the North Central CASC that I can connect you with as well. So what time is it? Oh no. Okay, maybe I did need more time. So the federal partners are part of the CASC because the CASC hosts consortium partners. So there's even more partners that aren't even listed here that potentially I could connect you to. And then the BIA Tribal Resilience Program. There are other liaisons like myself in other regions. So there are 9 other CASCs, and they all have tribal resilience liaisons like myself. And then this is the map of the region I cover. So it's bigger than what the Alliance covers. So I can work with all 32 federally recognized tribes in this region and any tribal resource manager within those tribes that are working on climate change issues or anything related to climate change. So my main goal is to create those relationships with those tribal resource managers and help support you in any way I can. However that may look for you. Okay, I'm just going to go to here because I'd like to try to keep today on schedule as best as we can. But there is a QR code that goes to this link tree and information for you to contact me. And then there's also some links on there to our website, the North Central CASC website, some other resources like the Tribal Climate Adaptation Guidebook. And you can sign up for our newsletter on there. We have a monthly Tribal Climate Resilience newsletter as well. Okay, thank you very much. I can do it. And next up, I'll just go ahead. We have Crystal Stiles with NIDIS. Is there a way to make it bigger, or do you just present like that?
There is a way, I just can't remember how to do it. Worse, it's not that way. It's okay.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna set a timer. Thank you. It's 12 minutes. Okay, I'll make it work.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much to the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance for having me this morning to speak to you all. I went through this presentation last night and it took me 17 minutes, so I'm going to figure out how to shave 5 minutes off. It was a lot shorter, but I realized for a lot of people that may not know who we are at Nidus and what we do, so I did add in some things, but I told Kinzer that this presentation can be available to anybody who wants it, if you want to go back and look through it more or talk to me. But very briefly, so Nidus is the National Integrated Drought Information System. We are a drought program through NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We actually are a public law that was signed and authorized by Congress in 2006, and we have reauthorizations over this time, and we're actually up for reauthorization right now. And so what we do at Nidus is we have an interagency mandate to develop and provide a national drought early warning information system. So what does that really mean? I'll get into that a little more. But the idea is that we know over time, a lot of times people have been really reactive to drought, and we're trying to move people in the direction of let's be more proactive and really try to focus more on preparedness and reducing our risks to drought impacts. And so we do a lot of engaging in partnerships at Nidus at all different levels of government and basically with anybody who will listen. Yeah, how do I do that on PDF? Do you know?
Do you know how to go full screen?
Sorry, I'm not sure how to do that on PDF.
Okay, then.
Okay, apologies, everyone, on that. This is kind of the unique role of Nidus. We really think about what it is that we do at Nidus mostly. We convene and coordinate. Again, we develop and maintain partnerships. We do a lot of workshops where we're bringing people together to talk about various drought issues. We deliver information on drought and climate. So drought.gov is the U.S. drought portal, and we run that at Nidus. So we have a lot of information on there for that. Regionally, we do drought status updates to just keep people up to date on what's going on with drought in the region with a lot of communications and a lot of different ways that we do that. And we also advance and integrate research into actions. So we do a lot of applied research. We give grants to do applied research, develop products. We've done drought assessments, some of which you all have been involved in with that before. But again, we work across agencies and with anyone who has issues or concerns with drought. So the partnerships that we create, like we have with Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, is really key to what we do at Nidus. So I'm going to go through this, a little bit more quickly. The concept of a drought early warning system is, again, kind of having this more holistic view of drought, thinking about, how do you monitor for drought? Do we have observations or data or whatever that may look like? Looking at like interdisciplinary and applied research, can we promote public outreach and communication about drought and help people better understand it? Working on improving drought prediction and forecasting, but also promoting planning and preparedness to drought too. So how we approach drought early warning at a national scale, we ended up doing this as a model more for the regional scale, and that's because we know in different regions geographically are different. The climate is different, maybe the sectors of the economy or what people are focused on are different, impacts are very different regionally, and so we actually have a coordinator for each of these drought early warning systems that you see on the map. We have someone who is responsible for that region to help develop the partnerships, bring people together, talk about what is really needed in terms of drought information. So for this region, we have the Missouri River Basin Drought Early Warning System, and I can talk about that just a little bit more in a moment. So all the different things that we do at Nidus, we have a lot of different kind of cross-cutting topics that we look at, but in particular, we do have a tribal engagement program, and I am the tribal engagement coordinator for Nidus, so I coordinate that program nationally. It's really important, though, that we talk about the Nidus Tribal Drought Engagement Strategy. So this strategy that was developed several years ago is really at the crux of what we do, and all of the engagement we do goes back to really the idea behind the strategy. And the idea behind the strategy is we had a lot of conversations, interviews, whatever you want to call them, with tribal resource managers across Missouri River Basin and Midwest regions, and really wanted to know what are your needs when it comes to drought. And so a lot of those needs came out in the strategy, but I think most importantly, the strategy, with our tribal partners, we developed these guiding principles of engagement. So whenever we are engaging with our tribal partners, we always have these in mind: respecting tribal sovereignty, ensuring trust and reciprocity with our tribal partners, ensuring these drought early warning systems are culturally appropriate and useful for tribal nations. So we always, try to keep that in mind when we're working with our partners. So I'm going to move now into the updates. This was kind of the part I really wanted to get into with you all. Several of you attended, or at least were aware of the NIDA-sponsored drought workshop that we had for tribes in the Missouri Basin and part of the Upper Columbia River Basin. We had that with the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes and held it on the Flathead Reservation in Montana back in September. We had over 100 people come to that. About 16 tribes, I think, were represented at this workshop. And we all came together to talk about, improving drought resilience in a changing climate on tribal lands. And it was a really great workshop. I think we got an opportunity for our tribal partners on the first day to really share a lot of information on what they're doing, with drought resilience. And so the sharing part was really great. We had some of our federal partners and other partners the next day, gave some lightning talks, and then we had more of an informal kind of tool. We called it a tools or partners cafe, where everybody had a chance to walk around and talk to who they wanted to and learn more about their funding opportunities and programs that they had. But then we also had some working group sessions in the afternoon where we all broke up into these groups and talked about different topics and really got into the weeds about them, and talked about those outcomes. So I wanted to give, those of you who had attended a little bit of information on follow-up from that workshop and what we've been doing since September on that. So all the presentations from that were posted, as well as a participant list, to the workshop website there. So if you want to go back and look at, what some people talked about, it's all on there on the site. We did brief Dr. Spinrad as the NOAA administrator. We briefed him on this workshop. He was very, very interested in the work that we're doing, and he wants to see what we'll be doing in the next year as far as follow-up from this workshop. So it's really, really good to have his support on that. Also, I convened a meeting with the federal partners who came to the workshop. And that was because, a lot of the workshop, we talked about the frustration of the lack of coordination across government agencies, especially with respect to funding opportunities, need for technical assistance, all the issues we talked about. And so we're kind of keeping up with the federal partners who came to make sure we're all on the same page with what each agency's doing and so forth. So, that's a very important thing for us moving forward to try and learn how to better streamline some of these, some of these funding opportunities and that type of thing. In which I will mention, just last night, I saw an article about President Biden had signed an executive order and announced yesterday during the White House Tribal Nations Summit that they are committed to trying to better streamline a lot of the funding opportunities. They're going to create a one-stop shop kind of clearinghouse, for the tribal funding opportunities, and try to work a little bit better across the agencies to better understand how we can cut out some of the red tape and, with like cost share requirements and things, how to cut some more of that down. So I'll be interested to see how that kind of plays out within the agencies. But it's encouraging to see that this is coming from the top, and hopefully we can start working on that more. We also started working on, it's a workshop synthesis. We're not going to call it a report. We're not sure what we're calling it yet, but we are working on something where we're bringing together a lot of the outcomes from the workshop to let everyone know what we heard. But also, we're actually going to have a section in here that talks more about the process of putting the workshop together and the engagement and the importance of it. So we're hoping that part, like for some of the partners of tribes, to kind of better understand how to better engage and what we learned from the process as well. All right, some of you probably already know this, but we have this funding opportunity open right now through NIDIS. It's basically open, any federally recognized tribe can apply or apply with someone in partnership with someone for these funds. But each project is for about $700,000 for 3-year projects. It's a pretty broad scope here. It's basically looking at any projects that would address current and future drought risk on tribal lands in the West. Everybody in here, if you're Great Plains and West, you would be eligible for this. We did have a letter of intent period already that's passed where people could kind of pitch an idea, we could give feedback, but that was not a requirement for this. So you can still submit a full proposal by February 15th without having done the LOI. So if you want to hear a little bit more about this or talk about that with me, please let me know. Also, if you were on my tribal listserv, you probably saw last week, NIDIS and USDA released a report on drought assessment and a changing climate. This was a report that came from a technical workshop that was held back in the spring by NIDIS and USDA to talk a lot about what are the issues that we need to be looking at as the climate is changing with regards to drought. Not going to go through all the key points. You can look up the report, but what I wanted to point out to you is that we had several tribal partners who attended the workshop. James back here was actually a contributing author to this report, but what's interesting about this is they came up with these 15 focus areas to look at, and one of them was learning with indigenous communities. So really focusing on trying to learn more about how we incorporate our tribal partners into this kind of work and the importance of any traditional knowledge that our tribal partners would want to contribute to this. That's all in there, so highly encourage you to take a look at that. All right, another quick announcement. Some of you know Molly is the acting regional coordinator right now for this for the Missouri Basin Drought Early Warning System region. She is going to be stepping away and doing some of her other work. My timer is up. Can I have like one more minute? Okay, thank you. Almost done here. I'm going really fast. And so I don't know if you want to turn that off. Thank you. We are hiring a new person to be the coordinator for the Missouri River Basin and the Pacific Northwest DEWS regions. We're interviewing people right now. Just want to let you know this person will probably come on by the spring. James and I actually have a plan to work with this person to ensure that we're getting them up to speed on what we're doing with you all. So we hope that'll be a smooth transition. All right, I think this is the last thing really quickly, just because there are a few tribes here that are overlying the Ogallala Aquifer. There is a summit coming up in March in Liberal, Kansas. NIDIS is not leading this, but it's the Irrigation Innovation Consortium, but we're just helping to plan and just a partner on it. So anybody that has interest in the Ogallala Aquifer and those water issues may want to come. Some of you may have already received an invitation to attend, but here's the information for that if you're interested. They really should have, I hope there's a good tribal presence there to make sure your voices are heard on that. Last quick thing, if you want to sign up, I have a tribal engagement email list to do a monthly newsletter. We put out all kinds of different information that's hopefully pertinent to you all. We even, when Reno had his weather station ribbon cutting ceremony, that was our leading feature story for 1 month. So we love to, we've been promoting this meeting for a couple of months now, so I don't know if it meant anybody else came. At least we've been trying to promote it through there. This is just a way to get more news on what we're doing and what others are doing around the space. So thanks so much for the opportunity. Reach out to me. Would love to talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, next up, we have Doug Cluck. He's from NOAA. I'll let him introduce himself. He's got a big old title.
I'm just another Doug.
This one? I was gonna see if I can't.
The best of.
The best Doug. The best Doug of two. However, I've never worn the leather before and gone out after bad guys. but I will do that.
It was overrated.
Does anybody know how to make this full screen?
No, that's okay. Control L or Command L? No, that's fine. I think that's fine.
I was the,
For the,
oh, we got it. Is this the one you wanted? Okay.
Amazing, amazing. I usually like to sing and dance while I present, so, okay.
20 minutes because you have two that you were going to talk about.
Better give me, okay, whatever. I have way too much to talk about, so I'm going to apologize right now, and I'm going to skip over some stuff, and there's some technical stuff in here. But it matters. So I can't do my song and dance. Okay, so. You can, but just not right there. Am I too close still? All right, so I'm going to give you a little overview of what's going on in the world in terms of heat and basically global warming, climate change, and all that stuff. I have 2 slides on that. Here's one. What are the warmest years since 1880 in the globe? If you look at the ocean and you look at the land surface, when you combine all that and you look at the warmest years, do you see a pattern? The pattern is, since 1880, the highest 10, and this year is going to be, as you're going to see in the next slide, the warmest year ever in the last 100 and whatever years, 40 years. It's been very recent. So we're setting records now consistently, year after year after year, globally, not in your backyard necessarily, but globally, right? So there's a graph looking at those temperatures since 1850 in this case, all the way till about now. And you'll notice the farthest one to my left, your right, is 2023. And I'm not saying it's off the chart, but it's up above everything else, which means it's very, very likely, 99% chance that this year we'll set a new record for heat. All right. Just wanted to give you that sort of background. We all know the Earth is warming up, but some people are less inclined to believe it until they see it, I guess you'd say. So the next, what I'm really going to talk about mostly today is this report that just came out. It involved 14 federal agencies, which may not be impressive to you, a bunch of NGOs, a bunch of private industry, and a bunch of tribal folks who participated. And I'll show you some of those that participated, especially in the Northern Great Plains chapter. So there's a whole bunch of chapters. They cover those areas. There's a chapter for each one of those areas. And then there's, as you'll see, I'm going to go to the next one, all these other chapters. There's geographic chapters, and then there's like things like water, energy, land, forest, ecosystems, etc. And the chapters are not very long, and they're written so that most people can sort of kind of understand them, as opposed to really hard, sciencey mumbo jumbo. All right. So I'm going to recommend that if you have interest in like chapter 16, Indigenous Peoples and Tribes, take a look at that. If I have time, I'll go through that chapter, even though I have nothing to do with it. James does. So he can explain everything that's in there as we go. I'm going to focus on the Northern Great Plains in which we live. Right? By the way, I'm Doug Cluck. I work for NOAA. I work for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm from Nebraska. I grew up in Columbus, in Lincoln. I grew up in a feedlot, actually, not in a feedlot, but next to a feedlot near Columbus, Nebraska, okay? So I was going to say I'm a native Nebraskan. That's probably just a bad thing to say in this group, but I am from Nebraska. I was born there. Each one of these chapters has key messages. Like, here's a big deal that we really want to push out and have people understand. Each chapter, each of those, 30 chapters in this thing. And by the way, it's all online. You can download this presentation and a whole bunch of other presentations. If you want to go and talk about them, if you want to go look at it, you can get all the information, and it's in presentation form. I added a few things at the bottom there, just for color, just to add something interesting. But But the first key message in the Northern Great Plains is the Northern Great Plains region is experiencing unprecedented extremes. And we know this from experience, right? We're having flooding, we're having more drought, more floods, increases in hail. It says wildfires, more prevalent. And some of the contribution is from rising temperatures across the area, increased evapotranspiration. Does everybody know when I say evapotranspiration, does that make sense to people? That means evaporation, not just, sun on a lake. It also means from plants evaporating. So it's evapotranspiration, taking everything into account. It's a key issue in our land. Because when things heat up, as you're going to see, we lose a lot of water, even if it's raining more than it used to. That's important to know. So if you think I can't answer your question until the end of the presentation, Paula. I can't. But I'll come back to you if Kisner lets me. So one of the figures in this chapter is, and what they're trying to say here is, gosh, look at all the rural land across the Northern Great Plains. We love it. We love the fact there's a lot of rural land. We love the fact there's not a lot of people all the way around us. But some of the hardest hit areas are going to be those remote areas because of lack of help and lack of help and population and services in those areas. That's not a surprise to any of us. But that's one of the things they're just saying. Climate change isn't going to help the situation much. Things are going to get worse. By the way, this presentation isn't the happiest one. Except for me, I'm always happy. So projected changes in annual climatic water deficit by mid-century. This is one of those kind of technical things I could spend the next 20 minutes on if we really wanted to, but I'm not going to. I'm simply going to say, if you're a plant and you live it in the U.S., wherever it's brown there, you're going to have trouble. Because the amount of water that is needed to feed those plants, keeps those plants alive, wherever the brown area is going to be at a deficit. So we're going to lose, unless you have irrigation or other supplemental ways of watering those plants, all those brown areas are likely to have a deficit of water based on averages of the projections, those climate projections and models that people show all the time. You see off to the right there, the average of the wettest projections, because we run hundreds of projections. And then we kind of average them out and say, okay, this is kind of the average of all of those models. So you see two different things to the right. You're going to see this on a couple different slides. Is that there's the wettest ones, and then there are the driest ones, and then there's the average. The average is the big map there. The big map says dryness. Get ready, plants. You're in for drier conditions. This is an example of what happened in an orchard in Washington, unfortunately, when it dried up out there during a heat episode. The second key message for the Northern Great Plains is that climate-related hazards such as drought, etc., are harming the physical, mental, and spiritual health of the Northern Great Plains region's residents. I think we can all buy into that pretty well, too. I mean, a lot of this is the key messages are things we know. It's not a surprise, right? We see this, we feel this. People have even said this in this meeting already, whether it's climate change or something else. There's a lot of pressures. As climate continues to change, it is expected to have increasing cascading negative effects on human health and on the land, waters, and species people depend. So, what's going to happen to temperatures? Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen to temperatures with climate change, other than they're going to go up, all right? So if you look at each of these maps, the key thing, and I'm going to try to dance around this, is this is now, okay? These are the temperatures. Kind of ignore that. That doesn't really mean much, except this is the current conditions of heat. You can see it's warmer to the south and to the east, as you expect, and cooler as you go to the west and north. If we warmed 2 degrees globally, here's the difference. Now, see this little red area here in southern Nebraska? That now goes almost to all of Nebraska and portions of South Dakota. If we warm 4 degrees, that little red area that was here is now all the way up into Montana. So if you think you'd like to live in, let's say, Nebraska City or Falls City, if you think the climate down there is great, and just wait until we warm up, and you can do that in Billings then. So it'll be comparable to Billings, Montana. Just another thing saying if we warm that much, we're probably in trouble. We look at precipitation in the middle of this century, we see that we will likely, well, I don't know about likely, but the average of all of those models says that we're going to be a little bit wetter. Not a lot wetter, but a little bit wetter across the plains, especially northern Great Plains. South Dakota, for some reason, has this extension of a little wetter. But anyway, this is what the models are saying in terms of precipitation. Now understand, this is annual precipitation. It doesn't mean that rain is going to fall when you need it. Okay, that's the other thing you got to think about in some of these maps is that's annual precipitation. So if we get a whole bunch of winter, which is likely actually, winter and spring precipitation in less than the summer, is that a good thing? Not necessarily, because we really depend on things to grow in the summer, right? That's our growing season. And additional heat is going to evapotranspirate a lot of that water away. So we're going to be losing in the long run. If you depend on snow, if you depend upon snow, it's not good. We expect less snow in the mountains. All the climate predictions, all of them, whether it's the wettest or the driest, show a deficit of snow in the future. Okay. And if you're a water supply person in the West, you got to be worried. And your tribes would be some of those that would have less snow. Those are like snowbank. You know, snow in the mountains is like a bank of snow that you can depend upon for the rest of the year or for a lot of the year. And if it doesn't happen, or if you have less, then you have a smaller bank to work with. This is something we've already found. This shouldn't be surprising to anybody, too many people anyway. The trend in peak runoff has decreased in the, we'll say, the high plains. But if you flip over across the Missouri Basin, or across the Missouri River, the peak flow has increased. More precipitation, bigger floods, just more water over there. Not true, especially in the Republican River Valley down there in southwest Nebraska. A real deficit, a real trend down in peak flows. I think what did I get? Okay, this came out of the water chapter. I stuck this in here because they mentioned American Indian and Alaska Natives, but requiring water and sewer system improvements. And it says right there, water infrastructure supporting tribal indigenous peoples particularly ill-equipped to handle increases in flooding and drought. And if you want to know more about that, all I can say is find chapter 4. Chapter 4, which is water, the water chapter. It'll be better explained why that is. And again, I have no personal experience with this, and I'll admit that. Third key message, I'm going to run out of time. Oh, I still got time. The Northern Great Plains region is heavily, where was Doug? Hey, wait a minute. Northern Great Plains is heavily reliant on agriculture and resource-based economies. This is important to remember also because we have to make money to survive in this world. Placing livelihoods at risk and the impact of climate change-related policy, ag and recreation will see some positive effects. Longer growing season, we've already seen that, but it also means longer mosquito and tick season, by the way, and allergy season. So there's positives and negatives here. Recreation sees some positive aspects, but they'll also see a lot of negative aspects. Energy sector livelihoods, especially those people who are dependent upon fossil fuel resources, probably the economies will be shifting away from that. The final sentence is, climate change is expected to test the adaptive resilience of the region's residents, in particular rural, which we already talked about, anybody living rurally, indigenous, and low-income immigrant populations. Okay, I already mentioned evapotranspiration about 10 times, so I'm going to simply say that we'll probably be working with a deficit in the future, as if we're not already, more often than we already have been in terms of water in our world, in our part of the country. It may be less true if you go to the east, the eastern Dakotas. They may be okay. It's not my prediction, even though evapotranspiration is also going to increase in those areas. Soil moisture, similar issue, although these maps don't show it being terrible. It does say that wherever it's kind of yellow, that light yellow area, and this is just for June through August, by the way, not the whole year, June, July, and August, the summer. There'll be greater deficits. Warming may not always lead to declines in soil moisture that would cause water stress in crops and natural plants, is what this is saying. Part of that is because if we have more moisture in the winter, in the spring, deep soil moisture may be available for native plants. I don't know about crops. I'm not an agriculturalist. That would be someone else to talk about that. I don't know a lot about cheatgrass, and I don't know a lot about invasive Kentucky bluegrass. I know it's a problem. I do believe this report will say it's not going to get a lot better, and those types of grasses will do well under a climate change scenario, warmer and such. They do well just about everywhere in the plains. Fourth key message. Climate response involves navigating complex trade-offs and tensions. Climate change is creating new and exacerbating existing tensions and trade-offs between land use, water availability, ecosystem services, etc. Decision makers are navigating a complicated landscape of shifting demographics. So one thing I haven't mentioned yet, and it's not really said in this, but there will be probably influx of people that want to take advantage of our nice climate. I said a lot of bad things about the climate, but I think if you go south of us, things are going to be a lot worse. Kind of like what Phoenix went through this year. Record highs. Over 100 and something for how many days? It said a record of a number of days over 100 or 110. Unbelievable stuff. 68. Over 100. In a row. Right? Yeah. Thank you. I don't want to live in that. I don't want to go to Phoenix. I don't care when I retire. I'm not going to Phoenix. All right? No. It's a dry heat. So changes in temperature and precipitation averages, extremes, seasonality will alter the productivity of working lands, resulting in land use shifts. Maybe using alternate crops or conversion to grasslands, which is something they talk about a little bit later. Shifting energy demand and production may also change land use. I don't have time to go through all of this. A lot more information here in chapter 25, which is Northern Great Plains. But geographical variation of land use and social vulnerability basically talk about energy, social vulnerability, agriculture, and federally owned lands and how that all intermixes. Land conversion as a strategy for climate adaptation. So now we're getting what can we do? The kind of what can we do thing. And one of those things is converting cropland that is marginal, which we have a lot of in the Northern Great Plains, back to grassland, a natural setting for this area. Finally, communities, the positives. Okay, a few more positives. Communities are building the capacity to adapt and transform. And we could say, the native populations have been doing that forever, right? Well, it's happening really fast now, so people are going to have to move a lot faster. We'll get to the pictures in just a moment. Adaptation is underway in the Northern Great Plains to address the effects of climate change. Agricultural communities are shifting towards climate adaptation measures, innovative soil practices, drought management tools. Several tribal nations, here's the key sentence, several tribal nations are leading their efforts to incorporate traditional knowledge and governance into their adaptation plans. High confidence. How come we have high confidence? Well, we just saw the four Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance tribes have drought plans that they haven't had in the past. Okay, so we're starting to adapt, right? Resource managers are increasingly relying on tools such as scenario planning, and we saw this from Phil, actually, to improve adaptive capacity for natural ecosystems. There's a picture of Doug. How many years ago was that, Doug? I don't know which one is it. It's about 100 years ago. I had to put a rectangle around your head so people wouldn't miss it.
Oh my God, that was like 30 years ago.
30 years. Yep, there goes the timer. And over to the right is everybody that participated in a very early climate change and climate 101 class that Crystal led at the University of Nebraska. Crystal, what year? I don't know. 2014, we'll say. I don't remember. But you may see faces you know there. Who else is in there that we know? Syed? Doug? Elizabeth? Reno? I don't think you were there. Gosh darn it, Reno. Okay, so really quickly, some of the other things that people are starting to do is plant switchgrass instead of corn for biofuels. Pattern field tiling is not always the best thing. And then there's some scenario-based accounts for, again, read chapter 25, and you'll see some solutions and thoughts in terms of adaptation. There are the names of the people who have participated in this Northern Great Plains chapter. Phil's on there, Syed's on there, and Stefan's on there. And then Ruth Plenty Sweetgrass, and I think her name is Atakiu. Anyway, she's Lakota, I believe. Conroy Ben at Arizona State University. Does anybody know her? Is she Ogallala? Yeah. She also participated as an author on the Northern Great Plains. And I'll just simply say, I can't do the tribal chapter, I guess, because I won't have time. But, yep. Oh, yeah. We do in case anybody's interested, we do a monthly climate summary and outlook webinar series for the north central part of the U.S. And if anybody wants to partake in that, please write me an email and I will put you on that list. We also do quarterly summaries of the Missouri River Basin. You can email, just like Kinzer, but slightly, actually, I'm one of the people at Kinzer who could ask for information. So you can either ask her or ask me for about anything in terms of climate information as well. There's your December outlook, above normal. And there is your above normal temperatures. And there is your seasonal temperatures for December, January, and February. I just wanted to get that in from the Weather Service. You can thank Melissa for that in the lower back right. But below normal in terms of precipitation. So warm and dry. Thank you. I think that's it.
And now here's your weather in your neck of the woods.
Well, I heard that might be of interest. Uh-oh, there she's ready. She's loaded for bear.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I was just going to ask you to talk a little bit about adaptive strategies and what to do with our plants, because there was a lot of traditional plants that are going to be affected by what's happening, and then in the following slides you addressed it. But I was also going to ask is if you could give information to the people on how they could access this online and the locations for this, so they can get this information and read more thoroughly the tribal chapter. Okay, thanks.
Everything can be found at nca2003.globalchange.gov. And it's long and boring, but it's NCA 2023. What happened? Globalchange.gov.
Maybe not.
And if you can't, again, write Kinzer or me, and we'll make sure you can. So, okay. Did I get you off time or back on time? Any other questions or comments? Let me just, hey, one more thing. Let me just show you who the authors were on the tribal chapter, because you may be interested in that. If I can scan this all the way down. James, maybe you know them by heart. And I'm sorry I couldn't go through this chapter with you, but those are the people who wrote the Indigenous Tribal chapter. You may know some of those names. Yes?
Thank you. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Are these slides available to share? Okay, we're gonna move on. We'll be just a couple minutes ahead of schedule. Okay. He's sick. All right. How do you pronounce your last name? Kaufman. Okay, up next we have Logan Kaufman from the Farm Service Agency.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. As Kinzer mentioned, my name is Logan Kaufman. I am with USDA Farm Service Agency out of the state office in Huron, South Dakota. I am the disaster program manager for the state of South Dakota. So, excuse me. On the slides right now, you will see the most popular FSA disaster programs that we administer here in South Dakota that I oversee. All of our county offices also implement these programs. A lot of them are related to natural occurrences, disaster events, climate events that occur that trigger a portion of the eligibility for these programs. So I'm just going to go through briefly here what these programs are utilized for and how you guys as producers or people in the northern Great Plains can access these programs. So the first one is our livestock indemnity program, and what that is, it's pretty straightforward. They're for livestock losses due to natural disasters. The biggest one that we think of here in the northern Great Plains is winter months during calving and blizzards. So this program, the livestock indemnity program, is available. It's a permanent FSA program. If producers suffer losses to their livestock, that could be cattle, that could be equine, bison, sheep. There are a numerous amount or different livestock that are available under this specific program. So you will note that the drought losses, if they're stressed because of drought, that is not an included loss under our livestock indemnity program. The next one is actually called the Emergency Livestock Assistance for Honeybee and Farm-Raised Fish program, or what we call it as ELAP. That covers it's kind of our catch-all program on the disaster side for FSA, and that covers feed, water, livestock transportation, specifically that are a result of drought. So, in the upper Midwest here, or northern Great Plains, we have seen, a substantial amount of drought over the last 3 to 4 years, especially here in South Dakota. And the ELAP program has been extremely widely used, in all areas of our state. It does also include, for some producers that have to purchase additional feed, if they have feed that is damaged or destroyed due to a natural occurrence, those types of losses can also be covered under this program as well. So what I want to mention with the first two programs there, the LIP and the ELAP program, is producers are required to file a notice of loss with their local county FSA office and also complete an application for payment by the applicable deadline. So what we want to encourage all producers to do, when they suffer these type of losses, is to make sure that you notify your local county FSA office as soon as possible. The sooner that you can notify us that you had a loss, and give us the time frame in which the losses occurred, the easier it's going to be for that county committee or that county office to administer that program and provide, assistance to you as a producer. The second one, or the third one down, is the non-insured crop disaster assistance program. That is probably our largest used program in the state of South Dakota, especially in tribal areas and in western South Dakota particularly. You'll see there that the note is, it's like crop insurance. So for any of you that have federal crop insurance through the Risk Management Agency, very similar type of program. There are service fees that are associated with that per crop, and there are premiums associated with this program as well. So, if you are a producer who comes in and you want to participate with the NAP program, for the majority of crops in South Dakota, that sales closing date is March 15th. That means that you need to contact our office, your local FSA office, by March 15th every calendar year and inform them of the crops that you'd like to cover. One of the biggest crops that we cover in South Dakota is grass for forage. That can be grazing or it can be hayland. So, federal crop insurance provides, a lot of assistance for corn and soybeans, the row crop type crops. NAP picks up anything that federal crop insurance doesn't cover under their programs. And like I said, the biggest one is grass, the forage crops, particularly for, livestock and association. The next one is the Emergency Conservation Program. I don't specifically handle this program. That's handled by somebody else at our state office. But basically what this is, it's for emergency livestock water facilities on grazing lands. So again, when we're talking about the recent droughts that we have been involved in over the last handful of years, our emergency conservation program is one of the programs that allows producers to put in new pipelines, to run temporary pipe, dig new wells, things like that to try and enhance their land for better opportunities going forward to mitigate, in the next occurrence that drought might have on their specific land. So another very widely used program across the state. The next one down is the Livestock Forage Disaster Program. This is specific to drought. This utilizes the U.S. Drought Monitor maps, and that's the eligibility behind when this program triggers. You'll see that it states that it's for grazing losses, and that's all that this program covers is grazing losses due to drought. Again, we utilize the U.S. Drought Monitor map as far as the criteria for the eligibility in designating each specific county. Those criteria are that a county must be in D2 for 8 consecutive weeks or D3 or higher on the U.S. Drought Monitor at any time during our normal grazing period here in South Dakota. In South Dakota, our normal grazing season is April 15th through October 15th. So if any time frame meets that criteria based on the U.S. Drought Monitor map, that county is eligible for the livestock forage program, and then assistance can be made available for producers with grazing livestock. Just a last note on this slide is that no disaster designations are required for any of these programs. Like I mentioned, LFP utilizes the U.S. Drought Monitor. ECP, NAP, ELAP, LIP, we use other weather-related publications. We utilize NOAA a lot for weather documentation, but these determinations are utilized or made by our local county committees. Every county office has a county committee, and they are the determining or the authority body behind the approvals on these such programs. So the next slide is just kind of wanted to bring to your guys' attention some of the farm loan availabilities that we have. I have a question. Do I keep going, or we'll get to your question at the end? Sorry about that. So there are available options for within FSA to making loans for farmers and operators on farm operating lands. There are some flexibilities when it comes to disaster or weather-related conditions that FSA has for their borrowers. Specifically, we have some different loan servicing options. We have disaster set-aside programs. There are emergency loan programs available. And the one thing that we do want to note that was different than our previous disaster slides is these provisions under the farm loan aspect or side of Farm Service Agency do require disaster designations. So that could be a presidential disaster declaration, that could be a secretarial, it could be an administrator's physical loss notification. Excuse me. But when those disaster designations are published, by FEMA or by the USDA, that opens up the eligibility criteria for a lot of our farm loan aspects. And the last slide is I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention some of the provisions that FSA has for underserved producers. FSA has a form called the CCC 860, and that form is for producers, underserved producers, to certify their status to Farm Service Agency. And I'll get into the 4 categories specifically that this entails. So the first one being socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher. That includes American Indians. That includes Alaskan Natives, Asian and Asian Americans. That includes African Americans. And lastly, it does include women. So if you're if any of you, or if you have not completed a CCC 860 and you fall under one of those specific groups that I just mentioned, there are a lot of FSA programs that are coming out that have additional provisions and benefits and perks to them for producers who were historically underserved and have that 860 on file. The next one is a limited resource farmer or rancher. That is related to household income and gross farm sales. So there's a certain level of in-house or household income that you have to be below. If you have that status, then you are eligible and could certify under that limited resource. The next one is a beginning farmer or rancher. And that's simply kind of self-explanatory, but the criteria for that is that you've been operating a farm for less than 10 years. So for any of our new producers that are out there that are just getting started, again, this is something that's extremely beneficial to have this form on file, because there are additional benefits for certain FSA programs that are available for beginning farmers and ranchers. And the last one there is the veteran farmer or rancher. Again, that's if you've been farming for less than 10 years or you've obtained your veteran status within the most recent 10-year period. So again, the additional benefits, just for example, some of them that come to mind are with the NAP program. The service fees are waived for underserved producers who have an 860 on file. The premiums are waived by 50%. So that's an extremely large benefit. Some of our new programs that have came out, such as the emergency relief program, there are additional payment rates or factors that producers with an 860 on file are able to obtain that traditional producers do not. Our ELAP program, which is our kind of catch-all disaster program that I discussed earlier, producers with an 860 on file, they receive a payment rate of 90% versus 70% for traditional producers. So, there is a benefit for producers in these specific groups to obtain this form. And again, all we need to do, if you're a producer that falls under one of those categories, is to contact your local FSA office and explain to them that you'd like to complete the underserved producer form, which is a CCC 860. So the last slide that I have to keep everybody on track here is just a slide, explaining, what you can do if you're looking to work within, with USDA or with Farm Service Agency. So, my contact information is below. You can go to either of the 2 sites at the top of the slide here, either fsa.usda.gov or farmers.gov, and search for a USDA Service Center locator. So if for any of you that are unaware of where your local USDA Service Center and FSA office is, please utilize this link or this slide here, and that should get you in contact with your local office. And we would love to work with each and every one of you. And any producers that we haven't worked with in the past, we encourage you to stop in and see if FSA has anything that they can offer you, whether that be on the disaster recovery side, whether that be on the farm loan side. There are a lot of options available for producers. So.
Okay, so I have a few questions. The first question I have is when you talked about each county has a committee to recognize drought and different things in the committee, in the county. Who is on them committees and how do you get on them? And then my second question is, you were talking about drought designations or drought disaster declarations. You did not mention tribal declarations. And okay, go ahead and ask.
I'll do my best to answer those. So our county committees are made up of local producers within that county. And there are elections that occur annually that are coming up typically right after the first of the year. So there should be letters that are sent out to all producers within that county if you have participated in FSA programs in the past. If you haven't and you're looking to become a county committee member, then that's something that you can reach out to the county office as well and let them know that you're interested in that. And then, like I said, there is an annual election that is sent out that producers can vote on who those committee members are. The goal or the purpose of the county committee member is to have the determining or the authority body in that county be producers that are in that county and that are aware of issues and ongoing disasters and drought conditions, et cetera. And that's why we have it at the local office. So FSA is actually one of the last remaining local county committee, determining or authority officials still available within the government. So the next one you talked about was the
Drought disaster declarations and recognizing tribal government declarations.
Yes, yep, and tribal declarations are included in that as well. Typically, what we see is that most of the tribes will either send those directly to the president themselves or through the local government, the state government, et cetera. That gets through the national level. And then that's how we are notified at the state level here within FSA. But tribal designations are included in that as well. That's kind of the first start and process. And we have seen a lot of tribal designations that come through over the last several years as well, specifically due to drought.
Okay, and then my last question is concerning the opportunities that are available specifically to Native Americans. How do you recognize the term Native American? Because I know that there are some issues in the past where people just check a box saying they're Native American and then they utilize all the resources that are specifically designated for real Native Americans.
Yep.
And then all the funding runs out and it doesn't reach the intended populations.
Right, and so, going back a little bit to that form, the CCC 860, that is a producer certification form. So, we, as FSA employees, do not question when a producer certifies that. We make them aware of the known definitions of what, it takes to qualify under some of those specific categories. So as far as the actual definition of what, is technically considered Native American, we'd have to go back to, the actual statute of, the federal statute that defines what, the legal definition of Native American per se is. But we absolutely do not want, we do not encourage that. We want these, producers who actually, do fall under these categories to be the ones that are receiving those additional benefits. In no way, shape, or form are we, advising or encouraging anybody to miscertify under that. So, with all federal governments, if there is fraud or abuse, the federal government has specific provisions that are available to try and mitigate that if there is intentional fraud and abuse for any of those federal government dollars. Thank you for the questions.
Logan.
Yes.
Did I ever meet you before? My name's Reno Red Cloud. I'm with the Ogallala Sioux Tribe.
I don't know if we have or not.
Okay. The reason I have a couple of questions, but last year I was part of the Native American Coalition to the Farm Bill.
Okay.
And we went to Washington, and my participation was, I got invited because of the drought situation on Pine Ridge, of all our ranchers and our streams going dry. So at that time, they were looking at getting assistance from different federal agencies. And we had a big meeting with USDA, FSA, and we realized that there was a disconnect of communication and services to the tribes because everything was, like you just saying, the counties. You got Bennett County, Jackson County, Fall River, all around us. And yet we have Ogallala, Lakota County, but they're not engaged with presenting what you guys have to offer to the tribal ranchers and farmers because of our sovereign status, because there's a confusion there of offering services. It's a federal program, but yet we're not organized on the level of our Ogallala Lakota County commissioners coming to our tribe to work with them because of two jurisdictions, state and federal. So what I did last year was I did go to different offices and went to Dusty Johnson's, Mike Rounds, and we were talking about just exactly what she was saying, Paula, about the Native American. And one thing that I think that would probably, because I know in the Farm Bill, when I looked at it, it has the Native Americans under the miscellaneous chapter. And in my book, they should have a full chapter on nothing but Native Americans, because right now another confusing predicament the tribes have is you have federal funding that's directed towards tribes, but yet we have a disadvantage because of our BIA process. You have allotted lands, you have trust lands, you have leased lands, you have fee lands on reservations. So I don't know if you're getting your assistance to individuals, because a lot of our tribal members are under the BIA for leases, for allotted trust land. If there's any kind of restraints or what kind of paperwork the BIA has on working directly with another federal agency, which is USDA, I'd like to see maybe a process streamlined where, okay, we got a rancher on Pine Ridge Reservation, he needs assistance, that it could probably go directly to you instead of getting bottlenecked or restricted at the BIA. But there's got to be improvement now that drought's here and climate change is here. I always said this is what I said last year. We need to create a tribal policy for our sovereignty with the federal agencies, because yeah, we could sit here and say, okay, we got all these programs to help you, but then in reality, we don't even have a USDA office on the Pine Ridge Reservation. So if you're gonna really be fair and get this assistance out, I think maybe creating a tribal policy, because one of the things I said last year when I was in DC is we got all these declarations, and I'm glad what Paula said. You said you have declarations from the Presidential Declaration, FEMA Declaration, USDA Declaration, but are tribal declarations honored, are recognized? Because this is going to be coming in the future, where other tribes are going to be coming, saying, hey, we got a drought over here, our streams are dry, our cattle ranchers are, we were going to have mitigation plans, but if we could upgrade the process of USDA to the sovereign nations, I think that would be something to work on. I don't know if that would be a farm bill proposal to create a tribal policy, if that would be the avenue for it. But I think in the future, if you wanted to upgrade our relationships and getting assistance to the tribal ranchers and farmers, I think a tribal policy would be a good start. Just my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. What I would say is that we have, we are doing everything, we're trying to improve as much as we can in meeting exactly what you're talking about and getting to these tribal areas. And the biggest part of it is, communication. And that's where, there has been some lack in the past. And that's where, that's why I'm honored to be here today to be able to speak with you guys. We also presented and were provided an opportunity to participate in the IAC summit this summer that was held in Pierre. So the biggest thing is that we can expand our outreach efforts in tribal communities and tribal areas to make sure that the availability of these programs are there and are known. As you guys are aware, FSA Administrator Duchenow is very passionate about all of this, and that's great. And he's done a great job, providing some extra availabilities and knowledge to, the tribal areas, and that's what we want to continue to expound on here in South Dakota, and we are going to do so. So we are looking into this daily. I thank you for the comments because it is a very important topic and aspect that we need to continue to research and do better at going forward.
I have
Yes.
a question. I'm with the Grassroots on the Yankton, and we leased 4 tracts of land. So we have 160 acres that we're leasing. And so we are with, NRCS has selected us as an equipped client.
Okay.
So how do we go after the disadvantaged farmer thing? Do we go, we're leasing tribal land, so we're doing it as an individual grassroots. So who do we contact? NRCS or you or who?
Well, the 860 is a Farm Service Agency form. So, I don't know if you're participating in any other FSA programs or benefits at this time. Equipped, like you mentioned, is obviously an NRCS program. But if you wanted to just, communicate within your local office on any additional benefits that might be available to your grassroots organization or the land that you are leasing, certainly contact your local FSA office, and then they would be able to provide you with that form. The forms are all available online. Any person in the U.S. can go in and print those forms off on their own and bring them into our office. But producers can also just stop in the office and say, hey, I'd like to know a little bit more information about the underserved producer form, the CCC 860, and can you provide me a little bit of information on that?
Thank you.
Yep.
You have a quick question?
I think we have one more up here in the front if
Okay.
there's time. I know we're on a time crunch. so
One
I
more quick
apologize.
question, then we got to go to our break.
Yeah, the Wind River Water Resources Control Board is really exploring the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. I didn't see that on your list. I was just wondering if that fits under your area. Because we think that can provide us some much-needed revenue.
Yes, so you're referencing the Tribal CREP program, which is a new avenue that has never been, done, especially in tribal areas before. It does not fall directly under my realm, so I'm not going to be able to provide a ton of information per se. But I certainly, my contact information is up there. If you have specific questions regarding that, you can certainly send those to me and I'll get those to the right person. But you're exactly right. There is some great avenues there to provide some revenues back to the tribes for stuff that is already being done, the conservation practices that are already being maintained and done by those tribal ordinances and things of that nature. So it's an avenue that is kind of just taking off, and we hope that it continues to grow and become a more widespread and popular program in the tribal areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's take a quick break and we'll come back here at 11 and start with our next presenter. You want to put something else on the screen?
And in our lives, that our planet needs a voice. Our water needs a voice.
One thing I learned when I was in the Marine Corps, we never trained to retreat. It was always on the offensive. That's the way we got to think. As leaders, we have to watch out for our people. I think if we all stand strong together, we can do something in the state.
And on March 14th, 2022, Chairwoman Alkire wrote to Army Assistant Secretary Mike Connor, "Our main concern is the immediate pipeline safety risk posed by DAPL. The risks posed by DAPL relate to a lax corporate safety culture at Energy Transfer, secrecy, and a failure to engage tribal emergency managers, ineffective leak detection systems, failure to properly estimate and plan for a worst-case discharge, and violations of American Petroleum Institute standards for integrity management, safety systems, and floodplain operations.
And so we've gone a year now having informed the head of the Army Corps what the specific risk factors, why DAPL is not safe. And in response, there was a pause in the NEPA process. But a year has passed and none of those issues have been resolved.
That's why we need this. We need your people, including your lawyers, to take a look at what is the substantial issues that you can raise and that we can all put together in the form of a solid, reinforced position that we can win in court.
We are going to litigate. But what I wanted to do when we have this meeting is the reality is I do want everybody to do this together. I do think that it has to be an effort from all of us. We have to take these words back to our tribes and tell them, but we don't have a lot of time.
The water is so important that people realize, hey, we better get together, man. They're destroying our way of life. They've broken us up into corporations of the BIA. So instead of being a nation, we're tribes. We're got to get back to being a nation, functioning as a nation, which we can still do even from our land right here from this tribal council office. We can still function together on various things such as water and the land and the treaties. We have to do that for our survival.
We need to collectively know what our issues are and support each other. But to hear something that we've been waiting for a long time is to take on the aggressor. It's like you're holding that horse back and it wants to run, but you're holding it and holding. You're patient because prayer was put there in front of us to make us patient.
And so I think by really mindfully researching strategy, praying on it and figuring out, it's like the art of war. How do we make this happen? And to also involve women, because it's like the rematriation of the land, because the women are the caretakers of water. And so when we pray to the water listens. We did lay prayers there, they're still there. And in spiritual law, you never know if it's going to take a year or 100 years, but it's all going to come back.
It's good to see everybody here. You know, we need to unite. We need to make better relations among the tribes, not only on the IRA side, but, you know, with our spiritual leaders too, at all levels, all the way from the grassroots to the top.
And we're going to talk about our youth council that are now adults, our elders that are getting ready to go on to the next world. So I want you guys to know that our relatives have been dancing all day long right here. And I want you to know it's not about I, it's about we.
In your letter to me dated February 17th, 2022, you stated, I have requested the Omaha District pause the scheduled release of the draft EIS in order to discuss your concerns. Over 1 year later, none of Standing Rock's concerns have been addressed.
As you know, we took a pause right before the
meeting in March of last year. And the pause was specifically, quite frankly, because I was not satisfied with the level of work done on analyzing spill risk, addressing the spill response issues that you had raised to me initially. I did not feel like we had a thorough analysis of tribal trust interests. And if we don't have a good analysis of your treaty rights and your tribal trust interests, then how do we evaluate impacts?
So we want answers. I want answers today as a council member, as a representative of my community. I'd like to know so I can go back next week and tell my community. Because every time I go to my community, it's the same song and dance. So we had this meeting with Army Corps. Well, what came out of it? Nothing. What did they say? We'll get back to you. We need answers here. And I would like to see some answers here today, because you say that this is consultation. This is true government, nation-to-nation consultation. Then let's make it true nation-to-nation consultation. Give us some answers.
This notion that the government always has to be on guard and defensive in providing information to tribes. One, it's not consistent with the tribal trust responsibility. And two, we should be more transparent in everything we consider as we make decisions that impact or potentially impact your resources. So believe me, I'm working on that on a number of levels, not just with respect to the Dakota Access Pipeline.
What Dakota Access Pipeline has done, and this is what Janet said in her opening remark, is that we live with it every single day. It has become traumatic. That I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to act, and I don't know how to live as a good Lakota to my family. The world's gonna be able to establish their input for this EIS.
And I've been waiting for the EIS. I have boxes and pages. We need to get our comments in that EIS.
The people are talking and they want results. And the government is just not doing it, living up to their treaty obligations. Take us seriously.
All right, let's go ahead and get back to our regularly scheduled program. It came up now.
Thank you.
Did you want your name on? Did you want your name on there or no?
Oh, no, that's okay.
There will be a presentation. Okay. All right, we're gonna get started here with Nathan Edwards at the. Is it Mezzo?
Huh?
Is it Mezzo now?
Yeah, Mezzo.
I was gonna say Mezo.
Take your seats, please.
Can you take your seats, please?
I think words on a paper, I don't know if they can express really how we really
Cool. All right. We're going to get started here. I welcome Nathan Edwards to the stage.
Thank you. Actually, I am, here. She asked if she wanted, or if I wanted my name on here. What's more important is that I have our address on there. Oh. So if being on your phone during this talk is not considered rude, so please feel free to get your phone out and go to that website, and you'll be able to see our all all the reports from our weather stations across the state. So my name's Nathan Edwards. I'm the manager of the South Dakota Mesonet. I work for SDSU. Today I'm going to be talking about three things. I'm going to be talking about total water monitoring. What is it? What do we use to measure it? That kind of thing. I'm going to be talking about the expansions and upgrades that we're going through right now at the Mesonet. And I'm also going to talk about what we have particularly for the tribes. Okay, first, what is total water? So, and in the title, I had put, if water is life, climate data is its vital science. And I really do, like, the more that I've heard that water is life language, the more I've come to see the data that we do in that light. Water literally is the lifeblood of the system that we're a part of. And our stations have always focused on water, and the new capabilities that we're bringing allow us to see even more parts of the water cycle that we didn't see before. So before, we always measured rainfall. Now we have year-round precipitation gauges that allow us to measure both rainfall and snow. We also have snow depth sensors that allow us to measure snow depth. We have probes for measuring soil moisture at different depths. We do temperature, humidity, solar radiation, and wind, not just for those measurements by themselves, but from that we can get evaporation and transpiration, or evapotranspiration, as Doug had talked about earlier. One thing that I think is really useful to think of in terms of evapotranspiration is anti-rain. We're all familiar with rain is water coming down from above onto the ground. Any water that comes from the ground up, whether it's evaporation from the soil or transpiration from plants, that's evapotranspiration. And so there's like that constant balance that's going back and forth there. And it's kind of helpful to think of that as anti-rain, in my opinion. And then I mentioned snow depth already. So we're looking at doing this at 450 stations across 5 states. That's SDSU and 4 other universities are in this venture together with the Army Corps of Engineers and with NOAA. 150 of those stations will be in South Dakota. Nearly every South Dakotan will be within 20 miles of these stations. And like in South Dakota, we'll be getting 1 million data points a day. This is what one of the station looks like. In addition to the other sensors that we're adding, like snow depth and year-round precipitation, another big one is a camera. In terms of what this looks like, this is about 250,000 square miles. This is the Upper Missouri River Basin Plains. What was identified after the 2011 flood was that we had a fairly good idea of what was going on at elevation. There's some stations that measure that snowpack up there, but there was very little, we didn't know very much about the water cycle, in particular soil moisture and snowpack on the plains. When we're done with this, there's not a snowflake or a raindrop that will fall in this 250,000 square miles that won't be within 20 miles of one of these stations. That is a game changer. There's nothing else like this in the world. And as you can see, that benefits almost all of South Dakota. This is the game plan for South Dakota. The green dots are dots that we've already instrumented with this type of station. The red dots are ones that we're going to be doing in the summer of '23. And the gray dots are ones that we have yet to install. They're very approximate locations. We've already upgraded the one at Flandreau. Here I've got Lower Brule and Crow Creek together. We've got one in at Lower Brule, and we are looking to get one across the river in Crow Creek. Unfortunately, most of Lake Traverse is outside of the basin. The very northeast corner of South Dakota, part of it goes into the Red River and part of it goes into the Missouri or into the Mississippi River. And because of the hydraulic nature of the hydrological nature of the boundaries of this, that part of the state is not fully covered. But there will be 4 stations that are either on or near the western edge. In Yankton, actually, 2 of these are kind of hard to see. You can see there's, on the eastern border there's one towards, approximately towards the south and one towards the north end of the Yankton east border. And then one up, I guess, kind of a little past Lake Andes. And then you can see there's some surrounding ones. Again, the gray dots are approximate locations. Here's Standing Rock. I'm not really looking forward to the THPO process that has to take place there. I've heard some crazy things about it.
Yeah, no comment.
North Dakota is going to be doing one too on that side of the border. Here's Cheyenne River. We've got a few lined up to go in there. Here's Rosebud. And here's Pine Ridge. And for those of, I'll go back up to this one for a second here. So what we'd like to do is, these can go on public land, they can go on private land. We can, we're working with Reno right now to get some on tribal land on Pine Ridge. If you are interested in helping us get stations on any of the reservations in South Dakota, please reach out to me, and we can find out a way, like if there's some tribal land or some private landowners or whatever that we can do to help. Yeah.
Are you looking at stations just on the Missouri, or are you looking at tributaries as well?
Yeah, so it's anything, the question was, are you just looking at the Missouri itself or tributaries? So it is anything that drains into the Missouri River that is upstream of Sioux City, Iowa, and below 5,500 feet in elevation. So that's like going, yeah, that map right there, anything in that, and South Dakota is handling that blue portion there. So I'm very excited to work with anybody in the tribes that can help us out with that. In particular, is there anybody with Cheyenne River? No? Or maybe online. My contact information will be up at the end. And then also with Crow Creek. Benefits to tribes. Well, to anybody really. This is available. These are updated every 5 minutes on the website. If you did open the web page I had up earlier, it's actually in the lower right-hand corner of this page as well. You can pick Caputa, sorry, I always pronounce it incorrectly. Caputa is the closest one to us right now, and you can actually see Bear Butte, I think is in the background of that camera. If you want to add that to your homepage, just press that up arrow bracket button, the share button kind of thing in your browser, and then do add home screen. And I'm going to butcher this, I always do, but I want to, I think it's better to do the stretch and make a fool of myself. And Pechu Tohakche. Okay, I feel really bad about it. How's the weather? So, and the reason why I'm embarrassing myself like I am is that, well, here, let me just switch this over. Here we go. Oh, how do I share this? On our webpage, we have our most popular page is, do I just need to, oh, there it is. We have all of our major stuff translated into Lakota. And this is something that we worked hard on and we had wanted to do for a very long time. And this is both written and spoken Lakota. I don't know if the audio will come across here, but. Maybe not. All right. Well, when you try this on your own at home, you should be able to see all of these, everything that has the dotted underline on here is both spoken and translated into English. And I just think that, I mean, it was mentioned earlier about the native language being, how important that is. Really, talking about the weather is, it's so common to everyday speech, it's a cliche. And here, people can talk about the weather and they can do it in their native tongue. And so, anyways, I'd be glad to answer any questions I can, and I guess I'm done with 1 second left. Anybody? Oh, okay.
Is it on? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Hey, Nathan, you know what? I was just wondering, you know what? How often do you check the accuracy of this data? Because I utilize the data from our weather station quite a lot. But I've always wondered, you know what? Let's say, you know, the soil moisture, for instance, or the depth to snow, or you know, all the information that we get are very useful information. But I'm just wondering on the accuracy of this data.
So the question was as to the accuracy and like the calibration of the equipment and that kind of thing. All of the equipment is, it's coming from research grade equipment that we regularly calibrate. And so we will do, they're all compared against standards, and we have a calibration cycle that we do for them and that kind of thing. And they're all quality controlled too, because even when you calibrate things and look after them, sometimes they go bad. And uptime is a really, really important thing for us, because these aren't just for looking back at the climate record. These are just as important for real-time things. For severe weather, for example, minutes can mean lives. If you're talking about like a tornado warning or a straight line wind event, property or lives can be at danger, you know, when you have 5-minute reporting. And having our data available with extremely high uptime is something that we take really seriously. So it's both the uptime and the accuracy of stuff that we take particularly, that we pay particularly close attention to. The other aspect of that too is, because it's such high quality data, this data isn't just out here for the public to view. This is out there too for the people that make the drought monitor. They can rely on it. They know the quality of it. They can use it for improving the accuracy and timeliness of the drought monitor. You just heard from Mr. Kaufman on what, on like the LIP program, the Livestock Indemnity Program. That's extreme cold, extreme heat. And you need accurate measurements of those things to be able to make a claim under that. These can be used for that type of thing. These are not just accuracy in the sense of that researchers can use it, which it is, but it's also accuracy in the sense that they can be used to do claims for, or I mean, to do action for public safety. The question was how often do we calibrate, and that it depends a lot on the sensor. So some just need to be monitored for function and compared to neighbors. Others need to be done every year.
In some areas, tribes have found that data that's been collected on the reservation subsequently kind of can be used against the tribe.
Yes.
In different ways or in different types of disputes. Are there any controls or do tribes have any tools with which to determine if any of the climate data or any of the other data that's collected can be withdrawn from public use if a tribe were to want to do that for any reason?
Right. So the question is one of data sovereignty, which is an important point. And for these stations, I mean, if it was something that was funded by the tribes and they wanted to hold the data and distribute it, I guess for a practical answer to that is it really doesn't come up with this type of data. And mostly that's because this data can really only be used to their benefit. It's hard to find a scenario to where this could be used to their detriment. So this is available to all federal agencies, for example, and primarily what that is for is like flood potential, drought monitoring, severe weather forecasting, that kind of thing. And I could see how you could kind of get into that if you were doing something like well level monitoring and stuff like that, but on a practical level, it's hard for me to imagine how this particular type of data, I know that's maybe not a good answer, especially for a lawyer, but yeah. Yeah, it's certainly something that we try to be aware of.
Nathan, one thing I'll add to that is we're hoping to have a BIA-funded climate resilience grant. We're hoping. It's not done. It's not a done deal. Kinzer's in charge. She can ask her all the questions. But the point of it, through Rosebud, for the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, can we say all that? All right, so it's some funding we hope comes through to hold 2 or 3 tribal climate data camps, very focused on these new stations that most of the tribes are going to have more of. And it's not going to be, hey tribes, here's everything you should do with the data. It's going to be, what do you need? And if they want to use the information to, let's say, better understand a particular ecosystem issue that has nothing to do with anybody else, they can take that information and hide it and do whatever they want with it. Keep it to themselves. The data in and of itself is, it's precip data and it's wind data and it's all that kind of stuff. But the data can help inform a lot of other decisions that are private, if you will, if that makes sense.
Just to leapfrog off of that, derivative data from this does not have to be public.
Right.
Since we're at a water rights conference, we heard the keynote speaker yesterday, Wes Martell, explain concerns with what is called PIA, right? Practically irrigable acreage. The data here could relate to soil moisture.
Yeah.
Could relate to PIA. Could be used, perhaps, and I'm not, to argue that a tribe doesn't have a water right to irrigate a tract of land because of the content of moisture in the soil relating to PIA. Something like that. And I just thought I'd raise the point. I
Yeah.
appreciate the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worthy of more discussion. Yeah. Maybe that should get a big part, data sovereignty, part of those can't.
Last thing, well, he's getting a microphone. I wanted to mention that I know sometimes the news from the Corps of Engineers isn't always good news. I think this is something that they've been behind that has some really good benefits for the tribes. And they actually, they put together a mini documentary. It's about 9 minutes long. We're going to have that up on our website, and you can go and you can check that out. I'd encourage you to do so. It features the Lower Brule elders and the station that we put up there. Reno?
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to do an honorable mention to Nathan, because this is our first weather station, well received. 2 years before, we had a drought declaration. The council says, Reno, you got to go out, get your tech team, get us data to support the declaration. So what we did is we worked with USGS, Robert Lundgren and them, got stream gauge data, got with the BIA, 183 prairie fires, rural water, Mini-Wachoni, water restrictions, gathered all that data, but mainly it was just mainly paper data. But now that we have these weather stations, this was a godsend to us, because look at what we have to offer with our data with this weather stations. This is our data now for the future. And what's great with Nathan is he's encompassing the tribal lands to cover all our lands. So look we got Pine Ridge over here, you got Wombly 100 miles away, Kyle, Red Shirt, Cooney Table, Allen. In his project, he's encompassing where the whole reservation is going to be covered by data, by weather stations. So if there's ever a future declaration, drought, we have the stations to provide our data. So this is just an upgrade for preparing for climate change in the future. And I like the conversation with the USDA, where we need to create tribal policy to go further with our data to do drought mitigation and declarations to earmark appropriation for our assistance. But thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
You know, working with the University of Wyoming and some of the resources they have, in Wyoming, they can't even say the words climate change. And we're working with one program, and they call it Y-ACT, and it's Wyoming Anticipating Climate Transitions. That's how they term climate change. And just the other day, a couple of weeks ago, Governor Gordon mentioned the words climate change somewhere, and they're about ready to impeach him, you know. So there's really some education and some knowledge, dissemination, and sharing that we need to do in each of our areas to, and just like Reno said, it's all about data.
I'm sorry, we have to move on. Paula? Okay.
I was going to say, it's really important that we do talk about data sovereignty, because if the government gets hold of our stuff, we all know that we do not trust certain aspects of the government, because they tend to put in pipelines without our knowledge and our approval. And they tend to do things that are damaging to our communities. So when there are things that are happening with the state or whatever federal agencies, there does need to be some kind of MOUs or agreements between the states and them agencies and the tribes, because, you know, like Peter was saying, we need to watch what we own. We need to take care of ourselves. And it's like Phil was saying, Makasa Tomini, it's for everything. And we can't let that go. You know, if everybody wants to brush that data sovereignty under the table, what are we all doing here? That's our property. That's tribal property. So let's act like that's important, because it is.
Are you the whip man today? She's the whip man.
All right.
Good job.
We're going to move on next to Wayne Stone from the Great Plains Regional Bureau of Indian Affairs.
He's got 50-slide presentation.
I think this one right here will work. I'm going to set a timer right here too. We're a little bit behind, so I'm going to do 11 minutes.
Okay. All pictures of his office.
Good morning, everybody. Contrary to what you just heard, I don't actually have a visual element to my presentation today. This is a little more looser. Hopefully we can just have a conversation, and I'll just share some words with you. First, I'll say again, I'm Wayne Stone. I'm the Water Rights Specialist with the Great Plains Regional Office of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Now, the title Water Rights Specialist, might conjure up a lot of notions about what that means. It's very broad, but what it really means is I'm the program coordinator for two programs that assist tribes with quantification of water rights. One of those programs is the Water Management Planning and Pre-Development Program. The other program is the Water Rights Litigation and Negotiation Support Program. And now, when I say the Great Plains Regional Office, I'm talking about a service area for the BIA that includes North and South Dakota and Nebraska. So the programs that I mentioned earlier were really set up during the Carter administration when there was an initiative under President Carter to quantify the water rights for all of the federally recognized tribes in the United States. And it was originally termed a 10-year program. But now it's like almost 50 years later, and we're still working on it. It was quite a bit a daunting task that turns out 10 years is not enough to do that. But what the Water Management Planning and Pre-Development Program funds within the region are activities that's very project specific, and the projects are covered things like stream gauging, well inventories, and also some other things like the weather station and that the Oglala Sioux tribe has recently implemented. And the Water Rights Litigation and Negotiation Support Program is not something that's really active in the Great Plains region because the tribes here are not in an active level of engagement on quantifying their water rights. Now, quantification is a controversial topic, and I would stress that to get funding under these programs that I'm talking about, there doesn't need to be a commitment from the tribe to quantify their water rights if that's not something they feel that is a good decision for them. What we want to do is just support collecting that data that will make quantification possible. Because there may come a time when a tribe, whether they want to quantify or not, may be caught up in the process if that's what the state decides to do. There's a process that states undergo sometimes just called general stream adjudication. And they'll be deciding water rights for major stakeholders in the state. And that process recently took place in Montana. So the Montana tribes, whether or not they really wanted to do that, they had to do it legally under the jurisdiction of the state. So I hope that, well, first of all, let me talk a little bit more about the program itself. Like I said, it is project specific and it is competitive. And a lot of the tribal water managers that are here are already familiar with it. We're really engaged in getting that funding to them and helping them get those data operations underway. We have good engagement in North Dakota, the MHA Nation, the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, and the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe are all engaged with this program. In South Dakota, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Flandreau Santee, they're all involved. And in Nebraska, we have the Winnebago Tribe and the Nebraska Santee are involved. So I feel like we have done a good job with outreach to the tribal water managers. This might not be something that the tribal community is fully aware of, but we are working on the ground to get that funding out to you and to help collect that data. So I want to leave a little bit of just time here for more engagement with questions that you might have. The specific program criteria, if you're interested in that, you can get my contact information from the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, and I have some cards with me if you want to get a card, and I can get you that detailed program information. So do you want to go to questions?
Yeah, check. Give me a hot mic over here. Any other questions? I think real quick, I just want to thank Wayne Stone for being a part of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance as long as I've been on for over 10 plus years, and always looking at how to serve the Great Plains tribes in any capacity that he can. He's a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, so I could joke with him all the time, and he takes it very well. One of the things I'd like to say is that, Wayne's always looking out for the tribes when there's, I like to call it end of the year dumping monies. And so, like, for instance, today, getting some funding for conferences is always a good thing, and we always look forward to asking Wayne for some end of the year dumping. With Standing Rock, for instance, and I'll give it out to anybody else who wants questions. We did a budget with this money, a water budget we call it. It's not a quantification, but Pete could probably talk a little bit more about it too. But one of the things is that what you want to do instead of quantification is identifying your water use for 200 years. And that's what Standing Rock's done. And we hired, some engineers over the past 10 plus years. I think we're 15 now. And what these engineers are doing is basically just identifying all tribal water use of the tribe for the next 200 years. So it's a very it's a very data driven project, and it takes engineers and it takes scientists to be able to understand what a water budget is for a tribe. And so ultimately what you do is you take that water budget and you talk to the state and you say, hey, this is what we need, whether you agree with it or not. And so we defend a lot of times our need to states, but it's all in writing, it's all scientific. Now we're trying to engineer how to use traditional aspects to the water budget. So you can't always put data on traditionalism, but how can you write it down so that your partners that are non-traditional can understand it, so they can agree? Because ultimately somebody's got to agree. And that's where we're at right now, is agreeing with traditional water use. You can't just always, put it into a data package, and scientists sometimes don't understand it unless you're tribal scientists. Tribal scientists We need to start producing the next generations to become scientists. Living in both worlds is really important. And then that way, when it comes to, I don't like to use the word quantification either, but budgeting our use for the future for 200 years, 300 years is really important. And you'd be surprised of the numbers that you start generating with 200 years down the road with your people. You start realizing, hey, we're gonna need the water, and it's gonna be really important. So I just wanted to mention that, even though Wayne and me, we get along through the Lakota way, so I like to joke with him, but that's all I'll say. Any questions for Wayne? Step up to the mic.
I was just going to say, like, in the way of tribal scientists, we're going to have, like, SDSU has got a lot of different experts and different backgrounds, from agriculture to, like, natural resources to, like, E. coli research, that they have an E. coli lab. They have all these different kinds of things. And in particular, with the Mesonet being able to get all of this data together, if a scientist wants to get access to that data, or if they want to work with SDSU scientists and they need somebody who can make an introduction, please feel free to reach out to us, and I'll try to put you guys in touch with whoever I can that would match up with that specialty. So it doesn't just have to be weather stuff.
I'm gonna walk up an appetite for lunch. How's that sound, guys? Can you hear me? Lunch sounds good.
So Wayne, I have a question from Grassroots Braveheart Society. We are doing the same thing of trying to build a workforce. And so we're working with St. Agnieszka, because they have something called stacked degrees where you can use certificates. Like if you had a certificate here, you could be given towards some credit. So we're trying to work with them, but we had our first field school. Our ecologist here helped design that along with the elders, and we had 5 days. It was amazing. We got the firefighters there. We got the some of the Bureau people. But the whole idea is to try, and then we're going to do some field schools for the schools. But we severely need that workforce. So would that be eligible for funding for a field school? Because we're going to do it in June again next year.
There are sometimes, opportunities for funding of projects that are not really tightly within our criteria. So I just encourage tribes to send in an application, even if it doesn't seem to quite fit. But I'm going to say that project is probably in that area, because like I mentioned, we are specific on generating data that will help in the determination of the water resources of the tribe.
Yeah, we get that. Yeah. So we will contact you then.
Okay.
All right.
Darla, do you have something to say? No, I was just calling for it. Okay, all right. All right, any other questions? Okay, so I'm gonna have you to hand this down.
Hi, my name is Rainez from Dakota Rural Action, and when you say water rights, what type of, is it just data for consumption for the tribes?
Well, when I say water rights, I'm talking about the federal reserved water right that is defined by the Winter's Doctrine, and that's been discussed, in detail by our keynote speaker here, Mr. Martell. We're talking about when the reservation was created, there was a particular date that reservation was set aside by the federal government. And so that date becomes important in a system that is called prior appropriation. It's a system of determining who has the most senior water right. And under that scheme, tribes generally have a senior water right because the creation of the reservation sometimes predates the creation of the state. And I think that's the case here in South Dakota. Does that help answer what you?
It does. And the next thing is just basically a statement. I don't understand why none of the tribes are working towards following the Maoris in New Zealand. They actually got a river to be a being, be recognized as a living being. So when you talk about science and, you know, the old way, why are we not going that route?
Well, I think that why we do not do that here in the United States is because we have very strong, are very powerful business interests that put demands on our water that preclude that kind of thinking. And it's not necessarily a good thing, but it is the reality.
One thing to note here in the Black Hills, it's not being relayed to everyone or in the common people's meeting rooms, but it's been said that they're predicting that all the water that we get here, you know, the mini Luzaha, will run dry by 2050. By 2050, because of business-minded people who don't care, and the kick in the gut is they're opening up a water park here next.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't concern people to get on this stage and, you know, get it together, we all need to work with each other into all of this, but yeah. I think people need to know
I
that.
hope in a small way that the program that I'm involved with has been positive, and I get good response from the tribal water managers that I deal with, you know, that we are moving in a good direction with the assistance that we provide. So I feel good about it, but I know that there are a lot of other influences and pressures that drag us in other directions, and I think it's always going to be a fight, just always.
Amen.
All right.
Because we're warriors, water warriors, protectors. How we're going to use BIA's money.
We're good. I think so, yeah.
Fight the state.
Thank
Are we
you,
good?
Wayne.
Oh, hold on, Reno had when I said fight, he said, I'm Chief Red Cloud's blood. He said, I'm going to tell you what it is.
Wayne, I got one more question. I know that you're very helpful with my department. I'm funded by the BIA Water Resource Department. I asked you this one question before, but I know that the BIA is giving out grants for climate change, and we're doing adaptation. We're looking at mitigation. We're looking at, you know, preparing for climate change. But is the BIA, are they looking at how they supported us and created our water resource departments? In the future, is they're looking at doing like climate change positions or programs to assist the tribes? Because right now with climate change, we're getting additional duties, like with drought declarations, weather stations, you know, stream gauging. But my question is there an outlook with the BIA on creating a tribal climate change program?
Good question.
Well, like you're aware that we do have the Tribal Climate Resilience Program, which used to be called the Tribal Climate Adaptation Program, I think. And that has been seeing more funding. And we just reached a historic level of funding with that program of having over $120 million just in the past fiscal year. And I know that the more positions are being created because they are needed to administer those funds. And I know that the Great Plains region does not currently have a climate program liaison in the region. And I think we are looking at creating that position because there is a need.
Real quick too, I just want to make sure that tribes that are listening, if you don't have a 638 water program, talk to your tribe about getting $638 for your water program, because there's money out there. And if your tribe and your leadership wants to be a part of the FY25 negotiations for the 638 programs for natural resources or water, please talk to your local tribal council to go to BIA, to the regional office. I think it's important that all tribes have water departments under 638. We need more funding. We need way more funding. And now with climate and new partnerships with BIA, putting more money into the pot, but it stops there. It doesn't get to the tribes. So there's a disconnect. So what we're trying to do is get rid of the middleman, and that's Wayne. No, I'm just kidding. So direct funding from the
I'm ready to retire, by the way.
from DC to the tribes. But we need more tribes to really start participating and negotiating in $38, and I think that's very important. One last question. One of our board members, oh my God, we got to keep this quick. Now this is food. We're hungry. I'm kidding.
Hey, Wayne, you know what? This is the letter we received from BIA on our water code. But you know what? We submitted a proposal that we like to have a water rights office. And Phil was just asking me, you know what? Hey, do you have the funding to put the water rights office? We submitted a proposal. I think it's about $571,000 or something. So we have water rights specialists. We have water rights enforcement officers. What is the status? I mean, why wouldn't BIA, if you guys support our water code, why wouldn't you fund so that we can implement our water code? That's my one question. The second question, if I could, the water, climate resilience program, there's so much money. But you know what? We've got 28 monitor wells, and you are funding, that we can monitor by satellite technology. 15 of my monitor wells using Bob USGS. I need another 13 wells to be hooked up to the satellite technology. And I don't know, I think Bob probably, if I have another $150,000, then, I can monitor the water table fluctuation from my smartphone, from my laptop. And it's so much easier. And with climate change and drought, this is critical that we do the real-time monitoring of our water resources. We are doing for our river flows, but we like to have, and I've talked to Bob about it, we like to put the automatic gauging stations on Rosebud Creek, Rock Creek, few other creeks on our reservation. It just makes our life so much easier, particularly during blizzards and all that we can still monitor utilizing satellite technology. So, that resilience, climate resilience, does it have any funding for doing something like that?
I think it does. I think there's an implementation category within that climate resilience funding where that would qualify. Now, the cycle for that funding is already closed. It was in October for that deadline. Okay, I'm not aware of that program or that funding opportunity. I'd have to acquaint myself with it, so I can't answer questions about that. But as far as funding offices within the tribal administration to address water rights and water resources, that's not something that's going to come from my program. It would come through budget negotiations, with the tribe's consolidated contract for tribal administration. So it's a higher level, like it might come out of your what they call the TPA, the tribal priority allocations. Some tribes might utilize that for water resources office. But that's not something that my program deals with. Well, we can talk offline, and I'll look at that letter, because there are letters that go out that, I don't have the details of in my head, so. We can have a discussion one-on-one. Oh.
Thank you. Okay. So over Zoom, you said the audio will be on here? Okay. All right. No, I'm plugging it in right now. Okay. Okay. Which one? This one or this one? Top one. Okay. Okay. Yes. So we're going to do one more presentation before we have lunch, and Peter will speak, and then we moved our last presentation to the afternoon after lunch. I wanted to show you the room so you know who you're speaking to. This is the room. Are they talking? No, they're not talking yet. Jason, can you speak so we can test the audio?
Yeah, hi. This is Jason Gilday with EPA. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, we'll give you the floor. You have 12 minutes. Take it away. Thank you.
Well, can you help me out to get the video started? So I should share my screen, is that right?
Yeah, you can share your screen. Do you have...
Okay. No, 1 second. And if you can help me out, is that showing up for you? And can you see the full screen, or do you see my notes?
Yes, we see the full screen.
Awesome. Good to go?
Good to go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. All right. I know I have a short amount of time. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Gilday with US EPA Region 8, and I'm the Water Policy Advisor for the region. And thanks for having me here today, and sorry I couldn't be there in person. But what I do here for the region is a number of kind of the bigger policy issues for the Water Division. One of those being kind of covering and tracking our climate work that we do in our Water Division. So I'm going to provide a really high-level overview of that today. And then I'm going to introduce a couple other people from our team too. I'm hoping to save some time for questions, and I will make these slides available to anyone who'd like to get a copy. So with that, I'm going to introduce two additional folks who are joining me here today. The first is Kim Verilect, and many of you might already know Kim. She's our Tribal Affairs Branch Director, and she's going to help to answer questions at the end and poke me when I say something wrong. Emily Bertram is also joining us today. She's our Climate Coordinator for Region 8, and I work real closely with Emily on a lot of the climate work that we're doing here in the Water Division. All right, I'm gonna get started then. Yeah, so I think I just have about 10 slides to share with you today. Again, I'm going to share all these, so please don't, jot down links. I have a lot. I've included a lot of links and information in these slides with the intention of sharing this with you so that you can use it at the end. So please, yeah, just don't bother reading through every detail of these or jotting down links. You'll have it all at the end. So I thought it would be good to just provide a broad overview of, the space that EPA is working in with climate change, adaptation, and resiliency. So since we're focusing on water today, I think it's important to note, a lot of the work we do comes from administration directives, also regulations, but also all of that gets wrapped up and kind of captured in an ongoing climate adaptation plan. And these plans are available for the different regions, the different EPA offices, and the Office of Water. So I just wanted to share this with you. And if you're the kind of person who likes to, read the background about where EPA is coming from and why we're doing the programs and why we're implementing the programs we're doing, and what our goals and objectives are, these links here will help you to look into that. And I know I don't have time to go into all that, but I did want to share one slide with you, and this is from the Office of Water's Climate Adaptation Plan. This is the plan is several hundred pages itself, but this is a great slide to just really boil down what the Office of Water is looking to do in the climate and resiliency space. So three main goals. I'm not going to read everything to you on this slide, but I think this is good to show where we're the most focused. So one is to improve climate resilience in our water infrastructure. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later today. Two is to protect the nation's waters from climate change, whether that's through regulations or from planning or whatever we can do. You can see some of those objectives. And I'll note that the actual plan itself gets into the details of the specific activities that EPA is doing in the water and climate world. And then three is advanced adaptive capacity of the water and climate sector and knowledge. And I kind of, think of this as, supporting the science, getting the science out there, supporting you all to implement the things you need to build in climate resilience and adaptation. So I'm going to go to my next slide. This is one of those word-heavy slides that I don't really want you to read at the moment. I just wanted to highlight that climate adaptation, climate resiliency is not new at EPA. In fact, it's kind of baked into our bread and butter programs that we've been implementing for 50 years. So when I put this slide together to kind of highlight that, a lot of this is, this isn't like new and unique stuff that I'm talking about here. It's the water infrastructure programs. You're facing a drought and you need a new drinking water system or a new well or a new intake. There's funding and programs to help do that. So my goal with this slide is to really refocus everyone on, the programs that and that you've been implementing for years are also climate adaptation and resiliency programs. And it doesn't have to be in a plan, or it doesn't have to be labeled climate adaptation. If you're working with us on water infrastructure improvements, well, a lot of that actually already is climate adaptation and resiliency. And to me, that was a little bit of an aha moment. Like, we're not doing a lot of new things with these programs. It's already there. So just kind of shifting your focus, and for me, I've shifted my focus. Our water sense program, where we promote water efficiency. You go buy a new faucet and it has that little EPA label and the low flow label on that. That is, implementing that in your community is part of climate adaptation and resiliency. You're saving water and you're building resiliency into drying up water sources. We have a number of other programs that really, looking at it through the right lens, you begin to realize, like, oh yeah, aquifer recharge and green infrastructure, and many more of our programs. There's a lot you can already do, and you've been doing in your communities regarding in the climate and adaptation and resiliency space. So that's kind of what we've been doing. I wanted to take some time to highlight a couple of new programs. Maybe some aren't so new anymore, so I'm just going to click through these real quick to get them to pull up. So the first thing I wanted to mention is, as I wrote on the last slide, but I didn't say it yet, all of those bread and butter programs we have had ongoing funding, and they've had that funding for years. The big new change in the EPA world is the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And what that law and that act has done is just provided tremendous and unprecedented amounts of new money. to EPA to be able to pass through to your communities, to the tribes, states, and other folks. And you see on this slide the amounts of money we're talking about, and the bill and the IRA. There's a lot of climate-related things going on, and a lot of non-climate-related things going on with those two laws. But the first one on here is water infrastructure. There's $50 billion additional dollars, with quite a bit of that earmarked or set aside, I should say, for tribes. So I think you're all pretty familiar with this and the concept, but it's where I go with this is think about those bread and butter programs you work in your infrastructure, your soil health, your the water sense, and installing low flow toilets or whatever. And then think about what else you can do and how the bill money and the IRA money can help you get there and help you meet your goals. My next slide is on the IRA. And again, I just wanted to point out, these acts, they cover all kinds of things, greenhouse gas reductions, and broadly, EPA, as you all know, well, sure, we have tons of programs that are looking at climate change, climate adaptation from the science end and predicting climate change, all the way to the implementation and regulation end. I'm focusing on water today because that's what you're all talking about here in your conference. And, just to point out, the IRA also has quite a bit of new money for water-related programs. And, a lot of that information is still getting out to your communities. And I just encourage you, click on all these links I've been sharing. I don't have time to go into them all in 12 minutes, obviously. But I really want everyone to just be aware that these programs exist and to be asking questions from EPA and the other federal agencies. My next slide is, again, more links, because within EPA, I started thinking about, well, what kind of tools and technical assistance do we offer to tribes? And when I started looking into this, and I would say offer to tribes and offer to the public, states, anybody, I started looking into this, and it really is amazing. We have, in my opinion, done a phenomenal job of putting together a number of tools and providing a number of technical assistance programs to help anyone look at how climate change is affecting you. And that can be from, affecting your water utility to affecting your soil health and everything in between. So I included these two links up top because these two websites take that concept of what tools have we developed, and they've summarized them all and put them all in one place for you. So if you're thinking about boy, I could really use a calculator, or I really don't know how is climate change going to affect my water utility, well, there's tools to help you think through that at this tools website. And sorry, I don't have time. We could do a whole week-long session on all of these. The same thing with the technical assistance programs. I think many of you are already familiar with the technical assistance work we do. So with that, I included this link. The second link provides a lot of that information. It actually goes through and lists all the different technical assistance programs that it's related to, specifically to water. So I really enjoyed finding those and working through those websites because it kind of summarized everything I had in mind. So my next few slides I'm going to talk about. So everything I've talked about now, I think most of you are pretty familiar with. These are, consistent messages you've heard from EPA and folks like me. My next couple of slides are more on the brand new, and some of them new as of this week, grants and opportunities and things we have available at EPA. The first one is the Environmental Justice Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. And that's a mouthful, I realize. I think many people are calling them TIC-TECs. Just a quick slide on this. These new centers are set up to help individuals and organizations in underserved and disadvantaged communities, basically, it says maximize and make meaningful advancements towards environmental and energy equity. And I like the second bullet. I'm not an expert on this program because it's really new. The intention is to operate as kind of first listeners to listen to you, talk to you about your communities, figure out how different funding opportunities can be used, like the IRA funds, to help you with whatever water and climate or any climate adaptation issue you have. This is, I read a few notes. This is really, really new, and I don't even have a link for you yet on a contact person for Region 8. But I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to quickly go through this because you're going to have these slides. The second thing I wanted to highlight that's new in the past couple of weeks is the Environmental and Climate Justice Community Change Grants. These grants are available on a rolling basis. The deadline isn't until November 21, 2024. An additional $2 billion in IRA funds set aside for this to address environmental and climate justice challenges. Technical assistance is available for all stages of the program. It's probably a good time to say, like, we've heard you loud and clear at EPA that part of the challenge in all of this money that's available is working through the specifics and figuring out what what applies to you, especially with tribes. So all of that is to say, all of this stuff that I've talked about, there's new technical assistance programs to help you think through all this. Even sometimes there's help to actually write the grants and things like that. So please do reach out a bit more as you see a need. Last two slides real quick. This is another new-ish program and tool that I wanted to highlight. It's called Creating Resilient Water Utilities. This program helps you to look at your water utilities, drinking water, wastewater, work through, how is climate change going to affect your utility and what can you do about it? So there are folks set aside here at EPA and tools and training and technical assistance available for this specific issue because we realize how much climate change is likely to impact your communities and those infrastructure you have in the water world. One more slide. Basically, it's my summary and discussion. I think I've highlighted, EPA, we're really trying to incorporate resilience and adaptation into almost all of our water programs, whether you're regulatory or not. We are here to provide you help as tribal communities to think through, fund, and implement climate adaptation measures. And, it might not always be that I'm the right guy to help you with that, but we have experts in lots of different programs. And we encourage you to reach out often and early. You all already know about the unprecedented levels of funding. And also just to give a shout out to our other federal partners, they have a lot of programs as well. And I realize it can be daunting to work through how all of this applies to you, particularly as a tribal community. And please let us know how we can help. And I'm probably a few minutes over. I'm sorry. I like to talk, I guess. My contact info here. I'll share the slides. Any questions?
Thank you, Jason. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, we do have a question. You'll have to come up here. So then you can, face. If there are any other questions, we'll do it here.
Yeah.
We do have
I'm gonna end the presentation as well,
I got
so
one
I can
question.
see you all.
Do you have to be a Safe Drinking Water Act or Clean Water Act program in order to get these funds?
Nope. I think it depends. Some of the funds are geared towards you have a drinking water plant. Other types of funds are directed more at kind of planning or just providing broad help to anybody. So it's kind of program dependent. But short answer, no. You don't have to be a Clean Water Act or Drinking Water Act program.
Because our tribe, we do have Safe Drinking Water Act programs, Clean Water Act programs, EPA funded. The other one's BOR funded, but our program is water code management. So do you think that would qualify?
I might phone a friend on that one. Kim or Emily?
I can just jump in a little bit. It really does depend, and that's where, with the funds available, you need to look at the project, the scope of the project, the scope of the opportunity, and how can the project or your tribal need fit into the scope. I really appreciated Jason's comments in regards to the technical assistance centers that are out there. Right now, Region 8 is in the process of selecting a TIC-TAC, for lack of a better acronym, that will service the tribes here within our region, as well as multiple folks within our region. Until then, the National Indian Health Board and some of their sub-awardees are going to be geared to be able to help. And so if you're having specific questions about any of these grant opportunities, we would certainly love to direct you to them so that they can help walk through these particular opportunities. I do want to make mention as well, though, that the EJ grants, there are some requirements where tribes are eligible recipients, but they also must partner with a community-based organization. That does not have to be a 501c3. It could be an entity within your community that serves the community. It could be tribal. I don't know if it can be tribally funded. It may need to be a separate arm than the tribal government. But we're thinking of things like universities. If you have a community organization that focuses on infrastructure, for example, they may be able to be a partner with you and really help address some of those community needs. And that's particular. So that's where you really want to dig in to each one of those opportunities that Jason highlighted, identify the needs of your tribe and work with your tribal leaders so that way you can see if any of these would be able to support your needs.
Yeah, because my question is, when you talk about tribes, you've got your public water systems or your pipelines, but that's still a water resource of the tribe. But then you got your surface water and groundwater management with water codes. But we're all tribal programs, then you got your EPA funded Clean Water Act programs, water quality regulations. But if you want to encompass drought mitigation, you're going to have to look together to them as a whole, not just separate them. But just my thought, just a question. Thank you.
Yeah, great comment. Thanks for that.
All right, thank you so much, Jason, Kim, and Emily. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can join the live stream to watch the rest. I'm going to go ahead and end this Zoom. All right. Our plan next. You don't want to show this. Oh, we don't even have a map for this. Huh? Oh. Yeah, so we're going to do our prayer next before lunch, and then we'll have everybody go grab your plate and make sure you grab the utensils and the napkins off of the round tables. Bring your food in here, and Peter is going to present during lunch. So make it quick, yeah. I'd like to invite Hawkeye up here for...
Thank you. If we could all stand and say grace and have a good meal. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
food and come back in here. And I mean, take a break if you need to.
Where's the milk and cookies?
I won't believe it's Christmas till you make it home to me. The snow isn't white, the stars aren't bright, and lights don't belong on the tree. I'll stay up all night waiting for you on Christmas Eve. The sleigh bells won't ring, Bing Crosby won't sing. It's not Christmas till you come home. I won't believe it's Christmas till you walk through that door. There's no tiny tin, and Santa is slim, and mistletoe's hung on the floor. I made a promise to you to wait for your return. The snowflakes won't fall, we can't deck the halls. It's not Christmas till you come home. The snowflakes won't fall, we can't deck the halls. It's not Christmas till you come home.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and let Peter Capicella get started. He'll introduce himself, and he's got a lot of good information to share with y'all today. Here, Peter.
Thank you, Kinzer. I was asked to do an overview of the different issues that the Tribal Water Alliance is working on in the area of water rights. And so I will do that and give an overview of our legal and administrative issues on water rights. I'll be brief. That's my opening joke. You know, how about like this? Not at all, because we're on the screen. They can't hear you. Hopefully they couldn't hear that, you know. But there is some feedback. Okay. I'm going to try not to move that arm. I want to thank the board of directors, of course, Doug, Reno, Syed, Mary's here. It's an honor to be asked to speak, and I don't take that for granted. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to work for the Water Alliance and to work on these issues. Thank my friend Dusty Beck, who keeps the trains running on time, and also helped me figure out today's discussion. And of course, Kinzer, who is our crack liaison and spends a lot of time on the road working with tribes at the local level, and that may be the most important thing that we do. Helping at the grassroots level, helping at the tribal level. One of the things that I noticed when I first got here yesterday, and I hope I'm not embarrassing anybody, but we have some really distinguished treaty elders that are attending the conference. And folks that I met decades ago and who have been water warriors since the 80s. My old friend, Fremont Fallis from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Faith Spotted Eagle from the Yankton Sioux tribe. Of course, our keynote speaker, Wes Martell. Traveled over from Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. And these folks have worked on these issues, like I said, for decades. And they're really special, and it really makes it a special experience for me to be able to present this afternoon. And I hope I do a good job. So I'm here to talk about some of the water rights work of the Water Alliance. The mission statement of the Water Alliance is to protect the sovereignty of the Great Plains tribes through the preservation of water rights for the people and for future generations. The vision is our sacred obligation is to preserve, protect, and manage water for current and future generations. And I think one of the things that makes the Tribal Water Alliance such a good place to work is that the board is comprised of water resources managers that are involved in the day-to-day science and hard work of managing the waters of the reservation, not just for today, but for your guys' value, for the next 7 generations, looking ahead. And I think that's reflected in the vision statement and the mission statement. And so, in looking at the overall work that the Water Alliance does, I thought, you know, the bottom line is what we're really talking about is water justice for indigenous people of your nations, from the Black Hills to the Missouri River. So let's start in the Black Hills and the work that the Tribal Water Alliance is doing, hopefully to protect the water, the surface water and the groundwater in the Black Hills. And the Dewey Burdock in situ uranium mine is in litigation. The Oglala Sioux tribe is the lead tribe on that, and the Tribal Water Alliance is supporting the tribe in the appeals of the underground injection control permits, and we'll get into that. That's a tough issue even to discuss because of what they're doing to sacred land. To talking about treaty rights. When I cruise over from the West Coast and cruise into your treaty territory, that's in Wyoming. That's when I cross the Bighorn Mountains. We don't talk about that much, you know, because Great Sioux Reservation here in what we now call West River, South Dakota, right? Your treaty territory starts at the crest of the Bighorn Mountains. And over in the Powder River Basin, under Trump's administration, they significantly stepped up fracking. And they're trying to turn the Powder Basin into the Bakken. And the Tribal Water Alliance worked to object to that, and we're now monitoring there's litigation by environmental groups that we're watching and seeing how we can help on that. Gold exploration and mining permits in the Black Hills is a big issue and also uses a lot of water and pumps a lot of groundwater. And we've looked at the impact on those aquifers. And then, of course, nowadays, we have the West River Water District, Missouri River Importation Boondoggle. And we'll talk a little bit about that also. So these are some of the issues that I want to cover. We talk about protecting the water in the Black Hills. Like I said, when we talk about Dewey Burdock, even when the description of what they're proposing to do is even hard to read and hard to digest. An in situ uranium mine involves injecting poison deep into the ground for the purpose of cleaving uranium deposits out of the geologic deposit. Then you suck the water up, it's got uranium. Then you separate the uranium from the water and re-inject the poison water back into underground injection control wells. And just the thought of that, who are these people? Who made that up, you know? Get started on engineers, but we'll save that for a different conference. Nuclear Regulatory Commission issued a license in 2009 during the Obama administration for Dewey Burdock, but there are a number of other federal and state approvals that are required, and it's been tied up in litigation by the Oglalas ever since. The Water Alliance is a friend of the court before the what's called the Environmental Appeals Board in Washington, D.C., in the appeal of the underground injection control permits. There are a total of 22 well fields that they want to inject uranium waste and what they call lixiviant, the poison they inject to cleave the uranium out of the geologic deposits, into 23 well fields, 14 of which are class 3 and 8 of which are class 5 wells. Significantly, they the NRC approved the license for the uranium mine in 2009, and the EPA, under the Safe Drinking Water Act, issues underground injection control permits. They were issued in the last month of the Trump administration after the EPA unilaterally and summarily terminated further consultations with the Oglala Sioux tribe. And the Tribal Water Alliance participation in the litigation is largely on that issue, the support of the need for consultation and for the EPA to comply with their consultation policy, which they didn't do with Dewey Burdock. And frankly, we find in other areas the EPA's implementation of consultation, federal baseline water quality standards, a proposed rule that kind of overlaps with Professor Jim Grijalva's presentation yesterday, is a really good example of a EPA agency action that can have significant effects on your reservation water quality with a very one-sided notion, shall I say, of what tribal consultation is on a proposed reg that can really affect your reservation water. I think the Water Alliance's support for the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the appeals of the underground injection control permits, like I said, largely revolves around the consultation issue, but one of the kind of technical issues, one of the scientific issues that the tribal attorneys and the Water Alliance that we have raised and we have pushed is the erroneous notion and that the different aquifer formations underlying the Black Hills are independent of one another. I think, the Tribal Water Alliance is an organization of water managers. And one thing that water managers know is water likes extended family. Water finds other water. Groundwater finds the creek, finds the river, finds the artesian springs. That's how water exists in Unchimaka. And unfortunately, amongst the regulators and amongst the courts, they're looking at it differently. And I'll talk a little bit about that later, time permitting. But the issuance of the underground injection control permits is largely based on the erroneous finding by the EPA that the Minnelusa and Madison aquifers do not interrelate at all, that they are totally separate. And we point that, for one thing, there's limestone formations. And when the limestone interacts with water, that creates pathways for migration from the deeper aquifer up. But also, the ground shakes once in a while. There's faults in the Black Hills, and those faults create pathways also. There are also perhaps hundreds of abandoned exploration wells for mining in the southern Black Hills. And they create pathways also. And so this notion that we can dig injection wells to the deep aquifer and that will not affect aquifer that people use to drink and to survive on is something that we're challenging before the Environmental Appeals Board. Like I said, the Oglala Sioux Tribe is the lead tribe on that, and the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance is supporting the tribe in their appeal. And we're in the southern Black Hills area, Dewey Burdock, and it's in the headwaters of the Cheyenne River. And that's a really important river system I want to talk more about. So there's definitely the potential for migration of this uranium poison into the aquifer, into artesian springs, into the Cheyenne River, and then it flows across your treaty territory into the Missouri River. And it's like I said, I don't know who makes this stuff up. One of the things that's really, really disappointing is there was some hope, there was some notion back in 2021 that the EPA would withdraw those permits when Biden administration took office. But instead what we find is the EPA attorneys are defending the underground injection control permits just as strongly as they were during the Trump administration. That's a big problem, but that's what's happening. That's the fight that we're in. The Water Alliance, really, again, with the prompting of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, has opposed mining exploration permits and mining permits in the Black Hills, raised the systemic failure on the part of the Black Hills National Forest to consult with the tribal nations under the treaty, the systemic failure to implement Executive Order 13007 on the protection of sacred sites. That executive order prohibits the physical alteration of sacred sites, as well as land management agencies from taking steps that would inhibit access to those sites, like issuing mining patents. And then, of course, participated in objections for state water permits for those activities. Now, of course, first step toward a good thing that the administration has done. The Forest Service has withdrawn a large part of the Rapid Creek watershed from the mining, I want to say 1877 mining laws? 1872 General Mining Act. I should read the slide. The Water Alliance commented as very many tribal folks, tribes, and non-tribal residents in the Black Hills in support of that because of the Rapid Creek watershed supplying drinking water for Rapid City. So that was a really good example of alliances between different communities here in the Black Hills, here in your sacred land. In commenting on the withdrawal of Rapid Creek, the Water Alliance told the Forest Service the watershed contains a wealth of historic properties and traditional cultural properties. They should be surveyed in close consultation with the tribes and the Thippos as part of the withdrawal. It's time for the Forest Service to begin to take its stewardship role to consult with the tribes and to protect traditional cultural properties in the Black Hills, to take that obligation seriously. And that's something that we haven't seen in the past. In fact, the memorandum, my friend Tim Mintz pointed out not long ago that the standards that are being used by the Forest Service in implementing the National Historic Preservation Act and approving mining permits in the Black Hills is a 1977 document. Standards and a document that was entered 15 years before National Historic Preservation Act was amended in 1992. I was going to say some of us. Some folks here weren't even alive yet, and that's the document that the Forest Service uses in identifying, evaluating, determining the impacts of agency actions on historic properties in the Black Hills, a 1977 memorandum between the Advisory Council and the Forest Service. So you guys have a lot of work to do to protect your sacred sites in the Black Hills, and the Water Alliance is working on that. Pointed out in supporting the withdrawal that Executive Order 14072 on strengthening the nation's forests, communities, and local economies requires the Black Hills National Forest to integrate TEK in making decisions under the 1872 Mining Act. That's a new requirement. And we heard about that yesterday, and that's an issue I think that there's going to be a lot more discussion on moving forward, is how in the world do we get the bureaucracy to respect your traditional indigenous knowledge? Talk about a heavy lift, right? Nevertheless, indigenous ecological knowledge should instruct the decision-making and management of the forest overall, including the withdrawal of Rapid Creek. The Lakota Nation protected the sacred land for centuries. And literally, your movements were designed to protect artesian springs and other vulnerable resources in the Black Hills. The very way you moved around in the different seasons and the locations of the conducting your ceremonies were designed in large part to protect sensitive areas in your sacred area, in your sacred land. I remember testimony from David Blue Thunder on the Bradley bill back in the 80s. The Black Hills is the home of your heart and the heart of your home. But the forest managers, they don't have that. They don't look at it that way. So there needs to be a meeting of the mind and a meeting of the spirits, and that's what we're trying to do. I said that the withdrawal of Rapid Creek watershed is a good first step. And its value, it really is as a first step. There are many more lands within the sacred Black Hills that need to be protected from mining. The Water Alliance pointed out a number of tributaries to the Cheyenne River in the southern hills that need to be considered for future withdrawals. Spring Creek, Battle Creek, French Creek, Lame Johnny Creek, Fall River, Red Canyon Creek, Beaver Creek, Deadwood Creek, Box Elder Creek, Whitewood Creek, and Spearfish Creek. Those last several are in the northern hills. And so these are areas that the Forest Service should be looking at next to withdraw from the 1872 Mining Act. Having said that, there has to be significantly enhanced efforts on the part of the Black Hills National Forest to consult with your tribes. They're not complying with the applicable executive branch authorities to work with your tribes in making decisions relating to mining in the Black Hills. These are obligations. They're also treaty obligations. In addition to, we talk about executive orders, we talk about administration policies, but Article 6 of the 1868 treaty has language about the Indian office on the reservation and the role of the Indian agent in that office. Consultation isn't some newfangled administration policy President Clinton thought up 20 years ago. It's something that your ancestors negotiated in the 1868 treaty. And those guys need to be reminded of that. I mentioned there are a number of tributaries to the Cheyenne River in the southern hills that are jeopardized by Dewey Burdock and other mines, both active mines and abandoned mines. In 2020, South Dakota environmental regulators in a report to the EPA acknowledged the Cheyenne River Basin is home. The way they write some of this stuff, they make it sound like, going home for Christmas or something. Home to deposits of natural uranium, historic uranium mining, and current exploration. Cheyenne River quality continues to be poor generally due to both natural and agricultural sources. Again, they're kind of whitewashing the impact of industry and mining in the Black Hills. Most segments of the Cheyenne River are non-supporting for E. coli bacteria and TSS. The fact that the legacy pollutants from mining in the Black Hills are the radionuclides are the most dangerous of the contaminants in the Cheyenne River. Runoff from livestock operations remains a major, major problem. I think what we see is the state regulators kind of de-emphasizing the industrial pollution from the hills and identify that the river is non-supporting of the designated uses because of total coliforms and bacteria, E. coli. That's a serious issue also, and there really does need to be livestock reductions in order to protect your Cheyenne River. South Dakota School of Mines in 2015 did an authoritative report on the impact of mining and elevated levels of radionuclides at Angostura Reservoir. Professor Jim Stone and others wrote, abandoned uranium mine workings and tailings deposits are found throughout the southern hills. The close proximity of the mine sites to the Cheyenne River appears to promote elevated metal and radionuclide transport within the watershed. However, the extent of their contribution is unknown. And one thing that I've been talking about and would love to follow up, since Wayne Stone is here, I hope he brought his checkbook, because we really do need a basin-wide watershed study for the Cheyenne River. It's a major tributary to the Missouri River. It affects the waters of your reservations, and there's just such a historical and cultural anomaly between Wakpa-Washte, and that's your river before the immigrants showed up, and the non-supporting, highly polluted Cheyenne River that we find today. And I think clearly this is an issue that the tribes and the Water Alliance warrants our attention. And I'm really hoping moving forward that we can pay more attention to obtaining baseline information and helping put together recommendations for the federal and frankly for the state government to improve water quality in the Cheyenne River. It's your river, but much of it is under state jurisdiction. And of course, many of us are familiar with the fact that Rapid City is trying to import over 100,000 acre-feet of Missouri River water for future population growth in the West River Water Conservancy District and something called the Black Hills Water Subconservancy District. Two water districts working together try to pump 106,000 acre-feet from the Missouri River main stem to the Black Hills. Now, there's a lot of sleight of hand behind the West River proposal. And in some respects, it's something that y'all experience all the time, but those guys have a lot of nerve. The justification, the stated justification for the water line is future drought and future population growth here in Pennington County. But then when you look at the planning documents, in the section on population growth, what they talk about is Pine Ridge and Rosebud, okay? Now, Pennington County is growing. The population here is growing. But the population on the reservations is much younger and is growing much faster than the communities outside of the reservations. So what they're doing is they want to tap into your Missouri River for their future population growth, but it's your population growth, to satisfy 3 permits issued by the state of South Dakota. It came up a couple times. Our friend Wayne from BIA mentioned earlier, the prior appropriation system. Your guys' water rights were reserved in 1851 or earlier. Non-tribal people go to the state for a permit, and their seniority is based on the date that they obtained their permit. So when there's a time of shortage, you look back to the priority date of the water right, okay? Under South Dakota state law, municipalities can obtain permits for future growth if they can justify the future growth. That protects their priority date. So in the 1970s, Rapid City obtained, and the Black Hills Subconservancy District obtained future water permits under state law. Now they're justifying that you have to, like I said, justify demographically the need for that water in the future in order to enjoy the earlier priority date. And so they're justifying the demographics to get an earlier priority date by using population increases on the reservations, as well as here in Rapid City. So there's a lot of sleight of hand in the planning documents for the West River project. Now, those water withdrawals will affect the overall supply that's available for your tribes. It won't dry up the Missouri River, but it's 100,000 acre-feet is a significant withdrawal. If the pipeline were to be constructed, it would intensify population and industrial growth in the Black Hills. That could have an effect on your treaty claim to the hills. If they're building billion-dollar infrastructure to service future non-Indian population growth in the Black Hills, I ain't gonna make it any easier to get justice under the 1868 treaty for land restoration in your sacred land, the Black Hills. It'll affect the treaty claim to the Black Hills adversely if this pipeline gets built. So they want to take your water out of the Missouri River, waters subject to your claims under the Winters Doctrine, and use it to further undermine your claim to land restoration in the Black Hills. The West River Water Project is a really, really bad idea. And it's also what we call, under state water law, it's a municipal and industrial project. We call these water systems, when they get authorized by Congress, they're authorized for municipal and industrial purposes. And industrial water use includes mining. And so they're pumping the aquifer in the Black Hills now, Inyankara, Madison, Minnelusa formations. They're depleting the aquifers for these projects that affect your sacred land. So now they want to pump in water from the Missouri River so they can continue that stuff. And so the Tribal Water Alliance, we've looked at this, we've looked at the background documents, we've looked at the engineering reports, and the Water Alliance has some real serious concerns with the proposed West River Water District importation project. Now, my friend Wes Martell told us yesterday, don't forget the treaties when we're talking water rights, and of course, treaty rights are water rights. And so, being a young guy, I listened to my elders, and I made a slide that talks about, that directly relates to the magnitude of your water rights. And it's the purpose for the establishment of the Great Sioux Reservation in the 1868 treaty. And in the same phrase, identifies off-reservation lands that are unceded, which includes the lands crossed by the Dakota Access Pipeline. But under Article 15, 1868 treaty, the Indians herein named agree that when the agency house or other building shall be constructed on the reservation named, they will regard said reservation their permanent home, but they shall have the right to hunt as stipulated in Article 11 hereof. So clearly, there was some intent. They were trying to force assimilation and have your ancestors engage in agriculture on the permanent home, but to maintain your culture and your way of life on the important buffalo hunting grounds in the unceded lands, up to the Heart River, over to the Bighorns, and down south to the Platte. So the reason I put this up there is under a permanent homeland standard, you have reserved water rights for all beneficial uses. And the fight that Wes engaged in for his tribe in the state adjudication at Wind River, under that McCarran Amendment adjudication, the state court wouldn't recognize the permanent homeland standard, and to know that the purpose of the reservation was for agriculture only, and limited the purposes for which the tribe received a recognition of a reserved right. Under Article 15 of 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty, there's specific language that the reservation is your permanent home. That means water for agriculture, for municipal purposes, for industry, for the four-legged and fish and wildlife, for your energy needs. The broad range of purposes for which water is put to beneficial use, you have reserved rights to. So your reserved rights claims under your treaty to the Missouri River main stem and these tributaries that we're talking about, as well as the aquifer, as well as the groundwater. Wes talked yesterday about the Agua Caliente litigation, are extensive. These are big claims. That's why there's so much pressure to quantify your water. But I thought that the advice that we received yesterday during the keynote address was just spot on. So I wanted to include just a reference to Article 15, 1868 treaty. Because a really big part of our work at the Tribal Water Alliance and my work throughout my career has been the protection of the Missouri River. The treaty makes clear both the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty as well as the 1858 treaty with the Yanktonais, that the river is within the Great Sioux Reservation. The river is within the original Yankton Indian Reservation. Notwithstanding competing water users and competing jurisdictions like the state of South Dakota arguing otherwise. So need to ensure adequate stream flows and reservoir levels to fulfill the needs on the reservations. And all of the tribes of the Sioux Nation have water rights to the main stem of the Missouri River. The Oglala and Rosebud, as well as Lower Brule, actually have an act of Congress that recognizes that. but it's just, it can't be disputed. Under 1868 and 1851 treaties, you have treaty rights to use water for all present and future beneficial uses. And that water right, those water rights do not need to be quantified in order to be what the bureaucrats call trust assets, trust property. Under Arizona versus California, one of the big Indian water rights cases, the U.S. Supreme Court characterized your water rights as present perfected rights. These are water rights that your tribes have the right to use. The problem, just like we were talking about with BIA, we're talking about with EPA, is the more economically wealthy, prosperous non-Indian communities have funding for water infrastructure. So they got the money for the pipelines. And that's also a big issue when the state legislature goes into session next month, right? The water flows of the Missouri River are managed by the Corps of Engineers at the 6 main stem dams under what's called the Missouri River Master Water Control Manual. See, now's the time that my blood pressure starts raising. But obviously, when we talk about the river, water quality is a big issue, and we'll talk about that. But Paula, did you have something?
I just wanted to get your comment on the recently revised definition of navigable waters by the Corps of Engineers that was done November 1st.
The question is the waters of the United States. The revised definition of waters of the United States by the Army Corps and the EPA. And that's a really good question. And the last time I stood up in a forum like this, at the microphone like this, I had a slide on a case that had just come down called Rapanos versus EPA. And you heard me say earlier, water is like you guys, big extended families. You know, water finds one another. Water finds other water. Water interrelates. The aquifer goes to the creek, flows down the creek, seeps back down. That's what water does. That's reality. I work for a board of hydrologists and environmental specialists. Industry and developers don't like Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, which requires a federal permit to fill any water, to put anything in the water, navigable waters of the United States, to drill an HDD drill next to a navigable water, where the dirt can end up in the water, in the river system. You need what's called a 404 permit for any fill in the waters of the United States. The Clean Water Act applies to waters of the United States or navigable waters. Now, the prominent water law professor, I think University of Wyoming, Frank Trelease, wrote, "What is a navigable water? Any water big enough that you can drop a Supreme Court decision in. If it's big enough that you can put a ream of papers in it, it's navigable. If our tire tube, when it gets real hot in the summer, historically the term navigable has been looked at very liberally because that's the scope of the protections under the Clean Water Act. But developers and industry have been trying to narrow the scope of the clean. They don't like having to go get a 404 permit or being told they can't build on a wetland, right? A lot of what we're talking about is the protection of wetlands. Wetlands are just a major part of biodiversity in your ecosystem. And protecting these wetlands is just a really important thing, especially with climate change, because these are the filters, that your wetlands are the filters to protect, for the natural protection of your first medicine. But in a case out of northern Idaho called Rapanos versus EPA, the U.S. Supreme Court said that the Clean Water Act, that waters of the United States, for the meaning of the Clean Water Act, are limited to those waters that are always flowing, always flowing. There are tributaries to all of the major river systems that are ephemeral or that flow intermittently, especially, and it's getting worse because of climate, that don't always have water flowing. And historically, those waters were included in the coverage of the Clean Water Act and Section 404. And the Supreme Court took them out. And so now the only waters that are protected under the Clean Water Act are waters that are always flowing. And so your wetlands and other waters that have an intermittent relationship with a navigable water are no longer considered waters of the United States, even though like those waters are in watersheds to which 300 million Americans or something drink, right? Like this is a major, major diminishment of the protections under the Clean Water Act. So what do? As Professor Jim Grijalva explained yesterday, and I think Wes mentioned it also, under the Clean Water Act, you have the authority to implement definitions and standards in your water codes and your water quality codes for your tribes, more stringent than the federal definition. So the waters of the reservation does not, your definition in your water codes and in your water quality codes does not have to be limited to the court-ordered redefinition of waters of the United States under the Rapanos case that the Army Corps recently promulgated. You can make laws more stringent than the federal requirements. And you can also affect, when you have federally approved water quality standards, water quality upstream. And that's the rub, because your upstream jurisdictions are going to go by the more restrictive definition of waters of the United States. The Rapanos case was awful, in part because science has been thrown out the window by the U.S. Supreme Court. That's not a good thing. And we don't give the Supreme, I think we're so focused on the insanity of Trump that I think we're not giving enough credit to the Supreme Court and the damage that the Supreme Court is doing to your environment and to our country. Yeah, Mario, good afternoon.
I think there's a misunderstanding of ownership of water. The Supreme Court has said nobody owns water, and molecules of water. You only have a right to water.
That's right.
You know, people say, oh, they own water in the Missouri River. I don't think that's correct under U.S. law. I'll just rephrase it. I think there's a misconception on ownership of water, because I hear people say, we own all the water in the Missouri River. But the Supreme Court, under U.S. law, says that nobody owns water, the molecules of water. You only have a right to the water, so a water right. So then, my question is, how do you feel about quantifying water rights for the Sioux tribes? Do you think that that should occur at some point? And then secondly, another part of this question is Wes here brought up a point yesterday that we shouldn't use a PIA standard in quantification because we have the traditional plants and so it isn't just irrigating, regular crop irrigation. You could do that, but also add in these other, traditional plants and then that increases the water right if you're going to quantify. Perhaps you can, I don't know if Wes wants to articulate that a little better, but like he did yesterday, but could you kind of comment on it?
With respect to PIA, I'll go back to this slide here. And I don't think the standard for what your water rights are or should be are limited to practically irrigable acres. I think they're all the water that's needed in order for your reservation, your communities to be a permanent home. And that is much broader than agricultural water. That's much broader than what Wind River got out of that McCarran Amendment
So we
adjudication.
should not really rely 100% on the PIA standard.
Right.
We should, what Wes said.
That's
look at-
right.
Look at these other.
With respect to quantification, the thing that I would say is, I think back to the days when I do a little dancing myself. There was a kind of a punk rock song, Dancing with Yourself, right? That's how I always had to do it. And the problem, one of the problems with quantification is you just can't dance with yourself and you don't have a partner. You don't have a federal partner, you don't have a state partner. There's nobody to dance with. There's no path to a quantification. There's no path that's acceptable to your leadership for a quantification. And to me, I think that's the impediment. That's the problem. We can't negotiate water rights with Christy Nome. Really, you know? There's no there. And the reason the state has a say is because of what Wes explained yesterday. The McCarran Amendment was a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the United States. It was intended to be a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Bureau of Reclamation. Our friend Wayne mentioned there's general stream adjudications where a state water engineer is going to file a suit for the sole purpose of determining the water rights of every water user on a stream system. They have that authority under state law, and they do it in many states of the West. And in many of those stream systems, the biggest water user is Uncle Sam, who has subsidized farmers through the Bureau of Reclamation at places like Riverton, Wyoming, and Oral, South Dakota, and Whitney, Nebraska, where the Bureau of Reclamation has built dams, ditches, and center pivots and provided them at highly subsidized rates to local non-Indian irrigation districts. They ask the local farmers to organize themselves, and they provide that subsidy to the district, and then the members of the district enjoy the benefits of that subsidy. One thing that we find when we talk about water and natural resources is when the feds give those guys a subsidy, they don't want to cough it up. But that subsidy is significant. Now, some years ago, I hate talking like that because it makes me sound old. Some years ago, the irrigation, the water supply contracts for the Angostura Irrigation District expired. And the Bureau of Reclamation, under the Clinton administration, we have this new thing called consultation, so we need to consult with the Oglala Sioux tribe on the renewal of those contracts. And the tribe asked the Secretary of the Interior to prepare an environmental impact statement prior to reapproving and renewing those contracts. And I don't mind telling the war story, that everyone's finished with lunch. There was a scoping meeting in Hot Springs in a time frame of 1999. And I don't know where my friend from the tribe was supposed to meet me at that scoping meeting. And I was kind of by myself. And this was there's a hotel when you go around Hot Springs, when you don't go through town and you kind of go around it, there's a hotel on the left. It used to be Comfort Inn. It was there. So I'm by myself. And it's a public meeting to determine whether the farmers at Hot Springs and Oral are going to get their contracts renewed. And you could kind of tell the witnesses things are starting to get a little worked up, and the next guy would come up and farmer and be a little more rad than the previous speaker. Then the next guy would come up and be a little rowdier. So finally a speaker says to these guys from BOR, "Why are you even doing this? Give us our contracts." And some of you will remember Dennis Brightsman. He points at me and says, "We're doing it because that guy got the tribe to say that we need to do this." And I'm not exaggerating, like 20 people popped up at once and turned around and looked at me. And I said, I was in a meeting with you guys just a couple weeks ago in Pine Ridge. And when you're on the reservation, you talk the exact opposite of what you're saying here. You support the tribe. You're going to do right by the tribe. You're not going to give the tribe's water away. But here, I don't know why we're doing this stuff, like that. And I had a blaze at that point from that meeting. And I often think about my friend back that I worked with in those days, the late Wade Vitalis. When I think about, we'll talk about the water rights issues in the Cheyenne River. So let's try to get back. I can see, right, I said I'll be brief. Mr. Rick. So we're talking about the Missouri River. Back to the Missouri River. Cheyenne River flows into the Missouri. With that irrigation runoff, those guys got their contracts. There was a bill introduced in Congress that found that the Oglala Sioux tribe has been injured $90 million from the water withdrawals in the Cheyenne River, which includes the closure of the agricultural cooperative and cannery in Red Shirt Table community after the dam got built. The Cheyenne River flows into the Missouri River. And the Missouri River, as you know, is been dammed by the Army Corps at these main stem dams and the forced relocation and destruction of many of your homeland communities up and down the river. It also resulted in the near extinction of some bird and fish species, at least terns, piping plovers, pallid sturgeon. And the Corps of Engineers has undertaken much more mitigation for those species than anything that's been done to mitigate the adverse and tremendous adverse impacts on your communities from the forced relocation by the Army Corps when they constructed the dams in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Having said that, many of you participate in the Missouri River Recovery Implementation Committee, an advisory committee to the Army Corps that was established in 2007 for the purpose of trying to stem the extinction of the listed species on the Missouri River as a result of the construction and operation of the main stem dams. It's a multi-quote stakeholder committee of federal agencies, water users, and state agencies, water users, and tribes. The Army Corps did an EIS in 2017, and the preferred alternative was to make no changes in the operation of the dams, but to construct artificial habitat for sandbars for the reproduction of terns and plovers, and off-river artificial sections of water designed to increase water temperature, hopefully to result in spawning of pallid sturgeon. So there, the Army Corps' response to the fact that they nearly killed off 2 bird species and the pallid sturgeon is in deep, deep trouble, remains in deep, deep trouble. Their response is not to make any changes in how they operate, but to bring in a bunch of bulldozers, to dump a lot of sand in the river, to build fake sandbars for terns and plovers so they're not vulnerable to terrestrial predators, and to build pools of water that hopefully the water temperature will be high enough. Pallid sturgeon will find the pool and get in the mood. Typical Army Corps. So now, though, for those projects, they have a committee that advises them on these projects. And there's tribal representatives in this room on the committee of Mr. Rick. Couple points. Everything they do is within your treaty territory. And a lot of what they do is within current present-day Indian reservations, Indian lands. The riverbed is still in Indian ownership. Yet the tribal governments have essentially no role other than the representatives on the Mr. Rick committee going to these meetings and being disrespected. Like, that's the role, like, that's what it is. There's something called Secretarial Order 3206. It's a joint order of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Commerce. It's the Secretary of Interior because of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Secretary of Commerce because of the oceans, which is in the Oceanic Bureau. I should know this, being an Oregonian. So the Department of the Interior and the Department of Commerce both have important roles in the protection of endangered species. So they issued a joint order back in the Clinton administration recognizing tribal governments as playing the lead role for the mitigation of adverse impacts to threatened and endangered species in Indian country. Totally ignored by the Army Corps, totally ignored in the Mr. Rick context. And it's reported that the input of the tribes is not taken seriously in Mr. Rick, even though the mitigation activities are in Indian country, and the whole reason Mr. Rick exists is because they didn't want to change the way they operate the dams.
Peter, I have a question for you. When I amended drafted the amendment to the Minnie-Wauchoni Act, 94 amendments, I changed the section 6 and section B here, Oahe, the Big Bend dams and reservoirs. And I think that, this is important. The Secretary, not the Army Corps of Engineers, the Secretary of the Interior, in cooperation with the state of South Dakota, and I add this language in, all Indian tribes residing on reservations within the state of South Dakota and other federal agencies shall develop and submit recommendations to the Congress for financing and implementing mitigation plans for fish and wildlife and terrestrial losses as a result of the construction of and operation of the Oahe Reservoir and Big Bend Dam and Reservoir. So why are we dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers? This says the Secretary of the Interior should be doing the fish and wildlife mitigation. Yeah.
I think that those requirements, to tell you the truth, in some respects, are the legacy of garrison diversion, which got terminated because of impacts to wetlands in North Dakota. And so when water projects were authorized after garrison, that kind of language was almost a requirement to make sure that it's also a big issue in Colorado with endangered species for the Animus Clapata project with the Southern Utes. They're blaming tribal water projects. It's a nice wrinkle, right? They're blaming tribal water projects for having adverse impacts to fish and wildlife. And so that the mitigation becomes a requirement. And because the funding for Minnie-Wauchoni comes down through BOR, it's the secretary that gets that money. On the Missouri River, they would say that the laws that apply to the Missouri River apply to the Army Corps. I appreciate the question. I appreciate the concept because those species on the Missouri River main stem, especially the pallid sturgeon, are in really deep trouble.
But this section says for financing and implementation. So it seemed like we could get financing from the Secretary of Interior. The Fish and Wildlife Service is under the Interior Department. And this says the Secretary shall be doing this.
And they're part of that secretarial order also.
Maybe we should be asking for money.
And the core line is in trust. This trust, the easement is in trust, the core line is in trust.
Yeah, and why is Mr. Rick doing this one? Looks like the tribe should be under this section, could do that.
Mr. Rick is a disaster. That's really needs to be reformed. Okay, because they're not changing the way they operate, the mismanagement of the Army Corps with stream flows in the Missouri River is kind of made worse. Right now, the Corps provides no consideration, and I'll talk about this if there's time, of your water needs in operating the dams. And now they dump all this sand in the river to make artificial fake sandbars south of Riverdale, North Dakota, between Riverdale and Bismarck. And so what they do in the summertime is they reduce water flows into Oahe Reservoir. What does Oahe Reservoir serve? The water supply for Standing Rock and Cheyenne River. So during periods of drought, your water supplies are degraded further in order to protect artificial habitat built by the Army Corps upstream of Standing Rock and Cheyenne River for the purpose of trying to get birds to nest free from terrestrial predators. By lowering the reservoir levels in Oahe that low, terrestrial predators actually destroy natural nests of terns and plovers on Indian lands, just so they can protect their artificial habitat upstream. But the impact on the tribe is on their intakes. There's not enough water in the reservoir to serve tribal water needs. I'm getting in trouble, you guys. She said, yeah, I am getting in trouble.
Can you mention that resolution that was submitted to Mr. Rick?
So the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance Board of Directors passed a resolution calling on Mr. Rick to redo the EIS, to redo the adaptive management plan, to implement traditional ecologic knowledge in a revised adaptive management plan, as well as the impacts of climate change. That's all in front of the Mr. Rick Committee now, and the chair of the Mr. Rick Committee, in some respects, is trying to work with the water lines to implement the resolution. Frankly, we're getting a little tangled up with those guys because of the scope and the difficulty of moving forward with the Army Corps on implementation of TEK in the management of the recovery program. That's a heavy lift, and that's where we're at right now because of the Board of Directors' energy to reform Mr. Rick and to make Mr. Rick work in a manner consistent with the sovereignty of your tribes.
Peter, can you get a little clarification? I think what you're saying is that the Army Corps has lowered the water tables on Oahe to accommodate endangered species, huh? And so when it's lower like that, then it's also hurting the tribes, the erosion on the riverbanks and on the Oahe Reservoir.
That's right.
And so basically we're paying the price so that water can come down and accommodate barge traffic. Basically, that's what it amounts to.
That's right. That's right. This is what, as Reno was talking about, there's need for significant reform. That's been pointed out. The game plan was provided to the Mr. Rick Committee, and here we go, trying to reform and modernize the effort to both protect those listed species and respect tribal sovereignty at the same time. It's proven to be a heavy lift. But it all goes, like Mario just said, to the Missouri River Master Manual. Okay, what is the Missouri River Master Manual? That's the rules that the Army Corps uses to release water at the main stem dams. And what those rules say is from April 1 to November 30 of every year, they're going to release 35,000 CFS from Gavin's Point Dam to the lower basin. So the lower Missouri River communities have a steady, straight shoot, a stream flow of 35,000 CFS for 8 months of the year. The river doesn't, in most years, won't flood, and if it's a drought, you wouldn't know it because there's 35,000 CFS in the floodplain. It gets cut in half to 17,000 CFS during what they call the non-navigation season. That flow is legally justified as a navigation flow, like Mr. Gonzalez said, but actually what it's used for, what those downstream communities are really uptight about, when we talk about cutting that flow in order to maintain reservoir levels on the reservations, is that water is used to cool 2 nuclear power plants in the lower basin. That's what the navigation flow, that's the economic benefit of the navigation flow, is dangerous electricity at low cost in the lower basin. I see you. Okay, so we say, the water that's mismanaged by the Corps is subject to your water rights claims under the Winters Doctrine. So one would think that the Army Corps would have provisions implementing the Winters Doctrine on a in managing the waters. Tribal water intakes are impacted. Fish and wildlife habitat on the reservations are impacted. There's significant uncertainty over water supply, and your future water projects are determined in part by economic feasibility, something that Wind River got punched in the mouth on in the McCarran Amendment adjudication back in the 80s. How can your future projects be feasible if you don't know what the water supply is and you have no control over the water supply? The Army is doing whatever it wants. And so it infringes on your reserved water rights. Okay, do they consider your water rights? This is what it says. Now, the main regulatory reservoir is at Oahe. That's where the storage is. That's where the fluctuation is significant. So what do they say about Indian rights and the management of Oahe Reservoir? They say that its primary water management functions are, one, to capture plain snowmelt and localized runoffs, flood control. Two, to serve as a primary storage location for major downstream flood control regulation, okay? And three, to provide the extra water needed to meet project purposes that draft storage during low water years, particularly downstream water supply and navigation. Where in the guidelines, in the criteria, in the rules for the operation of Oahe Dam are your rights? They're not in there. But do they talk about your rights? Kind of. On page E10 of the Missouri River Master Manual, it says, currently, tribal reservation water rights have not been quantified in an appropriate legal form or by compact. As if that should matter. When a tribe exercises its water rights, these consumptive uses will then be incorporated as an existing depletion, trying to change the subject. Unless specifically authorized by law, these rights do not entail an allocation of storage. We're not going to consider your water needs when we operate the dams. Further modification of system operation in accordance with pertinent legal requirements will be considered as tribal water rights are exercised. Come back to us in 20 years, maybe we'll change. I am out of time, and I am not able to talk about the Dakota Access Pipeline, the biggest water quality issue of our time. But thank you very much for hearing me out on the need to push back against the Army Corps of Engineers for mismanaging the waters of your mini Chauchet waters that you have the senior water right to and that they have been infringing upon since they first showed up in the 1940s. So we have a lot of work to do. This is an overview of some of the water rights concerns on the Missouri River main stem and how it affects fish and wildlife habitat, some of the fights that we're involved with. But actually, one of the bigger things that we're doing right now, that I have to talk about later, the Dakota Access Pipeline. However, we passed out a crib sheet to file comments for your tribes, for yourselves. The comments are due on December 13th. Don't hold back. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Doug.
Hello. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pull up Melissa's presentation real quick. I'm going to pull this out. We're going to move forward with our Melissa Smith. She comes from the National Weather Service, Rapid City, and she has we'll give her 12 to 15 minutes, and then we'll move forward to the next speaker. But we need to make sure we have our breaks so we get our afternoon snacks, right? Not gonna. Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, okay. Perfect. Oh, it's fine. Okay.
All right. Well, my name is Melissa Smith. I am a hydrologist with the Weather Service right here in Rapid City. In the Weather Service, we actually have 122 weather forecast offices across the United States. So I'm just a small part of the Weather Service, kind of your local representative here in the western South Dakota area. We also have 13 river forecast centers. This area that we're in right here is under our Missouri River Basin Forecast Center. And the area is actually divided for the whole Mississippi Basin into several different river forecast centers. Our main focus of what we do at the Weather Service is we're the ones who provide weather, water, and climate data, forecasts, warnings, and impact-based decision support services for the protection of life and property. That's what the Weather Service does. So here in this area, we actually, in the state of South Dakota, there are 3 local Weather Service offices. There's our office here right in Rapid City. There's another office in Aberdeen. And then there's another office in Sioux Falls. These local offices work with these river forecast centers in these larger areas in order to produce these river forecasts that we do. We also do weather forecasts as well. How our office is broken up, and most of these small 122 Weather Service offices are broken up, is that we have our meteorologist in charge who's kind of our boss in the office. We have a science and operations officer. He's the one who goes through and makes sure that we're up to date on the latest knowledge of what's coming out there. He makes sure that us internally in the office receive additional training and that sort of thing. We have a handful, somewhere between, I'd say about 12 to 15 meteorologists in the office, but I am the only hydrologist in the office. So I'm the main one who works with our flood and drought program, and I also try to connect those in our area with other resources that are available. Our office locally, along with those 122 weather forecast offices, we all work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's always a person there. We are available for you to email us. We're available for you to call us. We actually answer our phone. We have a phone number. It is out there. It is on the internet. You can call us anytime. Someone will pick up and answer the phone. There may be a phone tree at first, but you can always get to a live person. So there's 2 people 24 hours a day that are monitoring this information that is trying to protect lives and property is what we do. So in our hydrology program, we utilize stream flow data. We do not own or operate any stream gauges and barely any kind of weather equipment. We use everyone else's data, as much data and information as is available. For a lot of areas, we use one rain data that is provided by BIA. We have USGS data. We use state data, any kind of information we can find. There are even people that stream weather data online. We use that. We use that, and we actually use all that data combined in order to make sure that we are monitoring anything that we can in the area. So what do we do with stream gauges? Well, for us, we use the stream gauges that are provided to us or wherever they are available to set flood levels. We try to determine impacts to communities based on those flood levels. We try to utilize point precipitation data to calibrate radar estimates. I think everyone knows that radar estimates are just that, they're estimates. They are not exactly what happens, and we try to use that point data. Rainfall data can change, especially in the summer. I mean, I'm sure everyone knows that you get so much rain and your neighbor gets a different amount. It's not the same anywhere. So we try to use any kind of available information in order to get that, in order to make these warnings and watches and advisories to make these more relevant. We also try to calibrate our river forecast models from our 13 river forecast centers. We try to assist in monitoring drought conditions. I know there's a few people in this room that get an email every week from our state climatologists and others in the state talking about what are conditions like in your area. We try to give input as best we can based on the information that we have available. It's not perfect. It's nowhere even close to being perfect, but we're still trying to get that information and monitor it as best we can. So we have what we call forecast points and data points. Pretty much any point that we can utilize out there, that's a river data point for us. So on this map that I have up here, the green and blue dots, those are data points. Those are points where we've tried to come up with flood levels. We've tried to come up with impacts of this is what might happen from these locations. The ones with the yellow stars, those are our forecast points. So locations where our River Forecast Center in Kansas City will go and provide a specific forecast for that location. Their model is challenging. On that first slide, I showed you the area that they cover. They go all the way up from the headwaters in Montana, all the way down into Missouri. That is their area of responsibility. Their river forecast model can only give river forecasts on a 6-hourly time frame. So what we do is we've tried to get our larger rivers in this area where water flows from one point to the next that can be modeled without too much additional inputs coming into those areas. And when I say larger rivers, you might be thinking of the Missouri River. No, we tried to get rivers such as the White River, the Bad River, the Cheyenne River, the Moreau, the Grand. Any of those rivers for us in western South Dakota, those are larger rivers. Those are rivers that, the water goes from one point to the other that can be modeled, that it can take time to get from one point to the next. So not all the points that are out there are able to be modeled and are able to be given, forecasts for because they might respond too quickly. So some of the locations, such as the Little White River, it connects and it can flow from point to point, but we also have some dams in between that we don't have monitoring on. We don't have upstream information. It makes it a lot harder. We don't have the groundwater information in our river model to be able to come up with forecasts because maybe we have more groundwater at that time. Those are some of the reasons why we don't have more forecast points in this area. If we could get our modeling down to even a 1-hour time step or a 3-hour time step, we would probably be able to provide forecasts in more areas. For those river forecast points, there are experimental forecast services out there available on the internet. And I'm going to make this presentation available to all of you out there. So this is a location you can go to. It has an automated forecast. It gives the information within the next, next 10 days or so. This is what the computer models are saying based on rainfall and temperatures coming up. They're not perfect, but at least it's something. It's some data that's available out there that you might be able to use. Of course, there wasn't much going on when I grabbed this screen grab the other day, so there isn't too much fluctuation in the forecast. So some new changes that are coming about. Our current system of how we show river forecasts and river data, it will be changing. It will be changing this spring. This is going to be a national change due to a computer upgrade. If you're interested, we have a test page out there now. Start looking at it now. Start asking questions. There's a survey out there. Fill out the survey. Say what you need in this survey so maybe they can get that built into this new system as they're developing it. Other services that we can provide. Every one of these 122 offices can give you event forecasts. Event forecasts that we can provide are to public officials, tribal officials. We can provide you specific forecasts for your location. We typically will do this for large events that don't have adequate shelter. Say you have a large outdoor event, or maybe you have so many people it's going to take them so long to get to shelter. Indoor events that are attended by a lot of people from a large area. One of the things that come to mind that we'll be doing next week is working with a lot of the schools for travel to the LNI. That is something that we're able to do. We're able to send out these email messages giving information on, yes, there's a storm coming. This is the timing that we're thinking it's going to happen. And any event where there's a public safety presence, say if you have a large concert going on outside. I know Prairie Winds does that often. Let us know if there's a public safety preference. We can give you that forecast. We can go and email you that forecast. We can call you and let you know that, hey, we're looking at a thunderstorm that's moving towards the event. We would expect it to get here at this time. That's something that we can do for you. We also send out a lot of heads up weather messages. We do emails, we could do webinars. We typically will do a webinar for a larger type of storm system, often a winter blizzard. We do PDF packets, we have social media images. If you need something specific for your location, call us. We answer our phone 24/7. So we can give you that information. All of our local offices do that. We can add you to our list. We also have some specific forecasts here in South Dakota. We have a South Dakota-based page, and there's our web link. We also do winter weather briefings, kind of automated graphics so you can get that information. We have what we call probabilistic winter forecasts, how much snow, how much ice is expected in a particular area. From our Rapid City office, we can also do timeline forecasts for predetermined locations. If there's locations that you want to see, we can get you your own graphic for a 3-day forecast. Here are just a couple examples of some of the locations that we have and what the forecast was earlier this week. So it shows you your high lows, your chance for precipitation, how much you're going to get, what your winds be. So we have all that information available for you out there. If you would like additional locations, let us know. We can create those for you. And then here's my last slide here that I have, is these are some other things that we do from our office, and my time's about to run out. I think I got like 3 seconds left. I'm gonna pause the little timer here real quick. But we can come up with automated climate resources for you as well. What are records for an individual location if they exist? What are the normals? What's happening so far this year? We do spot forecasts for firefighters. And we do these forecasts for any individual fire. If you have a wildfire, or if your fire managers are doing a prescribed burn, we can give you an individualized forecast for that if you let us know. We also try to monitor CocoRoS. This is a program, a community collaborative rain and hail network program. This program's wonderful. It allows us to see this difference in precipitation, the variability out there. Like I said earlier, we're also involved in the whole drought monitoring process. We don't have the final say, but we try to provide input. If we're hearing from people that it's dry in one area or we're seeing it ourselves, we are trying to get that word up to the drought monitor authors. So those are just a few things that we do. We also do presentations in schools. We are trying to work more and more with schools. So any way that we can be involved here locally, let us know. So that's my time. I will take questions if you have some. You know.
You guys recognize the South Dakota Mesonet weather station?
Yes, we actually use the South Dakota Mesonet weather stations as much as we can. I mean, they come in on a different system, but we go to those. We use that data. They have the web cameras there. We can see storms coming in. We can see how much snow is on the ground. Because even, our precipitation is variable, but so is our snowfall. And so those are just different ways that we can get snowfall. We actually, several times a year, if there's a storm that goes over an individual location, we will try to find someone who lives in that location. With less and less landlines, that's becoming, a lot harder to do. We don't have access. You used to be able to pull out a phone book and be able to get that information. And we will call people, hey, are you getting strong winds? Are you getting hail? And then we try to document that this person in this location received this kind of weather. So. Yes, those are the new stream gauges that have cameras on them. I know there's some wonderful ones out there, and it's great. And I know the USGS is going to be putting in more with the support from the tribes. We appreciate that. We use that information. We have actually monitors that we look at that information all the time, and they rotate on TV screens in our area so we can see what it's doing. We use the state of South Dakota. They had these highway cameras. We use those. We've created a display of public, streaming webcams that we can find to look at this information. Anything we can find out there, we try to use in order to get a better forecast and in order to provide a better service. So, yes, there was a lot, and it was pretty awful in lots of locations.
I relied quite a bit on the U.S. Weather Service, and it was really helpful, and I think if you can do that, regularly when there's blizzards, provide the tribe with that type of information. It's really helpful because in gathering everything, we had to get the amount of snowfall and winds, and so it was really a period when a lot of people's lives were in danger, and so we came through it okay, and we submitted a request for funding from FEMA. But I just want to let you know we really relied on your information.
I think the one thing that I've heard before is that the Weather Service has so much information, it's hard to find what you're looking for because we have so much of it out there. Let us know. We can help you navigate through there. So thank you. And my presentation will be shared. All these links will be shared. Contact me anytime if you need my information. So thank you.
All right, we'll move to our next speaker. We're going to do one more. And this is Taylor Gunhammer from Indian Collective. And he'll introduce himself some more. And then after his presentation, we'll go into our break so that we get our snacks and go on from there.
Thank you, Kinzit. Hao mitaki api tatanko hitika e machi apelo. My name is Taylor Gunhammer. I'm Oglala Lakota, originally from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and I now reside in Rapid City, where I'm a local organizer with Indian Collective, and I work primarily on our Protect the Haisapa campaign, which is concerned with mining issues in the Haisapa. Some good news. I'm on a pretty tight schedule and don't have time for a lot of like Q&A type stuff. So I'm gonna blaze right through this and then we'll get to the snacks, all right? I know what the people like. All right. So I'm just gonna get right into it. Let's get weird. The colonization of the Black Hills and the attempted genocide of its peoples is inextricably tied to mining. Mining was the catalyst for the military violence and land grabs that have forced us, the water, and the land to our present condition, wherein the United States and the state of South Dakota carry out willful violations of constitutional and tribal treaty rights every single day. Granted, there are now various non-mining interests in the Black Hills who are against the honoring of treaties with tribes for their own economic reasons. But each and every one of them have illegal mining on treaty land to thank for the opportunity since 1872. In fact, the process of illegal resource colonization that unfolded here has informed all extractive policy in the United States up to the present day. Now, while all anti-mining organizing is difficult, opposed by extremely wealthy interests, and can in fact be dangerous, in the Haisapa, we are not simply in a fight to protect water. Here, we are also required to bear the weight of over 150 years of colonial violence and theft being rebranded as pioneer history, to the point that many of the area's most prominent tourist attractions are celebrations of the mining operations that began, grew, and reinforced the oppression of its indigenous peoples. For a little history, unverifiable reports of gold in the Black Hills began in the early 1800s, but they remained largely in the realm of speculation, anecdote, and rumor throughout the earlier days of westward U.S. expansion. 1868 saw the signing of the current draft of the Fort Laramie Treaty, which set aside the Hisapa for the exclusive use of Oceti-Sakowin peoples. But interest in illicit gold prospecting and mining by encroaching settlers began increasing as soon as 1869. As the popularity and profitability of these criminal activities increased still further, they created a political climate that ushered in the General Mining Act of 1872, officially mandating the administrative framework for this prospecting and extraction on treaty lands, despite its illegality. According to the Congressional Research Service, the primary purposes of the 1872 law were to promote mineral exploration and development on federal lands in the western United States, offer an opportunity to obtain a clear title to mines already being worked, and help settle the West. 1874 marked the beginning of Custer's expedition to the Black Hills, which created the gold hysteria that brought about a subsequent gold rush and the Great Sioux War of 1876. It was at this point that the ideological component of attempting to subjugate the area's indigenous peoples in general, as opposed to strictly seeking to exploit natural resources, became a philosophical focus for the U.S. government. Finally, the Black Hills Act of 1877 signified the official administrative theft of the Black Hills from Oceti-Sakowin peoples and made permanent the reservation system which defines much of life in Indian country to this day. In a cultural sense, the mining industry in Hisapa actually spent a very short time being about pure greed. Although resource theft was the catalyst of the situation, the wealth it created quickly shifted into being a self-awarded prize for performing violent settler hegemony. All told, the dynamic graduated in just a few short years via military violence and anti-indigenous federal policy to being also a proxy for white supremacy, manifest destiny, and the American promise of plentiful Indian land that could be occupied exclusively by white settlers. Flashing forward in history to the late 1970s and the formation of the Black Hills Alliance, we have the outrageous benefit and luxury of a successful model for repelling the extractive impulse of settler colonialism in the Hisapa. As the field of nuclear energy expanded, it became hungry for more and more uranium, bringing a wave of prospectors looking to once again designate sacred indigenous lands as sacrifice zones for the so-called progress of the settler colonial project. A brave and diverse coalition of people organized themselves to successfully oppose this push for uranium mining in the Black Hills through public education, media production, and mass gatherings that activated thousands of individuals toward lifetimes of environmental advocacy. A large part of why the Black Hills Alliance in the 70s and 80s was so impactful is that it began to threaten the fortification that white supremacy and environmental racism had been providing for illegal mining in the Hisapa. There was a moment where settler and native interests were aligned in the understanding that no one wants uranium in their drinking water, and uranium mining causes that. In a moment of historic clarity, non-native community members who did not stand to financially profit from the mining that would destroy their own drinking water came to recognize that their survival is tied irrevocably to the people who have always held the lands they now occupy as sacred. All at once, being opposed to Indians in general was deprioritized and even thought of as self-harming, which reminds me of a meeting in February of this year in Custer, South Dakota. Some of you were there, where for the first and probably only time ever in my life, I saw elderly white folks, elderly conservative white folks from Custer screaming at a Forest Service ranger that they need to listen to these Indians and honor the treaties. The understanding of our shared survival was that deep in the moment. And we now face another incarnation of the lust for mineral extraction that has kept the Hisapa in the crosshairs of American power for over 150 years. This comes in the form of a Biden administration mandate to increase domestic lithium mining which has triggered another rush of mining claims in the Black Hills to the tune of 121,000 acres just since April of 2022. This recent spike makes for a total of 293,000 acres of the Black Hills now under some phase of mining claim, which is about 23% of the total land mass, despite every last acre being rightful treaty land of the Oceti-Sakowin. Obviously, our history of resistance enables us to recognize the danger to the land, water, and air this latest mineral frenzy poses. And we recognize the horrific exacerbation of human climate impact that occurs from all phases and processes of lithium extraction. But because of that history, I also see opportunity, namely an opportunity to use the organizing and momentum building tools we've acquired to this point in our struggle for the purpose of compelling the U.S. government to honor its treaties with indigenous nations and return control of all illegally seized and occupied treaty lands to the tribes. Because Oceti-Sakowin people are this land, which we made very clear upon contact with settlers, it is a mistake to consider anti-mining in the Black Hills to be a purely ecological fight. While greed always was and still is a factor in the continuance of mining operations on our sacred lands, there is a governmental philosophy beyond capitalism that guides the decisions of American officials to this day. In terms of federal policy, to harm, degrade, subjugate, scar, and exploit Indian land is to treat it like an Indian. And if we notice the face on a $20 bill or a $5 bill, if we take note of the honoring and celebration of George A. Custer that happens here, it should be well understood that to be anti-Indian is to be seen as supremely American. When it comes to mining, that notion translates rather easily. So, if we are to be effective in organizing ourselves against the dangers of mining in Hisapa, we cannot fail to recognize that focusing solely on environmental health is not enough. Whether or not we're aware of it, anti-mining work is land back work. Because the 1872 General Mining Act is a targeted violation of the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty, I believe that successfully removing the boot of mining from our necks makes the honoring of our treaty rights inevitable. Of course, this is terrifying to extraction companies and devout racists. But the closer Oceti-Sakowin peoples get to justice, the closer we all are to surviving the ecological impacts of a mining industry that is eager to ravage Hisapa and leave a poisonous gravel pile where it used to be. We have learned, thanks to the heroes who did this work before I was born, how to fight endlessly to protect land and water from the dangers of mining. We've learned how to stay connected to the fight constantly, and we've trained ourselves to pivot and repel wave after wave, to wage battle after battle in order for the water and ourselves to survive another day. And we will sustain those efforts in full. We will expand them. But if what we ultimately wish to do is end the war with a victory for Unchimaka, to finally win, land back is the path. It is also my personal belief that unraveling the tangled knot of racist and illegal mining policy in this country is a path to land back, largely because of the implications of challenging the 1872 mining law. Here are some facts that inform the preceding statements. Mining has already polluted the headwaters of more than 40% of Western watersheds, according to the EPA. In 2017, metals mines generated nearly 2 billion pounds of toxic waste. That amounts to half of the toxic waste generated by all industries across the United States. To say that again, of all the toxic waste that is produced by the United States, half of it is from mining. Mining companies generally use chemical compounds such as sulfuric acid or cyanide to separate their target minerals from ore. Contamination occurs when these chemicals are leached, leaked, or spilled from the mining area into the nearby bodies of water. These chemicals without exception, are highly toxic and could lead to loss of habitats for wildlife species and severe, potentially fatal health concerns for human beings. An Earthworks report studying the mines responsible for 93% of U.S. gold production in 2013 found that every site, every single site, had at least one pipeline spill, such as diesel fuel or dangerous cyanide solutions used in gold processing. In a report published by the Associated Press, it was revealed that at average flows, 50 million gallons of polluted wastewater is still flowing out of mine sites and into ecosystems every single day. Indigenous peoples protect 80% of the remaining biodiversity on Earth, despite occupying only 15% of its landmass. The White House Council on Environmental Quality released a memo that calls for the traditional ecological knowledge of indigenous peoples to be the guiding framework for mitigating and surviving climate change. This amounts to federal and scientific recognition of the fact that we have always been the stewards of this land and should be in the future. Another fact, 79% of known lithium deposits in the United States are within 35 miles of an Indian reservation. In this recent call for increased lithium mining, we can observe the exact same process of targeting vulnerable indigenous communities, gearing up to play out as the latest wave of resource colonization by the federal government. And to close, I would say only this. To win the fight for water, we must win the fight against mining on our lands. And to win the fight against mining, we must win the fight for land back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Taylor. All right, well, real quick, before we go on our break, I was going to give space to Lilius to speak on the Black Hills. I'll just let you talk.
The Mining Alliance. Clean Water Alliance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Lilius Jarding. I'm with Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, and I hate to follow Taylor, but here I am. So I wanted to talk about three things quickly. One is that our organization and the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance and a lot of other organizations are working in alliance to oppose mining in the Black Hills, protect the water, and deal with climate change in our area. So there's several levels and layers of alliances that are involved in this work, and a lot of nonprofit groups, as well as tribal entities, and Rapid City is involved in some other places. So that's the first thing, is to just let you know that there is a broad effort to do these things. The second thing is that we used some of that alliance and network to put together a conference about a month ago, and that conference was called Lithium Mining and the Climate Crisis in the Black Hills, and the Green Energy Revolution Hits Home. So 15 organizations attended, and we came up with a common declaration that you can get in the booklet from the back table there, where you have seen me hiding out, if you haven't got it already. And also we came up with a plan, and the plan has 8 components, each of which is going to be dealing with part of this issue, and includes things like environmental justice, building alliances, public education, media, and so forth. So this is a large project, and we'll need all hands on deck. The other thing I wanted to mention quickly is that there is an upcoming opportunity for individuals, tribes, groups of all sizes and sorts to comment on a gold project that is proposed for the northern Black Hills. It's a gold exploration project proposed by a company named Solitario Resources. It's to the immediate west of the Spearfish Canyon. From the rim of the canyon, you can throw a rock to the exploration claims. So the situation is that we expect a draft decision from the U.S. Forest Service on this exploration project. And then that is expected on the 12th, so next Tuesday, I believe that is. And then on the 13th, there will be a notice in the Rapid City Journal saying where we can object. There will be a website or an address or both that will help us have the opportunity to object. So that's coming up. It will need your attention. If you haven't already gotten on our email list to get notices of things like this, there's a sign-up sheet back on the table also, as well as a card that has our website where you can also contact us, and my personal business card where you can contact me directly. So we really need as many people as possible to prepare to object. With the help of a lot of organizations, including Lakota People's Law Project, we got over 1,000 objections to the Jenny Gulch proposed gold project. And so we feel like we have to get 1,000 objections for this next one. So I want to thank everybody very much for being here. It's been a really good conference for me, and I hope everyone else is learning and enjoying also. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on our break, I'm going to do the raffles real quick. Did everyone that didn't win yesterday, because sorry you can't win twice, have a ticket? Actually, board members can't win. Oh, did you guys want? Oh, you're an employee. You're also an employee. Okay. Okay, let's do this beautiful. Sorry, Syed. This first gift win prize, my brain's going. We have another beautiful towel, and I'm sorry I'm not going to pull it out. And then we also have some sweetgrass in here. All right, first ticket. Number 662089. Okay, going once, going twice. I'll pick another. Huh? Okay. 662067. Close. Yay, congrats. Here, come on up. Oh yeah, everyone clap for her. We have a lot, so I'm trying to be quick so you can get your break. Okay, this next one, we have some more tea. It smells so good. And a tea infuser and another mug. This one's really beautiful. Okay, ticket number 662060. Yay, congrats, Cedar. Are you gonna wait? I'll bring it back. All right, this one has some more braided sweetgrass and this really beautiful, and then there's free stuff in here. I mean, it's all free. It's a magnet, a beaded bison magnet. Okay, ticket number 662074. You are the winner. Congrats, Melissa. Give her. There's 3 more. Okay, this next one, socks. Ooh, keep your feet warm. Some more braided sweetgrass in here. And another magnet. This one's a little bit different. Ah! We'll get that in a second. I'll pick the ticket. 662083. Are you here? Okay, going for a new ticket. 662073. Okay, going for a new ticket. 662088. Yay, congrats, Phil. Sorry, I'm making y'all clap. Ooh, I really like this one. I wish I could win. Braided, braided sweetgrass again, and this beautiful tumbler, also Pendleton. If you like all these, we shopped at Prairie's Edge, downtown, if you're looking for this stuff. Oh, they're only open till 6, so you gotta hurry. Ticket number 662086. Yay, congrats, Wayne. Watch out, someone's gonna wrestle you for that one. Oh, maybe that was it. That was it. But I realized I didn't give space. Lonnie, did you want to talk about that QR code you had? If you, I think it's still out on the table, but I told you yesterday you could talk about it. We'll give him space, and then the snacks will be over there, and y'all can eat.
They're all gone, I guess, huh?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Go this way.
Okay. Okay, sorry, everybody. Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna get started at 2:45 with our next speaker, Chase Iron Eyes. You look like you could be awake.
I used to do this for real.
Oh.
When the chimes ring out.
Christmas will really be Christmas when folks are happy everywhere. Christmas will really be Christmas when folks are happy everywhere. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true, 'cause all I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. And I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for St. Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? 'Cause all I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children, their laughter fills the air. Everyone is singing, I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you bring my baby to me? I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just wanna see my baby standing right outside my door. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true, 'cause all I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah, is you. I said it now. All I want for Christmas, yeah.
so hard to be by your side. We don't have to be far away across the seas. Just know I'm trying to see how I can get to you. No river too deep, no mountain too high. The rain and the snow, I'll make it back home. I'll carry on both day and night. Christmas Eve, I'll be by your side. We've been waiting for so long, trying for me to get back home. Many distractions around me. I'll be there this Christmas time, and I can't wait to be in your presence finally. It's what both our souls really need. Rejoice and delightfully. No river too deep, no mountain too high. The rain and snow, I'll make it back home. I'll carry on both day and night. Christmas Eve, I'll be by your side. No river too deep, no mountain too high. The rain and snow, I'll make it back home. I'll carry on both day and night. Christmas Eve, I'll be by your side. Are the colors of lights and deco I see. Gray, grim, gray and black are my moods, 'cause you're not here with me. It's just a sad, sad Christmas. You're not here with me. It's just a sad, sad Christmas. Why can't loneliness let me be? As bright as the stars, baby, as white as the snow. Could our Christmas have been, honey? Ooh, but you
Christmas. You're not here with me. It's just a sad, sad Christmas. Why can't loneliness, loneliness, let me be? Oh, play it for me one time. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Oh, what a silent night, baby. Merry, Merry Christmas, baby. And I hope you have a happy New Year. Why can't this be a happy Christmas for me? It's gonna be 'cause I'm coming home to you, baby. And I don't mean maybe. Let's make a New Year's resolution. Sweetheart, always do. Let's make a New Year's resolution. Lovers are so few. I don't want no more sad, sad Christmas. I'm coming home to you, baby. Ooh, I don't need no more sad, sad Christmas, darling. Oh, baby, wipe those tears 'cause I'm coming home. Oh, we used to have such a wonderful time together, baby. Oh, I'm coming home to worry, baby. Funky, funky Christmas, Mama's fixing food, Papa's watching football,
Food show smelling good.
people coming over, Grandma's on the way. Funky, funky Christmas.
Show enough funky Christmas Day.
Funky, funky Christmas, spirits feeling high, season to be jolly.
That's that potato pie.
Funky, funky Christmas, time for love and peace. Look out, friend and neighbor.
Pass them biscuits, please.
Funky, funky Christmas, Mama's fixing food, Papa's watching football,
Food show smelling good.
people coming over, Grandma's on the way. Funky, funky Christmas.
Show enough funky Christmas Day.
started here in about 1 minute. And I think they just brought pop. It's in the back. Woo! Got some fresh Pepsi back there.
Okay. So you put your computer in there. Oh.
Santa baby, slip a sail under the trees for me. I've been an awful good girl, Santa baby, and hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, and
Probably about a half a minute here.
I wait up for you, dear Santa baby, and hurry down the chimney tonight. Think of all the fun I've missed. Think of all the fellas that I haven't kissed. Next year I'll be oh so good if you check off my Christmas list.
We're not like these rabble rousers.
I want a yacht, and really that's not a lie. I've been
Yeah.
an angel all year, Santa baby, and hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa, there's one thing I really do need, the deed.
Hold on, I don't know.
Santa kid, and hurry down the chimney tonight.
This one?
Yeah, that.
I don't see a play button on it.
No. Space. We could just leave that out.
I mean, we have the other presentation. Let me just open it up. It would be.
I don't know if it's gonna, like, I think it's just the setting that it's in.
Yeah.
Why don't we just go and I'll bring it up on my screen on YouTube.
What?
You might have to cut it out.
Start your thing and I'll bring it up at the end.
Okay.
I have the link to YouTube.
All right. We'll try it. I'll just look over at you guys and see if we got it. Okay. We're good to go?
Yeah.
We're good to gavel in. All right. I do want to stick to and respect everybody's time frames, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started as people continue to trickle in. My name is Chase Iron Eyes, and I am a consultant to the Great Plains Tribal Water Association. And again, I want to thank you all for coming here. I want to thank you all for lending your expertise, lending the benefits of your thoughts and your deliberations and your professions. Everything that you do is important to this organization. It's important to the Oceti Sakowin, to the Sioux Nation, and to our allies and everybody else, all the tribal nations who are classified, who are termed as tribal nations, or who are recognized by the federal apparatus in some form or fashion through federal imaginations and federal English-thinking institutions that we've tried very, very hard to navigate and to come through those attempted character and sovereignty assassination attempts with who we are, with our original composition intact, which goes back untold millennia. Our sovereignty and our ability to determine our own destiny goes back untold millennia. And I want to thank Lilius Jarding and the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, because I pulled the majority of existing data on lithium mining in the Black Hills. Now, I won't spend a whole lot of time on the technical aspects of lithium mining in the Black Hills. Suffice to say that the meeting that we had not too long ago, right after the Army Corps of Engineers was on site in Bismarck, North Dakota, and the Army Corps of Engineers, I've known about this entity since I was a teenager, and I remember when the Army Corps of Engineers flew into Fort Yates, North Dakota. You know, now this is the fort which was designed to host the soldiers and to control the Wakpamani, control the distribution of rations at the time of our confinement, right around between the Little Bighorn, the Greasy Grass, and 1889, when states like South Dakota and North Dakota that's when they began the process of their illegal annexation and occupation of our country, of the Great Sioux Nation, of our territory. So like this city of Rapid City, everything west of the Minnesota, the east bank of the Minnesota, is illegal. And probably things east of, I don't know the full Dakota analysis, treaty analysis and so forth, but that is where we begin. That's how we begin our analysis. Our initial analysis is from that standpoint. You know, I'm a lawyer, and when I went to law school, my professors didn't take me to the side and teach me, hey, you're the original superior predecessor sovereign. You know, you're a nation. They don't say that. What they tell you is that you, the federalized Indian, which is an invention of the European imagination, the European American imagination, you are this kind of a creature that we consider to be within the realm of like the rocks, the plants, the animals, and other things that are governed by the Department of the Interior. I celebrate the fact that Deb Haaland is the new Secretary of the Department of the Interior, but that's how we got in there. After we were moved from the Department of the War, that's why we were placed within the jurisdiction of the Department of the Interior, because the European cultural and legal mythologies and institutional ways of knowing, that's how they look at us. That's how they look at non-Christians, is as subhumans. We occupy some other kind of space in their imagination. And so they tell you from the beginning, Congress has plenary authority over, the kind of existence that you now occupy or that you manifest as a federalized Indian, the creature of the federalized Indian. We control that. And you can see it today. People are so hesitant. We almost can't expect tribal leadership to be willing to challenge the colonial imposition that is being forced upon us, which will result in our extinction as sovereigns unless we do something about it. So the mining, you heard Taylor. I want to thank Taylor for coming through, because there were over 15 organizations at this gathering that we had at the Ramkota. And among them they're too lengthy to list. The Western Mining Action Network from Nevada, the Prairie Audubon, of course, the Clean Water Alliance, Indian Collective, Reno, the vice chair, Reno Red Cloud, was in the house there representing the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, the Earthstream Media, Last Real Indians, Dakota Rural Action, Earthworks, Sichongu Land Office, and everyone else that is here today. There's a concerted effort that is happening around the concept of opposing mining in our territory. And I grew up, since I was a young child, again, hearing the slogan, the Black Hills are not for sale, which is still true, but also if we had the money, we could just go and buy probably 1 million acres of land in the Black Hills, but we don't have those resources. There's a reason why the federal government, like if I put myself in settler shoes and colonizer shoes, there's a reason why I want to keep Indians poor, keep Indians in a state of forced dependency, and then, tell the world, hey, socialism doesn't work. These Indians are actually holding themselves in captivity today. That's the perfect genocide, right? Imagine yourself as a settler colonizer and you set this system up and you're able to achieve that. There's no way we can adequately oppose what is happening right now in the Black Hills. 9 separate lithium mines are happening right now. Almost 300,000 acres of the Black Hills are being mined right now, are being completely destroyed right now. And we're in a position where we're limited in the actions that we can take. Now, we have to continue on our path in a way that represents the strength and the integrity of our people, the chiefs that spoke for us, and the women that appointed them to hold those positions, those who are expressive and manifest the substance of our inherent sovereignty and our inherent authorities, our spiritual sovereignty. We have to walk in a way that carries that legacy on, at the same time speaking English, at the same time involving ourselves in the co-management of the Black Hills at Pactola, involving ourselves in other colonial processes which lead us, hopefully, to a strengthened state, so that we're not constantly just saying the Black Hills are not for sale. Like, I've said that so much and for so long that I just want the money, not the Black Hills money, but we should be able to make our own money to buy the Black Hills back. Like, why would we want to continue to say the Black Hills are not for sale? We have to make moves, whether it's in the law or media or policy, or even a frontline action that no doubt will happen, and that's what happened in Pihimaha. There's a place called Pihimaha. It means rotten moon. It is also called Thacker Pass on the American maps. The same people long time ago, that gave us the ghost dance, the people of Wovoka and the Paiute and Shoshone relatives in what is now called the state of Nevada, those relatives there are fighting the same lithium companies. They're fighting the same corporate extraction that we find ourselves engaged with. We didn't ask for the fight at the Dakota Access Pipeline. We were trying to mind our own business. We were trying to raise our children and strengthen our nation in peace. But they wouldn't let us have that. The Dakota Access Pipeline Energy Transfer Partners, they instigated this intrusion, this corporate extractive intrusion and privately militarized intrusion and disturbance of my peace and of my children's peace. They came to us and held a gun to our head and said, you know what, Mr. Indian, you're going to be forced to live in the sacrifice zone. Your children are going to drink cancer water. You don't have a choice. This is what the private corporation and corporate personhood really has done to not only indigenous nations, but the constitutional rights of average people who call themselves Americans. Now, I say all that because tribal sovereigns do have a lot of power, and we have a lot of ability to assert ourselves and to defend our rights, to defend clean water, to defend healthy ecosystems so that the corporate apparatus is not able to degrade our lives and our posterity's lives to a point where it's not worth fighting for. I listened to Doug, who is up here talking, not Doug Krogos, but Doug Cluck. And, he was maintaining his positive attitude, though he was telling us the grimmest things that you could possibly imagine, that Mother Earth is going to warm up to the point that it's unlivable. What we can't do is give in to apathy and to nihilism and to fear. I see it in my children, not those characteristics, but they're questioning, is it worth my going to college if we're going to inherit a dead planet? Is it worth me going to school to learn to have a career if we're going to inherit a poisoned river? But what we can't do is give up our power. We have to be willing to take the next step and to confront. Whenever you're getting bullied, you don't let the bully continue to bully you. You have to confront that bully. The bully is disturbing your peace. And if you don't confront the bully, then you're going to continue to be degraded. And that's what's happening to the American people, to the Canadian people, New Zealanders, Australian, and the indigenous nations. So we have short time, and I feel that we can't give up hope, that we can take courage. We have that power and that authority within us. But this information here, I just wanted to go through some quick slides to let you know that we're not the only ones, and that we need to be speaking with our relatives all over the globe. We saw Dekshi Tim. Somehow he's here today. He was on this live stream yesterday. He's a shapeshifter. I don't know how he got here that fast. But he mentioned the Kanaka Maoli, our indigenous Hawaiian relatives who have the same struggles with blood quantum, with federal recognition, with the same colonial challenges. And we have to connect all those dots, even to our settler brothers and sisters who've been in the Black Hills for 100 years. This is their water too. This is their Black Hills too. And we have to join hands with them. We have to reach out to them and try to build a bridge. I see their consciousness raising. I was telling Lilius, I never would have dreamed, because I worked in the Black Hills as a kid, right? When I was 16, 17, 18, 19, right around there. And I remember the Norbeck Society, and I always talk about the Norbeck Society because They're just some settler conservation society, probably to promulgate, settler pioneer mythology amongst themselves, to try to give themselves a sense of identity and an attachment to our lands. I couldn't imagine being a settler or being in Europe or Japan and trying to create some sort of sacred relationship with land that I'm a complete alien to. That's got to be tough. So they've been here and they're willing to stand up. They're willing to stand up to the corporations that are trying to destroy their water and their ecosystems too. There's ceremonial protocols in place for us to include these newcomers, maybe the ones that signed the treaties with us, the ones who want to honor those treaties. There should be a place in our hearts and in our future to build a different reality than the one that we're inheriting. So we went down here, where you can see by Pihimaha, by Thacker Pass, right by northern Nevada, north of Winnemucca. And the BLM has permitted the largest lithium mine in the country. Maybe, probably not in the world, but it's giant. It's so big. And some of our spiritual leaders from where I now live on the Pine Ridge, the Oglala Lakota Nation. Well, I'm from Standing Rock, and I'm also, quote unquote, enrollable in what is now called the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation. But these are places of confinement, that those identities didn't always exist like that. But this is where we went. This is what they stand to lose, is some of this is right from kind of their equivalent of Bear Butte there. They call it Nipple Rock or Pisa. It's just this big obsidian pyramid, whole bunch of obsidian right there, which is a stone that is sacred. It's significant to a lot of people. And there's a whole supply of it, like right here. And my brother here, Dove Korfkorn, who is also an attorney, unfortunately, I'm trying to plug him into our territory and our country, but I wanted to give him a few minutes just to kind of tell about his experiences there, and then I'll pick back up with the end of my presentation. But I want to invite Dove up here to address our relatives here.
Thanks, Chase. Hi, everybody. My name is Dove Korfkorn. I'm an attorney for the treaty rights in the water and animals, as Chase said. I'm just going to go back to the first slide. We've spent time there. Chuck over there, the guy with the crazy hat that needs like that little helicopter thing on top, he's been there. He spent a lot of time there. It's happening silently. It's been happening silently. It's one of those big decisions that Trump made. It was a mine that usually takes 3 to 5 years to clear the permitting process. It took 8 months. Much of it was because Elon Musk sat on Trump's business committee and pushed this mine. There's a $650 million investment from General Motors for a lithium processing facility in the Gulf of Mexico. And what we're looking at is basically a regime that is going to call itself green, but really is just going to use the same apparatus that the fossil fuel industry has been using for some time. You've had these up for a while. Thacker Pass, Pihimaha is in the McDermott Caldera. It's a 30 or so mile by 30 mile beautiful high desert mountain area with really fragile, beautiful ecosystems. This mine is, we've heard the word greenwashing. For every ton of lithium that this mine's going to produce, it's going to require 2 tons of fossil fuels emissions, which to me doesn't really make any sense. But when you look into the contracts behind this, the way they're going to extract this lithium is by pumping the ground with sulfuric acid, because I'm not a scientist, but sulfuric acid helps leach out lithium from clay and stone. The way you make sulfuric acid is by taking molten sulfur, which is the leading byproduct of oil refineries, and you process it and you pump it into the ground. So they already have contracts with fossil fuel and oil refining infrastructure to ship all that molten sulfur, where from Montana, from the Bakken, into northern Nevada. There was already a huge spill. A train flew or landed into the Yellowstone River a few months ago. They're not really sure if that sulfur was coming to Nevada or not, but the point is this is speeding up. The mine's also going to take about 1.7 billion gallons of water per year from the driest state in the country, one of the driest regions in the country. And there's just a lot that isn't being discussed. It's beautiful there. I spoke a little bit about sulfuric acid. It's incredibly toxic. 1 teaspoon of it can kill any of us. Imagine if you're a plant or an animal that isn't a human. It's incredibly toxic. It doesn't leave the ecosystem. They've said that it will take about 200 years if the mine was shut today. If it was open today and shut today, it would take about 200 years for reclamation if everything went perfectly. But we know that those numbers tend to be fudged. There's a risk of other toxic metals and materials leaching into the groundwater, uranium, antimony, things like that. But lithium is not just, it's a worldwide problem. There's prospecting now across the country. We know about the Black Hills, but places like Maine in the East Coast, Arkansas, places that we don't really think about as extractive industry outposts are realizing that lithium now is this incredibly valuable salt. There's about 20,000 prospecting claims in northern Nevada alone for lithium, which says everything you need to know. Chase mentioned it, but what's really important about this fight is that it's bringing together people that aren't just natives. There are 2 lawsuits against this mine that actually failed recently, but one was launched by a coalition of conservation groups, settler conservation groups, but groups that do important work. And ranchers. That was one lawsuit. The other lawsuit was launched by a bunch of tribes. There's about 30 Shoshone-Paiute tribes that are impacted by this mine, a couple of which are near the mine, but 30 of which are related to this place, view this land as sacred. The lithium company bought out the tribe closest to the mine, the Fort McDermott tribe, and paid for them to have a $5 million community center to basically get their okay to the mine, which is obviously standard practice in this world we're in. But the big point, just as far as the groups involved, is that you're having a solidarity build between interests that, a lot of these people voted for candidates who are pro-mining. But when it comes to this, it's different. There's also a much bigger elephant in the room. There was a massacre at Pihimiha in 1865. U.S. cavalry were basically chasing Shoshone-Paiute people out of their villages. Shoshone-Paiute people were there's no treaties, some of the last contacted native people on the continent, and the U.S.'s plan was just to kill them. They didn't even want to have a reservation, they just wanted to kill them all. In 1865, they were chased up into Thacker Pass. While they were sleeping, cavalry came and just killed people. There's eyewitness accounts of 31 men, women, and children who were slaughtered while they were asleep, but numbers suggest that it could be as high as 70 or 80 people. The problem with this is that, there's ecosystem, ecological claims that have been made, NEPA arguments, endangered species arguments, Clean Water Act arguments, but there's also this NHPA argument that these areas not just contain burial grounds, sacred sites relating to ancestors' graves, but also it's a place for medicine gathering, hunting, right? It's a sacred area. But none of this was allowed into court. The Bureau of Land Management, which recognizes and acknowledges that there was a massacre at Pihimiha, has records of it in its own registry, the federal registry, did not acknowledge any of that until after the judge made her initial decision. And so after, when the tribe said, hey, the BLM has acknowledged that this is eligible for protection, she said, well, decision's already been made. This made its way to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit also upheld the judge's findings. But the short end of it is that the federal government has admitted that this area is entitled to NHPA protection and has not given it, or has even started the process. I'm going to just wrap up real shortly, but the 2 things that are relevant is that the General Mining Law of 1872 just allows basically unfettered mining across the country. And there's also, unless a site is recognized as a sacred site or eligible for sacred site protection under the NHPA, it doesn't have any opportunity to be considered for that protection. So that's what the tribes acknowledge. And I'll just point to Doug. He looks great in these pictures, but he's been out there. He kind of finds his way. He's like Waldo. He's just all over the place. And yeah, here's Doug and others with the tribal leaders. And I think Chase will take on from here. But it's coming here too. That's really all there needs to be said. It's a universal fight. So.
Thank you, brother. Let's go back to this picture of Doug. Give me 3 minutes, Mario, and then we'll go to questions. That's Chairman Arlen Melendez right there of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. and elected leaders from 14 different tribal nations that converged and really wanted to support Reno Sparks. Just like the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance is taking initiatives, it's composed of elected leaders, it's composed of technicians, and I just want to get in where I fit in, and I want to help facilitate that process because there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces, and sometimes we as Oceti Sakowin people, we operate in silos because that's probably consistent with our political culture. You know, everyone has their own authorities and we respect people's authorities, but that's also how we ended up on reservations. It's also how we kept our culture alive, but we have to think about organizing, and it's the most uncomfortable thing. Look at what America went through when they asked us to identify one chief. We couldn't do it. Like, we still can't do it today. And we don't need to do that, but we need some organization that we can respect. But let me give some time for questions to Mario. Do we have a microphone that we can run over to him real quick? And then Peter talked about this, but there's fights coming right now. The states that surround us and occupy our territory, they've already built water districts up in North Dakota, and now South Dakota is starting to build those water districts to come for our water. And they're not trying to recognize that we have any rights in it. They don't care about consultation, free, prior, and informed consent, none of that. So we're going to have to fight with everything we got to make sure that our rights are recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chase. My question is, we're always bumping our heads up against the wall and not getting anywhere. We know that lithium mining is important for cars, what they call it, the electric
EV.
cars. And so we know that Musk, you named Musk, he's one of the main manufacturers of these cars. And we know a priority of Biden is these electric cars. So you know that Biden's not going to do anything.
And the green military.
Yeah, and the military also. You know he's not going to do anything, so we're just bumping our heads up against the wall. And you have to come up with a strategy, not just, we're always locked into this federal lands. We have to go through the NEPA process. Why not a new strategy where we sue the energy companies? For the damages they're doing. Instead of going through this NEPA process on federal lands, just go after the energy companies because they are polluting the land, and sue them for damages. I know you might not get the make them quit, but it does hurt them if you can get damages against them. And then another thing is a lot of these lands, like in the Black Hills, we can go right now and have Biden declare them national monuments under acts of Congress. Instead of fighting and bumping our heads against the wall, maybe we can go and ask Biden to declare them national monuments. And it doesn't have to be all or nothing. We can ask him to declare 1.3 million acres of all the federal lands minus maybe the air base and some of those federal installations. And he has the ability right now to declare national monuments under acts of Congress. And he could do it unilaterally if he wanted to. Don't have to go through Congress. So why are we not looking at those kind of approaches instead of just bumping our heads against the wall, try to go through the NEPA process where we know generally we'll never get anywhere? So that's kind of my question to you.
Well, what we're trying to do is there's the court of law, of course, and then there's the court of public opinion. And so the reason for building the alliances that we're building right now is because there is a plan for a media campaign, at least a media campaign, but also there should be some closed door sessions from our people, our friends, our attorneys, our advisors, and so forth, to try to figure out causes of action related to lithium, related to water, not only the water that is going to be used. It takes so much water to do lithium mining, but this Western Dakota Regional Water System, that is a huge project. The pipeline itself is 6 feet in diameter. It is taking untold acre feet. Like, it's a lot. Let me go to one of these slides here, but it goes from the Missouri River all the way to the Black Hills, and we couldn't really figure out if it's if it's being used for mining, or if it's being used because the Ellsworth Air Force Base is expanding, or because Kristi Noem is succeeding in recruiting tons of people with tons of cash who can pay cash for houses. Like I'm noticing what's happening with the real estate market just right around here in the Black Hills and in Rapid City. But we do need strategies. We have to create causes of action because they're not, I've seen it when I used to live on Standing Rock. I've gone to these meetings where the Army Corps is there and we raise the issue about our water rights, and they say that it has to be quantified. So Peter quoted Arizona versus California, which is a case that says we shouldn't have to do that. But it doesn't matter what the case law says sometimes, it's what politicians think or judges think. Like, what are they willing to do that day? So the question about water litigation or water settlement, that's coming up next. And there goes my timer. So I want to make sure that this body right here, that is uniquely composed of elected tribal leadership, in order to join the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, you need a tribal resolution to join. And so far, 7 of our sister bands, our relatives, have joined. So we're making strides, and we just need to make room for each other and continue to give each other grace, because there's a lot riding on the precious time that we have left. And I feel that sense of urgency. But I want to thank you for your indulging me today. I know I'm talk very fast sometimes when I'm trying to get through things. And I'm very I don't know, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for today.
Not a cup of tea, but a nice glass of water.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the next presentation. We're going to go to James Rattling Leaf.
Best for last.
There's two more.
Strap it in. Come on, wake us up. Wake us up. Tell us, what do you call, tell us what do you call 4 Ogalalas in a sweat lodge? Oh. You just hit the space bar?
Yeah.
What? Space bar?
Yeah, you can, but you can hit the arrows if you need to go back.
Oh, great, so about 20 minutes or so? Yeah. Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you again for the opportunity to be with you again. My name is James Rowling Leaf, and member of the Resiliency tribe, and these gatherings they're kind of hard sometimes, to stay engaged, because, just listening to Chase right now, I mean, that's a lot of stuff, right? Within 20 minutes, what he said. Very important things. And everything else we've heard today and yesterday in terms of this issue of climate change. And I also want to welcome those online. We forget that we have a very powerful platform today in 2023, something called the internet and Zoom and YouTube. And, we can reach the world now, which we never had before. In my generation, in my time, I went from no internet to now we can reach the world just like that and share messages and share ideas and support each other and rally around each other and to address the most important things we face as Indigenous people. So when Doug and I, we were at Polson, Montana for that tribal drought workshop that Crystal Stiles showed, and he asked me and invited me to come and be with you, and I do have a relationship with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance for many years, and began with them on the climate work that we started there, and I was always grateful for that, because I don't know if you remember this, Syed, but there was a meeting we had in Rapid City here, and I was just starting out in my work, and I knew Syed from Rosebud, and I said, Syed, here's what I'm trying to do, can you help me? He said, you need to come to this meeting in Rapid City called the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. So, okay, I will. And when I was there, I connected with Syed. He said, you need to meet a guy named Reno Red Cloud. And so there was Reno Red Cloud over here at a table, and eating, and so I went next to him, and I sat next to him, and I said, "Reno, I'm James Rowlingleaf. Here's what I'm trying to do. I have this project with NIDIS, and we want to start working with Alliance on drought planning and things like that." So I have a fond memories of those times where we started from, and look, many years later, we have what we have today in terms of an organization like the Great Plains and other organizations really working hard to work with tribes, their people, but to find the resources and the leadership to get the work done. So I titled my talk here about leadership, the importance of leadership in doing this work. And so I've been around, I listened to and I learned from many leaders. I was teasing Tim Mintz here. I didn't know Tim, I just knew about him. But this work allowed me to work with him, and we did a we did a Standing Rock Climate Summit a couple of years ago during the COVID, and I heard about him, but I never got to know him and meet with him, work with him. But those interactions have been important for me. And the whole word Lakota and the definition of it, what it is to be today in 2023, is important. And it reminds us again about our relationship and our responsibility. So today I wanted just to share some of my work with you, and hopefully the work that I share is going to be of interest, but also how can we use this to advance the big ideas we heard today, environmental justice, climate justice, those big issues that we all face, but also can impact us. And you look at this image. So this is an image that I asked one of our data scientists at CU Boulder to do. I said, type into ChatGPT Buffalo and the Black Hills, and we want an image. And that's one of the images that came out of it. And so we have now this technology called artificial intelligence now, very powerful. And if you follow the news, science, technology, you know that there's great debate now in our country and the world about, what does this mean for us as humanity, but also for indigenous people? Is this going to be useful to us? Is this going to be helpful to us when we make decisions? We understand the challenge we face as indigenous people. So I share that with you. There's many other things like that happening around the world, around this technology, and we have a lot of challenges before us. It's not easy. And there's a few people in the world that are kind of controlling that. To what Chase says, there's an elite in Silicon Valley in California that are making decisions like this for all of us, they're not talking about tribal consultation there at the Silicon Valley, Chase. They're just doing it because they can. But so what do we do? And I'm a big advocate for leadership. And so I think that we know our collective past today. We know that despite our advances in science and research and funding and money and leaders, we really haven't gotten any better as a humanity yet. We still do what we do. I mean, just follow the news, right? We just saw another mass shooting at a university. I mean, how commonplace is that coming where it really doesn't affect us no more, right? We say, oh yeah, that happened over there. But I care about what's over here. So we know that. We know that we're out of balance with the earth. We're out of balance with each other. And we're doing things to our environment like lithium. I was part of a panel the other day. It was on environmental justice. And the commissioner of Adams County, which is the largest county in Colorado, was on the panel with me. And she was talking about all these wells, oil and gas wells now, that are still out there in that county that are close to the airport there in Denver and to the community in Denver. And one of her jobs was to mitigate those wells. And that's because, we're moving from what they call a just transition to a green energy. But what's going to happen to all those things that get abandoned now when we want those companies to transition from oil and gas to green energy? Someone still has to deal with those wells because they are contaminating the water. And they were bonded at one time at $5,000 per well. Now it costs over 6 figures now to fix one well. And they got thousands of wells out. This is one county in America having to do with oil and gas. So there are decisions that we're making now as a humanity when we say we want to go to green energy. Well, do we really understand what that means? What's going to be the impact of that decision? And I think that mining for lithium is part of that. One bad for another bad just because it makes us feel better. But those are questions that we face. And so we know that as we think about the world, our problems, and somebody mentioned the importance of time. How much time do we really have to address these things? So we know that that's before us. I know that we have all these technologies, like I mentioned here, but I don't think we've made any progress. It's caused other kinds of impacts on us, like health, stress, as we face these decisions. Somebody mentioned the word consciousness. You know, is our consciousness raised as a society here in America when it comes to really understanding what we face and how we are impacted by all of that? And so some of the things that I think about and what I do my work is that, and I was in higher education, I was trained, you know, as a scientist, environmental scientist. But as I got older, as I started to do the work more, and I got to learn and hear from many kinds of people, you know, the issues aren't so clear cut sometimes, and it's just not science, not just information is going to address those. So I come from, so now that I've sort of transformed now into this idea about that we need all ways of knowing. And I think that's what's happening in our country. Is that there's a beginning a greater realization that that we need these different voices. And I'm hopeful in a way too, like Doug Cluck and others here. I'm hopeful that because if we don't have hope, I don't know what's left. If we don't have hope as a society, and so, but I do think we need all ways of knowing, and that's the work that I want to share with you a little bit about. And so here's a quote from Deb Haaland I really like. I'm not going to read it for you, but again, it's a recognition that we have indigenous leaders in government. And when she talks about her own background, and she's in charge of the Department of Interior, and they do a lot of management, obviously, of water and land, but she talks about, again, the importance of who she is and who we are as indigenous people, that we do have a way of knowing that's continued for time immemorial. We have a quote from my friend Dan Wildcat Haskell. Again, he's talking about the power of place, how our cultures were developed and how they need to be sustained. He talks about our cultural pathways, and he's one of the leading thought leaders from the tribal colleges, but also in the climate change movement. And so I respect him. I work with him on many different things. We have a quote from our own leader here, Doug Krogost. And I like this quote, Doug, because he talks about sort of the wellness side of this work of climate change, and how we're impacted not just by the environment, but also our health, the humanness, the humanity of ours, and that he gives us answers, right? He gives us a solution to that, is to our spirituality. And thank you, Doug, for that contribution. We also work with, you know, what role do women have in this movement of climate change? So here's a quote from Nikki. It's a long one, but she talks about her importance of her language again as a Navajo lady, and how we need to almost survive this onset right now, you know, to think for the future. And so she's a big believer in adaptation as we go forward, and also our connections to what she calls our non-human relatives. But that's Nikki Cooley, and I respect her a lot. She's a leader of a group called ITEP, the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals there in Flagstaff, Arizona. At the university, at the University of Colorado, we were able to establish something called the Tribal Climate Leaders Program 6 years ago. And so we were able to recruit this young man named Will Crawford from the Sisseton, Dakota, Wahpeton, and he was able to graduate with a 2-year fellowship and a Master of Science in Climate Science. And so his work was around understanding of the impact of climate change on Tumsala, on his reservation there. And so he and 4 others in that cohort have done a great job in being the first graduate students in this type of program at the CU. So this is the first time CU has ever did something like this, targeting climate and tribes and traditional knowledge. And Will was great. When he graduated, and the story was told to me by faculty there, when he graduated, as you know, how we do things, he brought his whole family, and he did a giveaway. And he shared gifts and words and prayers with all the faculty and people that were helpful in that 2-year journey he had. 'Cause remember, this was during the COVID time. But, you know, again, reinforcing our ways and how we do things. And I'm so proud of him. I mean, When I met him for the first time, he was unsure if this was the right decision for him to pursue a master's at a university like CU, but he did it, and I know that he'll do great things. So when I think about climate change, and I've been part of climate change for many years, I think about these four components to climate change. What I try to advocate for in practice, and is monitoring. I'm going to focus on monitoring today, but I think there's a connection to all these different components: monitoring, evaluating, learning, and innovation. And we do this to reduce our risk by doing what we call lower grade actions. But again, they're all connected. And I think because climate change is such a complex issue, there's many pieces to it, and things are changing always. Is that how do we develop the kind of leadership, the kind of training, kind of skills, kind of programs that will function in something like this? So one of the things that I think that's important is data, and I'm really glad that there was space open here to talk about data. And so I heard a lot of data presentations, but these are the questions that I have for us, and I have for myself whenever people approach me for a project around data or science research. And so I ask the question, how is this going to facilitate nation building? Again, how do we influence those organizations that do data and do work so that it's better for us? I think better understanding our challenges and our opportunities, and again, pushing this big idea of data governance. How do we manage our data? How do we collect it in ways that's useful to us? And how do we protect it? We heard a lot about how people are doing these things in other places. So that's a community of practice idea. So we need to promote that within our own sphere here in the Ochetichancoli. And so these kind of things are happening, right? We get to be a part of projects that are beginning to work in this area. I was on a call yesterday in my work. I do a number of different things as a consultant. So I'm really enjoying what I'm doing today. And so I was listening to his presentation yesterday, and they're talking about this idea of indigenous data governance or digital sovereignty. And so how can we have that if we're on the internet? How do we protect our data when we're on the internet that people potentially can get access to? And so there's this new project that's going on in the Southwest, and they're bypassing the internet. They're using the latest and greatest technology of microwave kind of technologies to create their own pipes and how they move their own data, and all control and all managed, all developed by the tribe. So I think we need to think about those kind of things as well. Will that work here? Is that important to think about when we talk about all these different things and how we use our data and how we protect it? And so one of the leaders that I got started back when I got started at Sente was in 1998, and Lionel Bordeaux the late Lionel was president. And he gave this great quote at the time, because he would tease me a lot about technology and science. He'd say, James, he said, he'd call me E.T. And I don't know if it goes back, that term E.T., extraterrestrial. And then he said, James, he said, what you're trying to do is put a wapaha on ET. That's what you're trying to do with the work. Because I was trying to build, and that's what we did, was build mapping technology, satellite data into the university there. And that was, again, 20-some years ago. But I like the context he talked about connecting the earth and sky. And so that's Lakota star knowledge, right? That's the Black Hills and all these places and all these connections that we have and we still have today. But he reminded us again that we have that worldview, even though he might not understand the technology, but he understood the bigger picture. That's why I promote this quote a lot wherever I go, because it helped me understand, again, who we are at the university level, but also as Lakota people. And so we created a project called Res Mapper. So part of talking and speaking, but also it's the idea that we've done something with this. And so to show the people on Rosebud that it can be done in a culturally relevant way, and it could practice Lakota values, customs, and traditions. So we did this over 20 years ago. And boy, I tell you, at this time when this came out, it was really on the cutting edge of how you present information to communities, to cultures, and how do you bring culture into it. So this was Res Mapper, and Albert Whitehat was very instrumental at the time, the late Albert Whitehat, in helping us frame how we bring technology to Lakota people and how we develop the things that's really useful. And that image there of the globe, that's the Black Hills. And this was a picture taken by astronaut John Harrington. So we asked John Harrington at the time when he was launching up there to do something for us, and this is what he did. And so he brought that image back to us, and so that made that part of Res Mapper. But again, just to show the people that first of all, we can do it, that we have the capability to do it. We did it in partnership, and we did it, and even then, we didn't call it traditional knowledge in a way, but we did it to show the people that we can. So here's some screenshots back then. This was all on one CD. But again, bringing together pictures, videos, data, maps, and Phil, I think we even had the Treaty of 1868 for Laramie in that product back in the day. But it was really covering the 20 communities on Rosebud. That was our area that we wanted to work in. So today, you heard Phil Teagle talk about the Climate Center. Well, this is a graphic of some of the work that we're going to do at the Climate Center. And if you look at that very carefully, there's going to be a lot of data-centric work that has to be done to manage that center. I believe that there's going to be a virtual or a hybrid component to it. That meaning that we're going to develop, and people are going to want to come and be a part of this, and they're going to work on it. We can use the different technologies to bring them into work. But again, it's about land, it's about water, it's about building a staff to work with the data, but also it's going to, this whole what it's all about is improving capacity to protect our rights. Deb Holland wants to see tribes use data more effectively with climate change. I saw her at a meeting. I was under the leadership and support of the Treaty Council. I got to give an intervention at the United Nations, the water conference, about a year ago in New York City. And I was sitting, if you know, those rooms are really small. And so you have to get in right away if you get a seat because they fill up really fast. So I was sitting there at one time, and here comes Deb Holland in, sitting right next to me. And if you know Deb Holland, she's a runner. So I was trying to figure out what can I say to her without sounding weird or being stalkerish. First of all, I thanked her for coming to Rosebud. I thanked her for coming to Rosebud because she came to do the boarding school work, and so I thanked her for that. And then I complimented on her shoes, and I got a smile out of her. And I said, I referenced this story right here. I said, I want to thank you for that story you wrote in Nature magazine about the importance of satellite or Earth observation energy for climate and tribes. And I could tell that she knew I knew. And she's surrounded by her staff, and she said, get his contact information. Well, I'm still waiting to hear from her. But Phil, I did my job, man. I did my job representing. Also at the University of Colorado Boulder, where I have an appointment, is that we have this new data center called EASL, Environmental Science Data Innovation Inclusion Lab, $22 million, 5-year NSF-funded National Data Synthesis Center. And so I get to serve on the senior leadership team for the center. We're very deliberate, intentional about working with tribal nations, tribal college, and tribal students. And so recently we had a competition for some proposals and some work group proposals, and I'm really happy that we got 2 tribal ones. We got one from the Oceti-Shankoe under Phil Teagle's leadership, and also one out of British Columbia, where they're really concerned about the transboundary mining issues and the water quality issues of that river that's concerned to them. But again, if you see this, there is an opportunity to think about a new vision for how we work with data. Cyber infrastructure is another big one. You heard that Rosebud is building this $45 million infrastructure for working with data and information. And education. We want to be part of that movement to build a workforce, prepare our young people for this work. And then, again, we're trying to work in this whole open science, open data environment, which is very hard because it is antithetical to a lot of the tribal values of how much we share openly. So that's happening. We're on year 2 now. And, I'm hopeful that this could be useful to Indian country. And so we're working on some projects right now that we want to demonstrate and then do sort of a traveling roadshow to come to Indian country and show and demonstrate and teach and train how we can work with data in a better way. I was really holding myself back when I heard the EPA guy talk today. If you caught his presentation, he talked about something called Tic Tacs. And so I was asked about 5 months ago to lead a proposal at CU Boulder to do a Tic Tac for Region 8. So we were able to complete, boy, I tell you, I respect tribes who work with EPA and can do those proposals because they're not easy. They're not easy to do those EPA proposals. So when we did for Tic Tac, it was hard. but the CU we have the infrastructure and the people to do it. So it's a $10 million, 5 years duration. They asked me to serve as a PI for that, so I am. And this is what we want to do here. Again, it came together very quickly. It was never, I want to do more outreach and consultation with tribes, but we just didn't have time. It was just the funding deadline. But our hope is that we're going to do these activities here with this new TICTAC. And I'm really glad that the Black Hills Water Alliance is here as well. Had a great visit with Lilias and talking about her data, her information, and how we can make that, how we can bring that together in a way that it can be useful, using technical assistance, using tools, and how we bring information together for the not only for the tribes but for the whole region. So I was told that we'll maybe know at the end of the year if we at the CU get this center, and if we get it, obviously my life will change, because then I'll have to lead this and build the staff. But I want to do that in co-development with the tribes for sure. And I'm also happy about this. This just came out in Forbes magazine, Lakota Code Camp, Native American tech leaders bringing Native youth into AI innovation. Does anybody know about this here? Yeah, so it's happening right here. It's been, I don't know how many years, but I heard about it, but I didn't know until they brought this to our attention through this magazine. So they've been doing these camps right here called Lakota Code Camp. I'm really glad that this is happening. Ian Hermini Horses is one of the leaders of it. There's a Grimshaw, again, part of that. Michael Running Wolf is part of the leadership of that. So I met those guys this past year, and they talked about this work they're doing. So how do we engage as tribal nations and tribes and organizations with this camp? Is this a model of how we do work with our youth to get them interested in something like this, where they're showing up? And if you look at the article, there's a great TED talk on one of the leaders of this camp, and he talked about the innovation of Lakota youth, how they brought in their traditional knowledge into this work, and how they're learning coding and they're bringing those together. That's inspiring, and I think we all need to know that. This is another opportunity to advance the goals of this organization when it thinks about the future, about who's going to do the work, when it comes to those things. I like this slide because through the years I've been a part of these gatherings that when these things happen, these three instances here, they're important. Meetings like this are important because we need places to share ideas, build relationships, challenge each other, if you will. Every speaker I heard here today challenged us to get better, to build, to strengthen, to encourage one another. So we do these things as the Ochete Shankoe. And I love these images, right? The Natural Law Conference, Tim, I know you brought me there, and it was good to be part of that world again, because I always heard about these guys, but they're bringing me in and others in, another generation to work with them and to be part of that work. In this work, and I work in science and I work with organizations, and there's a big push for traditional knowledge, and these are 4 different models out there in the world right now of how you work with 2 different knowledges. So I just wanted to share that with you. There's something called stream banks, and there's one called braiding sweetgrass. You might have heard of that book by Robin Kimmer. There's this thing called two-eyed seeing, and then finally there's the Venn diagram. So people are trying to figure out if integrations, I don't like integration, but that's being used out there when it comes to working with different ways of knowing or different lenses. So with that, this past year I was invited by the Department of Interior as well as other Indigenous scholars, and here's the image of all of us. We were invited to Shepherdstown, West Virginia to review a new handbook by Department of Interior entitled Elevating TEK and Federal Decision Making, and also to develop a training for all the DOI training employees. And so, that was my first effort to work at that level. And knowing that this was an important project for Secretary Holland, is that if we're going to talk about TK, we want to elevate it, if we want to utilize it in some form of decision making with federal lands and things like that, then how are everybody going to learn how to do it? How are we going to work with the tribes? How are we going to share if we do that? How's that information going to be stored? Dealing with all the policy implications of what that means. You know, the issue of FOIA came up at this meeting. And so they brought on a lawyer from the special counsel. Is it the special counsel? The top lawyer for the government. And she said tribes are not exempt from FOIA. And so anything that's being done is FOIAble. And so I said, well, can we get an exemption to FOIA as tribal nations? Have you heard about that? Chase, is there any work going on to get an exemption from FOIA for tribal nations when it comes to this kind of work? But that's something like that we have to consider. We need. I think it's important part of our toolkit to work with traditional knowledge. So this is about a year out, this handbook. But again, I got to be a part of that, and it was really good for my leadership. The other thing that I want to share with you is that because of the nature of my work, I get to work kind of all over the world. And so I came across this term called ethical space, and it's utilized in Canada. If you heard about the Truth and Reconciliation work there, they brought all the tribal indigenous leaders together, and they're talking about how we're going to work with the government, because we know the past and how we do it in the past does not work. So the concept of ethical space was developed there, and to begin to recognize again our different perspectives. But because we have to work together, how are you going to do that? And so they had indigenous scholars, begin to articulate what ethical space is and how we do the work. So I became aware of it, right? And so I was asked to be a part of these groups. So there's a guy named Reg Crochu from British Columbia, and Picani, I think is Blackfoot. But he talks about creating a place of knowledge systems to interact with mutual kindness, respect, and generosity. And so elders like him and others are in the forefront of developing ethical space and working with different organizations. And so I get to work with a colleague. Her name is Gwen Bridge. Here's a picture of her, but she talks about ethical space as a conceptual framework for building dialogue that can advance reconciliation. It's premised on two principles of drawing from Picani scholar Reg Crochu and bringing forward what is important to be understood in a way that can be understood. It's creating something new. So these ideas now are starting to move because I'm part of the meetings and I get to be part of projects, and we get to train on these things now. So right now I'm supposed to be at a meeting with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. And so they want to get involved in utilizing ethical space as part of their development for the future and how they work with tribes, the Greater Yellowstone to Yukon initiative. So in that work, because of ethical space, now I've been asked to facilitate a meeting called Indigenous Climate Leadership Agenda in Canada. So the provincial government in Canada now is bringing all the tribal nations together in February to begin to articulate what they call an Indigenous Climate Leadership Agenda would look like. So there's been work happening before, consultation, if you will, there, gathering information, bringing people together, and now they're bringing them together with the feds or the provincial government. And I have been asked to help facilitate those meetings in Ottawa. And so what's going to happen is they've been looking at these different ways of what are the issues, right? And so the First Nation people are talking about how do we get a seat at the table when these decisions are made about climate change? And how are we going to fund it? How are we going to resource it going forward? So these infographics are a result of what they call what has been heard, what's been said these last few years. And it's really interesting to me, right? Because it's another perspective, very similar to ours, but a different perspective. But they talk about many of the same things that we concern us. And so, these are all these issues like healing, about land, about procedures and how we do this work, traditional knowledge. Again, they're saying traditional knowledge is critical to the success of any climate change initiative. And so I like this, the last part of that, our bottom line is the health of our people. People's always in the forefront of this in terms of how they do this work, addressing colonization, talking about reciprocity, again, talking about authority. Who has the authority to make these decisions when it comes to climate change? Is it the government, traditional knowledge holders? What is our natural laws? Berries versus dollars. These are really interesting, way to again present the thinking that they're thinking about. There's UNDRIP. UNDRIP's right in the middle of it because I know the Canadian government has adopted many of the UNDRIP principles in their work Data systems, part of that. Equity is part of that. Yet the reality is that we still have basic needs. Phil talked about housing on Rosebud and any other reservation, right? People are still living day to day, trying to survive. So I like this image too. In Canada, they have a Truth and Reconciliation Day, and they all wear orange. And so this is the image of them walking together. It's powerful to me to see them coming together and marching for their future. So again, here's another picture of ethical space again as a graphic image. Again, it's no one system needs to corroborate one another. I love that. Each should maintain their own integrity of who they are, and it says all systems are equal. I've never heard or seen anything like that before in my work. So when I saw this and saw these principles, it really grabbed me. I was thinking, how do we think about this? How's this applicable to the work at Ocheti Shankomi or the Great Plains Water Alliance when it works with partnerships, when it works with working with spirituality and data? Again, so this is another view of that, but it talks about where do we get our authority to make decisions. One side's a Western side, and some other side would be another, maybe say indigenous side. But again, it's trying to frame how we talk about, how we think about these things and where the steps are in terms of this so we can understand each other. And so ethical space is in the middle, right? It's that dialogue, it's that interaction with one another. So if we agree or believe or understand it to be, then maybe we can make progress in doing work together. And so finally, my last slide, I do get to speak a lot. I do get an opportunity to travel and to be a part of many different things. And I like this image because it reminds myself, and I'm trying to remind the audience about the power of adaptation for Lakota people and indigenous people. You know, we decided what we wanted to do. We decided what we wanted to use and how we used it. And I love this image because it reminds me that the horse was brought to us, right? And we made it a relative. These were men on the hill looking for the next campsite. So they were gathering information, they were thinking, and they were processing, and their job was to bring that back to the decision maker. They had to have the highest integrity to do that work and to be respected to do it because it mattered, right? The people's survival mattered. So we have it in us. You know, we have that adaptability for us, and so we need to keep going that. So I want to say thank you. Thank you all for your time. Is that my time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. All right, next we're gonna move to our intern. So Osmal, yeah, two more speakers. Osmal Hosan, did I say last name right? He's been an intern with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance for a few months now. And let me pull this up, sorry. Okay. Take it away.
Hello, thank you, and good evening. I know all of you are desperate to leave the room because you're so tired, I know. But I'll try to make you rejuvenate. In presenting what I've been doing with Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance in the last couple of months, I've been assessing tribal climate adaptation water needs in South Dakota. And I make this title from one of the quotations from one of the tribal water resource managers that I interviewed. The title of the presentation is, "They write reports for us sometimes, but they have never been here." And subtitle is Tribal Climate Adaptation Water Needs in South Dakota. I think if you look at the title, it resonates the whole scenario, that what are the challenges that tribal water resource managers are facing, and also what are their priorities in managing water resource management in the face of climate change. And I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Azmal Hussain. I'm a PhD student of sociology at Colorado State University and also a national research trainee of interdisciplinary training, education, and research in food, energy, and water systems at Colorado State University. So if you are tired and bored, I would like to rejuvenate you with a photo I'm showing here. Who knows what is happening here? Yeah? Yes, global leaders are gathering in the desert city of Dubai. For what? They are making negotiations how to protect the planet from the climate catastrophe, how to save the lives of vulnerable peoples who are struggling with the climate catastrophe. And if you look at the photos closely, that most of the leaders are in smiling face, except a couple of people. And my eyes are focused on the one person from the right, third person from the right, and from the third person from the bottom. Do you know who is this person? This is Isaac Herzog, the president of the Israel. You may ask the questions that why I am talking about the president of Israel. When we are talking about climate change adaptation and we are talking about protecting people, vulnerable people from the climate catastrophe, and also I'm glad that I have been hearing a lot of discussions today about colonialism, settler colonialism, displacement, and whenever we are talking about climate change here and displacement, that you know Gaza Strip has been under-occupied and has been under siege by the Israeli military forces, defense forces. And do you know what is the death toll until today? I just checked the death toll in Gaza Strip. I found that it is 21,000 civilian people are killed in the last couple of weeks. And these numbers are only counted numbers. There are thousands of dead bodies are not yet counted under the rubbles. And one of the most pressing problem in the Gaza Strip is the thousands of people are dying under the occupation and also siege. They're struggling to get drinking water, pure drinking water. And the World Health Organization already warned that the people who are killed due to the invasion, more people will be died due to lack of water, fuel, and also foods. And if you look closely, that how the water infrastructures in the Gaza Strips are targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces. And you may raise the questions, why it is important in these discussions? Because we have been talking in the last 2 days that colonialism matters, which has been started with the doctrine of discoveries, under which the European settlers has invaded and spreaded their supremacy around the world. And good thing is that the most important and significant scientific evidence are started to acknowledge how colonialism and also settler colonialism are affecting the people who are suffering from climate change created by the most of the settlers around the world. So IPCC Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, they just published their 6th assessment report this year. And they acknowledge that vulnerability is exacerbated by inequity and marginalization linked to gender, ethnicity, low incomes, informal settlements, disability, age, and historical and ongoing patterns of inequity, such as colonialism, especially for many indigenous peoples and local communities. And the another report which is important, the 5th National Climate Assessment Report, just published a couple of weeks ago by the United States Global Change Research Program. It mentions, by exercising their right to self-determination, indigenous peoples can respond to climate change in ways that meet the needs and aspirations of their communities, which is very high confidence. However, their ability to exercise this right is often undermined by institutions and policies shaped by the impacts of settler colonialism. So why I'm bringing these issues here, that we are talking about settler colonialism and its impact in these native lands. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that settler colonialism is not happening not only in that regions, I think says nicely mentioned today, that it is happening in different corners of the world. And we need to consider that people, native people, whether they are native people in the northern Great Plains or native people in the Palestines, they are suffering from the settler colonialisms. And climate change is, as a threat multiplier, is exacerbating the problems for them. And the scientific evidences are acknowledging that we need to acknowledge the holistic view, indigenous holistic view, if we want to tackle the climate change and adapt with the changing climate. And from that point of view, my study I am presenting today, that I'm bringing that how the structural forces like colonialism, settler colonialism, inequity, marginalization, displacement are merging together with the changing climate and making the native people, indigenous peoples, especially in the northern Great Plains, so vulnerable. So in the last 2 days, I think I'm pretty sure that you have heard a lot of things about the science of climate change. So I'm not going detailed about the science of climate change. I will jump in to the main projects by skimming through the science of climate change, that global temperature is rising and human-caused, like burning of fossil fuels, are the responsible factors for the emission of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which are the responsible factor for global warming. And this is the pattern or scenario of projected temperature rise in the northern Great Plains. And climate change definitely brings a lot of problems in the water cycles. Every water disasters, every climate disasters are water disasters. So water sector is the hardest hit of climate change. And this is the scenario of annual precipitation for the northern Great Plains. And the problem is that the effect of climate change or the water cycle are affecting people disproportionately because of their dependence on the water for their livelihood, for their ceremonial practice, for their spirituality. Indigenous communities are the hardest hit due to climate change. And tribal nations and rural communities are the under-resourced communities in the northern Great Plains. And this makes them more vulnerable due to climate change. And the reports of the 5th National Climate Assessment reports also highlighting that American Indian and Alaska Native homes, they require water and sewer system improvements if they want to adapt with the changing climate. And there are a lot of progress in climate change adaptations, but these adaptation progress are unequally distributed among different groups, different race, different class, and different nationalities. And good thing is that in the northern Great Plains, that tribal nations like Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, they are coming forward to develop mechanisms to adapt with the changing climate by their traditional ecological knowledge and also their natural resource-based livelihood mechanisms. Given that scenario, the project I'm working, it has 2 research questions. One is, what are the barriers and challenges to tribal water management in the state of South Dakota? And what are the priorities for tribal water management in the context of climate change in South Dakota? And we are focusing on 9 federally recognized tribal nations in South Dakota, and we are using both primary and secondary data. So primary data are coming from qualitative techniques, like we are conducting in-depth interviews with tribal water resource manager in South Dakota. And also for secondary data, we are like depending on the existing literature. And I developed as an annotated bibliography as part of this project. And for that annotated bibliography, I specifically focusing on the data-driven or empirical research. And for the in-depth interviews, as I mentioned that we are focusing on 9 water resource manager, but still today I was able to complete only 3 in-depth interviews. And good thing is that I just scheduled 1 interview with one of the resource managers for next week. And if you look at the existing literature that data-driven and empirical evidence that how climate change are affecting Native Americans in the northern Great Plains, the research or studies are showing that there are lack of documentations about the impact of climate change on tribal communities. And so they were talking about the elderly members of the tribal communities. And elderly members observed long-term changes in the local climates, including declining winter snowfall, milder winters and warmer summers, and their observations are fully consistent with the existing climatic data. And there are 5 common categories of impact on the native nations due to climate change. The first one is impacts on water supply and management, impacts on aquatic species important for culture and subsistence, impacts on ranching and agriculture, impacts on tribal sovereignty and rights, and impacts on soil quality. And we have been talking about that drought is one of the most pressing climatic problems in that region. And the research done on drought and adaptation with drought, they identified that drought is a wicked problem. And it is the result of the both biophysical and also social factors. And response options should also accommodate both biophysical and social responses. And in doing so, engagement of stakeholders like researchers, managers, and landowners, and the co-production of climate adaptation strategies are the most effective mechanisms for climate change adaptation strategies against drought in northern Great Plains. And there are a couple of successful examples that how the co-production of knowledge and also engagement of stakeholders can help local communities to adapt with the drought. So the examples, a couple of examples are Wind River Indian Reservation of Wyoming, the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, the Bison Management Program in Southwest South Dakota, and Evaporative Demand Drought Index on the Western Water Assessment Climate Dashboard, and GrassCast developed by W.J. Patton at CSU and tested by the USDA Northern Plains Climate Hub. And flood is another also focus of interest when we are talking about climate change. And South Dakota and the broader northern Great Plains are susceptible and vulnerable to flood events due to increasing annual precipitation, severe and frequent rainstorms, and an increase in average springtime temperature. And all the river stations in the northern Great Plains show strong increasing trend, change patterns at scales of 6 to 8 years. And widespread flooding in short vegetations, like including croplands, and in regions with high social vulnerability and low community resilience, and specifically in the tribal reservations. And high levels of variance among land cover, slope, elevation, and other important flood risk factors in tribal reservations indicate a challenge for flood risk mitigation for the tribal nations. And another thing is water quantity. We have been talking about drought and also resulting from the groundwater depletion. So groundwater depletion is one of the most pressing problem in that region. And I'm not going through details, but I would like to say here that there is a variation in the peak groundwater depletion across state in the Great Plains. Like Colorado faced it into this year, Kansas 2010, New Mexico 22, Oklahoma 2012, and Texas 1999. Good thing is that peaks have not yet occurred for Nebraska, South Dakota, and Wyoming, but it is approaching. So we need to be careful and very much concerned about the peak groundwater depletion in South Dakota. And another thing, water quality. There are a lot of issues in terms of water quality, like uranium contamination, cyanide contamination, iron. But I have been specifically focusing on like arsenicosis, which is naturally occurring contamination in groundwater. And there is a study called the Strong Heart Water Study, which is the first arsenic mitigation program designed to reduce arsenic exposure among private oil users in American Indian communities in the Great Plains regions. And they found that a quarter of the oils tested in tribal communities in North Dakota and South Dakota had arsenic level greater than 10 microgram per liter, which is the exceeding values of the safe level of arsenic contamination proposed by the Environmental Protection Agency. So along with uranium contamination, cyanide contamination, and all other human waste contaminations, arsenicosis is also one of the great concerns, and which is strongly responsible for the non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular disease, kidney problems, and it has a huge implications for health concern. And in terms of tribal water sovereignty, current indigenous water rights in settler colonial states are shaped by the long history of colonial water laws. And existing literature on indigenous water lacks indigenous voices and interdisciplinary perspectives. So there is a movement called Water Back Movement, which is strongly connected with the Land Back Movement, which acknowledge focusing not only on rights to water, but also responsibility to water. And in terms of indigenous water justice, the principle of self-determination in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People is the foundation of indigenous water justice. So if you acknowledge the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples, then you need to acknowledge the self-determination of the indigenous peoples in governing their water rights, which has been missing in the settler colonial states for a long period of time. And the final secondary information I would like to show here, like co-production and stakeholder engagement, which incorporates 4 important components: inform, consult, participate, and empower. So if we miss any of the components, then we will not be able to produce successful co-production of knowledge in terms of climate change adaptations. And if you look at the findings of the interviews, as I said that I just completed 3 in-depth interviews. So these data are very initial, and from these 3 interviews, I can say that in terms of climatic events, the water resource managers are concerned about extreme and frequent flooding. And whenever they are talking about extreme and frequent flooding, they are concerned about the construction of upstream dams, which often creates the flooding in the tribal reservations. And constant drought, which is also caused by the extreme irrigations or pumping of groundwater for irrigation, and mainly by the non-Indians, which has a detrimental effect for the traditional and tribal nations. And extreme storms and high wind, seasonal change. These are the climatic events they are concerned about. And in terms of water issues related to climate change, the water resource managers are concerned about demand-supply imbalance, low river flow, increasing water temperature, continuous issue of turbidity, groundwater depletion, and most importantly, water contamination, as I said, that both in groundwater and surface water. And also algal bloom, which is coming from the non-point source of agricultural pollution. And how they are impacting local tribal nations. A couple of things, they identified disruption in the local food systems, sediment loading in the stream, riverbank erosion, destruction of vegetation, and public health concern, limited fishing, limited recreation, and impacts on cattle and other animals, because cattle and other animals, if they drink or consume contaminated water, then they have it has a detrimental impact on the cattle and other animals. And they identified a couple of limitations in implementing successful climate change adaptation. First one is lack of alternative sources of water, increasing mining permits, lack of monitoring mechanism, lack of education, training on climate change issues. So when I was talking about the education, almost all of the respondents, they acknowledge that their communities have lack of educations in terms of climate change knowledge, science of climate change, and how it is affecting their communities. And lack of manpower, like trained manpower. One reason of lack of manpower is staff turnover, because people are not interested to stay for long period of time in their positions when they are working for the tribal nations. Lack of funding, most important limitations, and commodification of water, lack of understanding of tribal way of life, lack of enforcement capacity, lack of sovereignty, lack of co-production of knowledge, lack of infrastructure, fragile infrastructure, and lack of early warning systems. Although I think a couple of tribal nations have early warning system, but they are not like highly effective. And lack of intertribal collaborations. Like they are talking about that, whether if they have any chance to share the climate data or climate information within themselves, then it will be beneficial for them. And they identified a couple of priorities in terms of adapting to the climate change. First, they were urging that we need to ensure our tribal sovereignty, which is in the treaties, but in practice, they are not available. Then developing tribal water courts, education and outreach, and most importantly, funding, co-production of knowledge, intertribal collaboration, replacement of old water infrastructure and construction of new ones, construction of buffer zones to keep the cattle away from the riverbank, crop diversification, and closure of mining. These are the priorities they identified. I am sure that when I will continue the interviews, then I will find a lot of other priorities from the water resource manager. And next step of the project, continuation of the in-depth interviews with tribal water resource managers, expanding the current project to the Northern Great Plain from South Dakota, and developing the report based on the final data, expanding collaboration with NCCAS, USGS, and other stakeholders. And I'm not taking more time from you. That's all from my side. And if you have any question, you are free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Osmo. All right, I'll pull up the presentation for our last speaker here. The best for last, Doug says. Oh, it's in my pocket.
The shapeshifter.
Right here, this one. Oh, no? Put it in presentation mode. There you go.
Well, I'll end this real quick, and I'll just summarize some of the slides. But I want to start off with saying that a programmatic agreement is a lengthy, heavy-duty document that we consider all parts of a federal agency's action, but more importantly, the management aspects of a federal undertaking that can adversely impact cultural resources, burial sites. But more importantly, this one that I'm presenting today is something that we started back in April 27, 2022. And it's coming off of the Dakota Access Pipeline. The possibility that people realize there's possibilities out there that all avenues of state, federal, and particularly tribal people may get confused. There's a particular way that the federal government operates, and when it comes to management operations, it takes a lot of twists and turns. This is coming off of a national programmatic agreement that the United States has.
which obviously the tribes were never consulted on. It's under the National Oil and Hazardous Substance Pollution Control Plan. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about how this national plan interacts with the tribes in relation to protecting these types of areas. And it's, like it says there, it's no tribal governments have ever been consulted. It outlines that Section 106 regulations do not directly address requirements of emergency response. That's very true. You almost have to develop them on the fly, generally. Most states have signed on to programmatic agreements coming off of federal agencies. In this case, the signatories for this one, the tribal governments never got involved. Actually, they were never offered to participate. And it's interesting enough to understand that when that happens and occurs, when they start leaving out tribal governments, we're going to have to start getting a little more inventive, if you will, of how we participate and how we we'll just have to bulldoze our way in, no pun intended, but I'll talk about bulldozing in a little bit. It doesn't provide specific guidance for historic properties to take into account on emergency response. Emergency shall be deemed to exist whenever circumstances dictate that a response action to a release or spill must be taken so expeditiously that the normal considerations of Section 106 process is not reasonably practicable. So one has to understand the Section 106 process of the National Historic Preservation Act. Most people don't. They don't delve into it. It's a process where it requires federal agencies to consider their impacts based off of their actions. Generally, it's a federal undertaking, it's termed. But this line here is really troublesome, and there's a sister line to this. There's a sister section here that's really devastating to how we plan things, and it's coming up here in a little bit. So this PA it's just a guiding document. The two agencies that we are proposing with this this tribal programmatic agreement for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, it deals with the Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Interior. And for the purposes of tribes, the tribes need to realize that Department of Interior has never really taken the step to develop really any types of programmatic agreements at all with tribes, let alone a programmatic agreement that is a phased process over time with oil or the release of oil. But there's two federal agencies that have administrative oversight, and that's, in this case, for this one, is the one that Standing Rock's proposing. It's ACHP. They're the independent federal agency. They're kind of the watchdog. They're all presidentially appointed. Almost all the secretaries of the cabinet sit on this council. And then, in this case, the Department of Interior, who is the trustee of the tribes. Here's a section that provides for the programmatic agreement. When it's developed, it governs the implementation of particular program alternatives or the resolution of adverse effects from certain complex project situations or multiple undertaking phased over time. So it could last a week, a month, a year. In this case, with the Missouri River Master Manual Programmatic Agreement, it has a life of 40 years that's contained in there, and generally the programmatic has a date where it probably will sunset, and it has to be done over again. I didn't put that in this document that we're proposing for Standing Rock. But here's some of the reasons why a programmatic agreement for DAPL crossing the Missouri River. The initial break, when we have initial break, it's going to be within the Corps' responsibility, Army Corps of Engineers, because it's going to be coming down the river. But of course, we don't know how it's going to migrate. The Corps permits this authorizing the DAPL on a long-term operation. So that's why we're looking at a programmatic agreement. It's designed for this. This PA will apply to tribal and allotted lands within Standing Rock. It's developed to address oil spills. The PA was developed to plan for reacting to an oil spill. And right now, I don't really think that there's a tribe in the nation that has a programmatic agreement reacting to an oil spill. But here's that little sister line I was talking about on this last bullet. Section 106 responsibilities of the Corps and DOI, BI must have separation and clarity if an emergency response declaration is issued within the Standing Rock Reservation. When an oil spill occurs at the taken area line of 1620, how will either federal agency consider removal of oil-soaked soil if it contains human remains, funerary objects, or objects of cultural patrimony? Yesterday, I posed that to Senator Merkley, and all he did is smile at me and shook his head. In May, I asked that to Secretary Connor. He didn't have an answer. So this is a very volatile problem that the tribes are going to have to face with. When it occurs, it will be on a Corps' administered lands, like I said, but that migration of oil will have no boundaries. Jurisdictional responsibility by both agencies must be maintained to preserve and protect trust assets that include the non-renewable cultural resources and burials, the reserved treaty rights, hunting and fishing that was guaranteed by the treaties. So these two federal agencies that manage trust assets of Standing Rock Tribe within the boundaries of Standing Rock Reservation inside of the taken area, it establishes a line of NHPA NAGPRA responsibility. So whether it migrates off of Corps property and gets onto tribal trust lands, regardless of how you look at it, the DOI and BIA is going to have to step up. Here's an example of a picture. And interesting enough, look at that. It was 1994, this picture was taken. This slide was made. Look where the water's at. Look at how much water's within that Missouri River. This is at the mouth of the Cannonball here, the conflicts. And this is what I'm talking about. There's the line of NHPA Section 106 NAGPRA responsibility. Once it passes that line, it's onto trust land. So when that oil breaks and it migrates, it doesn't have no boundary. It will move wherever it wants. The question is, that you see a little yellow invisible line there, the Corps doesn't know where that line's at today. The BIA doesn't know where that line is today. So everybody's going to be pointing fingers when we have an oil break up there. That's what this document is designed to address to some degree. It's not going to be the fix-all, for sure. And here's the geographical area of the PA that it applies to. So that shows just the area of Standing Rock in their Constitution. Article 1, the territory. It identifies the exterior boundaries of the Standing Rock Reservation. And one thing that's really interesting is in 1994, the Corps of Engineers has the Missouri River Master Manual Programmatic Agreement. At the time, the tribes pushed to terminate it. They weren't fulfilling all the stipulations that was in that programmatic agreement. Advisory Council for the Historic Preservation, ACHP, stepped in and terminated that document in 1994. It took them 10 years to finally get a final programmatic agreement for the Missouri River Master Manual. Why is that important? Because now it ultimately affects the management responsibilities within reservation boundaries of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance member tribes. But I think you need to step outside of that. You need to step into the Missouri River Trench. You need to be responsible within this area that they call the Missouri River. But more importantly, you need to get involved with the Master Manual. It needs to be revised. The Army Corps finally finalized a programmatic agreement in 2004. And up to this day, all the way up to 2015, when I met with the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation in Washington, D.C., happened to visit. I knocked on the door. I have a lot of colleagues and friends there that were still there, and I asked them, is that a defunct PA? And they said they would have, in 2014, terminated it, but some of the tribes asked not to terminate it. So this programmatic agreement for the Missouri River Master Manual, and this, I'm sorry, I'm jumping back and forth. I'm here to talk about a draft programmatic agreement for the inside of Standing Rock reservations. But it's pertinent to understand this context that's leading up to why we had to do this PA in relation to the territory. Because the Army Corps of Engineers don't care. They don't care about what happens to the Missouri River. They don't care about the management. They have a master manual plan that's generally orchestrated by the Army, the higher ups, all the way up to the Assistant Secretary. Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, you need to change that. You need to put our tribal leadership on the river now. And you have chair people and presidents that are part of these member tribes of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, and I'll get into that. But this shows the act that took 55,933.82 acres away from us when they created the Wahi Reservoir. And the act further, this is interesting and why we put this into the resolution of 368-22 programmatic agreement. So it's been developed and approved by the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, but here shows actually excluding the interest in oil, gas, and all other minerals of any nature whatsoever in approximately to 55,993.82 acres within the area, taken area described in the Act on the Standing Rock Reservation in South Dakota and North Dakota, in which the Indians have a trust or restricted interests. That's why you hear some of our colleagues on Standing Rock, Phyllis Young in particular, says, we own the riverbed. This is the section that tells everybody in the universe, we own the riverbed. It belongs to us. Why aren't we acting like owners then of the Missouri River? That has to change. So I wanted to point that out to you and show you that. Now this is interesting of Section 3 of the Act, and this is the Hawaii Takings Act that this is coming out of. The Secretary of the Army audited the funds appropriated for the construction of the Hawaii project other than those authorized by this act shall relocate and reestablish such Indian cemeteries, tribal monuments, and shrines within the area taken under this act, as the Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Council shall select and designate with the approval of the Secretary of the Interior. That's a mouthful. But if you notice, the Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Council is identified within this act. That's leadership. Let's expand that leadership in the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance to all of the tribal leaders, chairpersons, and the presidents. So we got a lot of things that we need to pull together and compress and start using them. Tools, these are tools. But what's interesting about this, the Army was only authorized to relocate and reestablish such Indian cemeteries, tribal monuments, and shrines. They act like they own the river, the riverbed. They do the annual operating plan that destroys cultural sites. They're not authorized to do that. They have a programmatic agreement that covers them under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. That's how they get by. Who's watchdogging them? When would you start talking about a programmatic agreement? It's supposed to be the tribal historic preservation officers. But what's interesting about this is over half of the members of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance are not signatories to the 2004 programmatic agreement. There's a problem there. if we're not signatories, then that tribal leadership has to be on the Missouri River. They have to be in the management structure of the Missouri River. Better yet, they should be dictating what the annual operating plan is supposed to look like. That's where we're moving. That's where we're moving to this. And so right now, anything else over and above just these three areas that the Corps is responsible to is the tribal leadership with the Secretary of Interior. Why a programmatic agreement that applies to Department of Interior, BIA, is because of this section. But this could be expanded to all the other reservations within the system here. It directed them to only relocate and reestablish, I went through that, but both federal agencies, land management agencies, it places the Department of Interior as having co-jurisdiction with the Corps within the respective authorities within the Missouri River. I would like to see the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance leadership, the chairpersons of every tribe that's a member of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, to take the responsibility now in relation to the co-jurisdiction and force Secretary of Interior Holland. She's right there right now. Let's start with her. Let's engage Department of Interior. You have a responsibility to that water, to the management, to more importantly, how it affects cultural resources and sites, particularly our burials. It's important that we push this. And yesterday what happened, you might have seen where all the other chairmen, Sistin, Ogallala Sioux Tribe, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, Chairwoman Janet Alcar for Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, she made a point after that, it was all over and we're standing there, it said all of us have to be a part of this now. All of us have to be a part of the management of the Missouri River. Because what was said there and what was brought out was we need to create some type of a Missouri River Tribal Leaders Council, task force, whatever we want to call it, to take control of the Missouri River, management of the Missouri River. Take it from the Corps of Engineers. Force BIA to step up. They have close jurisdiction too. We just have not used that level of authority yet, and we need to. So this was a resolution that we said that we asked for now, therefore be resolved, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe requires DOI, BIA, Standing Rock Agency to protect tribal trust allotted lands by initiating the development of a Section 106 programmatic agreement to protect tribal trust allotted trust lands resources when addressing an oil spill from the DAPL. This programmatic agreement has language in there. It does contain language that it conclude all the Missouri River tribes in the basin could be signatories to this programmatic agreement. It just doesn't have to apply to Standing Rock. It could apply also to the other tribes, and you could be signatories. This is something that right now the Corps of Engineers is fighting. What they're fighting right now is they don't want to reestablish a 1620 take line. But that's the top exclusive flood pool of the Missouri River. That's where the Corps' management stops, at that elevation. So you've seen that map that had that little yellow line there? That's where the Corps' responsibility ends. Whose responsibility on the other side of that? Department of Interior. Almost the whole 120-mile shoreline from at the beginning of Standing Rock on the north end to that ends on the south end. Yeah, it's almost all allotted land adjacent to the Missouri River. This patches, pieces of non-federal lands are contained in that area. But we're asking to reestablish the 1620 line. What I heard from Mr. Krogos, though, in a meeting down, where was that, Lower Brule, I believe, the Corps this has been given to them already. They know this is coming. They know about this resolution. We're hoping that other tribes can back us up and help us to reestablish that 1620 line all the way from Fort Peck all the way to Gavin's Point. There is a take line on the 6 reservoirs. We need to know where that's at. The Corps doesn't know where it's at. Their management right now, the fluctuation of the elevations through the annual operating plan, took out the boundary markers. Nobody knows where this is at. So what happens when we have an oil spill, for example? When we have it? We need to understand that. I'll keep going here. The top one, this tells you how you establish the emergency situations under 800.12. But D, the applicability, again, it has this last red line here. It says the applicability, D, 800.12D, applicability. This section applies only to the undertakings that would be implemented within 30 days after the disaster or emergency has been formally declared by the appropriate authority. The agency may request an extension of a period applicable from the council, that's the Advisory Council of Historic Preservation, prior to the expiration of the 30 days. This is the part that's really, really disturbing. Immediate rescue and salvage operations conducted to preserve life and property are exempt from the provisions of Section 106 and this part. Know what that says to me? When that oil migrates past the 1620 Army Corps of Engineers take line, gets onto tribal trust allotted lands, and it gets into our burial sites, yeah, they have one way of doing it, and that's they're disposing of them in federally approved disposal sites. So basically, our relatives are going to a disposal site approved by EPA. Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable to the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance? Now it's in your jurisdiction when it crosses that 1620 line. It's on tribal trust allotted lands. It's into waters of those reservations. Some of you and all of you that have water codes. How does your water code react to an oil spill? How are you going to mend your water code? Maybe we don't want to touch that yet. But the point is that the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance itself should have your THPOs right next to you when you start talking about any federal agencies that's going to have any action or dealing with federal undertaking, initiating federal undertakings within the reservation boundaries. What's the responsibility of the Great Plains to NHPA? It's a good question. I would like to see an answer. I want an answer to that. I would like you to discuss it and give the tribes an answer. You know who's going to ask you that? Was the leadership that was standing yesterday after the press conference. When Sistan was standing there, Sistan Wapton Sioux Tribe was standing there, the chairman, he said, I want to join the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. He mentioned that yesterday. He's jumping on board with the Water Alliance. So you will, Doug, have somebody now that's going to, again, ask to be a part of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. Janet is spreading the word. Chairwoman Alcar is spreading the word, expand the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance and take control of the Missouri River. Take control of our treaty rights to water. That's what she's saying. The Missouri River Master Manual PA, some of the tribes, and again, like I'm saying, are not signatories. So how do we rectify that? We do it through the Water Alliance. We shift the power of the states in management of the Missouri River. Mr. Rick, yeah, let's tell him goodbye. Show him the door and tell him not to hit it where it hurts. We need to do that. South Dakota Mitigation Act created its own separate PA for the lands within the state, outside reservation boundaries on both sides of the Missouri River, on both banks of the Missouri River. So there's already another PA out there. It's not just a 2004 Missouri River Master Manual PA. The state of South Dakota created their own. Well, we take the next step. Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, you create your own PA. You create your legal authority because you have treaty rights backing you up. And this is my last one. I don't have a right name to it. Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance proposed Missouri River Tribal Leaders Council. Could be named anything else. It could be named whatever. Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance has ability with water administrators to assess how the Army Corps of Engineers Missouri Master Manual needs revision. Nah, I guess this is it. Our generation, the ones that are sitting in here, all the ones that are on tribal council, our tribal leaders, it's our turn. We heard all the old people, the grandpas talk about this. How do you protect the treaty and how do you protect the treaty rights of water? We need to do that now. This is our calling. And we have a vehicle for it, the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. This should be established from its membership of tribal governments, makeup of the chairpersons and presidents to elevate the regulatory responsibilities of our nations, open the door with developing a tribal Missouri River PA. That's how you get this started. Open the door to Section 106. I do not know where your tribal historic preservation officers are at, but they need to come to the table and sit with the Great Plains. As hard as that will be, they need to sit down and talk to them. You as a board, a governing board, because you have tribal leadership that are ultimately there. You're also advising the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association. How powerful could that be? We're not really, I'm not suggesting creating another mini-associate. I'm saying go beyond that. Go past mini-associate and put tribal leaders on the river, on the Missouri River. Placing tribal leadership within water management is not found anywhere. I checked it out. And I could be wrong, but I just started checking since yesterday after this came out in DC. You could lead with your member leadership. It's our decision to protect treaty rights. So how far do you want to go with it? So that's it for me. I appreciate you listening to me. I didn't mean to. I'm getting ramped up. I think it's the flight, all that coffee. Yeah.
I want to also thank,
Yeah, I would like to thank Tim Mintz for the work that he's done for all of the years working as a THPO for Standing Rock, and then now working for the Chairwoman Elkire's administrative team. Tim made a suggestion yesterday in front of the world at the Merkley or at the Dapples press conference, and he said that the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, without a permission, no, I'm kidding, said that we will have a management committee. A native management committee for the Water Alliance, and that's kind of what you just talked about just now, Tim. So, I want to thank you for the opportunity and the challenge that I think that as a person of your stature, working with water, cultural sites, and now Chairwoman Elkire's regime, if you will, that there is responsibilities that the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance now must start to possess and have. You want me to get up? Oh, God. Okay, get up because we're getting ready to go home. I'm giving the closing. So, yeah, but there might be other questions. Yeah. Okay, let's do a question.
She has done an excellent job.
Oh, yeah, just give Kinzer a round of applause. Yeah, we're getting ready to call it today. Kinzer, did you want to say some closing words?
You're better at words than I.
There is a video that it's 1 minute. It's a thank you video that the production team wanted to play, so go ahead and play that, and then we'll say Dok Shah. But any other questions for Tim Mintz? Let's give Tim Mintz a round of applause as well for being here. He was in the East Coast yesterday, and he got up and came over here to the Hills, and now he's presenting. And as a matter of fact, Tim, just FYI, when you were live on the screen and we all were watching, after you had spoke, you had a lot of Lees in here. So we were watching. You had a lot. Good job. We really appreciated that. Hey, I wanted to give a shout out to the Great Lakes Tribal Water Line, man. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. We heard you. Yeah, you challenged us. Oh, what is this? Oh no. What is this? No, we don't. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I would like to say thank you to some people that are on that board right there and right here. I'm not going to say their names though, but I just want to say a thank you. As a tribal member of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe and a Department of Water Resources Director for the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe for 10 years, there are some people that have been by our sides that are non-tribal members. And those professionals, those lawyers, those attorneys, those scientists, those elders, filmmakers, people that are not from Standing Rock but have come to Standing Rock's aid, I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart and from the spirit and the prayers of my grandfathers and grandmothers that are not here, and for the ones that are not born that are going to be understanding and living and reading and seeing all this information. We want to say thank you. We want to say thank you from the support of the world that came to Standing Rock and that are still here today and that are still fighting for clean water. And we have people that are professional that are still by our sides today that are not from Standing Rock, but that feel like this is, Standing Rock is a world thing. It's an understanding of how to protect the next generations. And so we want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. My relatives, my dad that is still alive wants to say thank you. My relatives in the communities want to say thank you. Because without you and without you, the people that have come to Standing Rock and that are still here, we want to say thank you. Wopila Tonka. There will be a celebration of joy soon. There will be a celebration of joy soon. And that is going to come hopefully sooner than later. So thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you for everything that you're still doing. And thank you everybody that's still a part of Standing Rock for continuing to be a part of Standing Rock. And the valuable love that's been poured upon Standing Rock, we can only thank you so much. And there can never be enough thank yous and Wopilas for that. So I want to say thank you to that. Oh, young warrior. Thank you, sir. That's to you too, man.
I know.
That's
You
just
said filmmaker, and I started tearing up.
yeah. Well, you've been there since day one. So anyway, well, with all that, thank you guys for coming. Another good conference wrapped up. Another, mark that one off. I think we did a really good job. I want to thank Chase for helping us out with emceeing. Next time, I'm going to have him to bring some more ribbon shirts so we can all wear them as a board. Can't be the only one. And then everybody have a safe trip home. Really, this is going to be live, so I think Kinzer's going to send everybody out the presentations that you guys seen today and yesterday, and the whole 2 days are going to be on broadcasted. We can save it. We'll put it, archive it. You can take clips of it. We can use it. Clips of this today and yesterday. for future use. So I want to thank everybody, and everybody have a safe ride home. Thank you very much. Hopila.